Hello, hello, hello. Jumbo, Quaba, Ifafudie, I say. Welcome to the Voice of the Coalition radio show. I'm the chief host, the number one African American nationalist in the world, the Genesis, who's a culture critic slash geopolitical pundit. Look, I just want to make sure that we're on the right path because I know the biggest problem in Black America is our culture. So and once you understand who your culture is, right, what it's not, and then you could have talk about politics. You could talk about economics. You could talk about everything you want. But if you don't get the culture thing right, the culture defines who you are. It's fine. What's your collective purpose on this earth? What do you believe in? What's your common out? What do we have in common? What do we have in common? You can't have people talking about, oh, I'm a Native American. No, you can't do that. You can't have people talk about we were already here. Slavery never happened. We got to be all on the same page, when it comes to a culture or people, or there's no sense of us even talking together. If you don't believe that you're African American, if you don't believe that the reality, the truth of the transatlantic slave trade is what brought us here, the Maafa, up to 400 years ago, that's our origin. We originated in Africa. We're not a foundational Black American. We are Africans, original Africans, the original story of Africa to the Americas, or the African American community that we see right now. Yes, we seem like we're somewhat culturally diluted from our ancestral. We picked up new customs and habits and along the way, but we're still basically in Africa. It's a miracle that 400 years in a foreign land, we still managed to survive and keep our identity, as Black people, as Black African people. And so therefore, there's people that want to destroy that by creating alternative identities and everything. Hold up. What the hell? Turn that shit off. Alarm. Hold up. One time. Okay, it's done. Sorry about that, folks. So anyway, basically, so if we don't basically understand who we are, then we don't know where we're going. And that's what we're talking about here. Like, where the hell are we going? And I say it like this: the winds of nationalism are sweeping the globe. All over the world, people have given up on the idea of globalism. They've given up on the idea of multiculturalism, multiracial societies. Everywhere in the world, people are getting back down to the basics. So my question I'll ask is, where does that leave people who live as a minority group or immigrant group in countries that are going to be increasingly hostile towards other people, other people, So it's going to be interesting to know. I have no answers for other people. If you decided if you bought into the idea of globalism, and I don't think it's their fault. I don't think people should be just thrown out of America just like that because they came here for a better life. I think some consideration should be for people who bought into the idea of globalism and said with the election of Donald Trump, that ended. That was defeated. That was the whole pattern of you can live any country you want to without having to swear allegiance to the country. And now in certain countries, you got large numbers of minority groups and ethnically and racial minority groups in the countries who basically want to destroy the country that they're in. You got people in freaking Finland from the Muslim countries talking about, I like this country. Of course you do. It's industrialized, it's developed, it's beautiful. But the problem is too Finnish. You got people going to Poland. Oh, there's too many Poles here. Duh, you're in Poland. And people like in America. Oh, there's too many Americans here. Yes, this is America. So people thought they could come to this country, and they were led to believe by people like the Barack Hussein Obamas of the world, the Hillary Clintons of the world, that, nationalism doesn't matter. Nation just all come in and whatnot. And, there's no national identity or whatever like that, because a human being is just a human being. No, it doesn't work like that. People come to a country and they bring their culture, they bring the habits and stuff like that. Some good, some bad, and they sometimes they don't add value to the country they're coming to. They're coming, and their culture, if they don't assimilate, they will end up destroying and undermining the fabric of that society they're coming in. So what this is a backlash globally against uh, uh, globalism and everything like that, and refugees and immigrants. There's an anti-immigrant wave sweeping the globe, because the winds of nationalism is sweeping, and so therefore we're going to talk about that today. So where did that leave our black brothers and sisters from overseas? How do they assimilate into the American culture and everything, where America is going to be increasingly white? If you're not white, Anglo-Saxon, you feel it in the air right now. America is back to being a white country, and black people African Americans are retaining their title as minority group, with this idea that anybody could be American, just get off the boat and whatnot, and just come here and whatnot. You're an American. It doesn't matter if you have allegiance to the country or not. You don't know the history or whatever like that. You don't care about the history. You were invited in because that's what globalism is. You don't have to respect the monuments and what the country stands for, the language. All that stuff means nothing to the globalists. The globalists you're just one more worker that they mean. You're just like Germany. And maybe they know something I don't know. I just thought about that. I have to understand that there's something above my pay grade that's going on that I don't particularly know about. Because why would a country like Germany put out there saying we need immigrants no matter where they come from because of our popular, and they're planning for the future. They need immigrants on ahead. But the thing is, it created a backlash uh, as far as people losing their identity as Germans and stuff like that, with the Muslims coming in, stuff like that, causing crimes and everything like that. But the powerful elite, like this former president of Germany, they're so adamant and so maniacal about that. We need immigrants. And like this guy, this is not something just happening, right? This guy, Brandon Johnson of mayor of Chicago, these people, I really don't know. Maybe there's something I don't know. Maybe I consider myself a smart person, right? But what is the purpose of making sure that you enrich your own life to make sure that people come here and you have to take care of them, and you're going to really make taxpayers pay for people who are here illegally? I don't understand. Maybe there's a bigger picture down the road, and immediate. I don't see the benefits of illegal immigration. I don't really see the benefit to a society. That's just my opinion. I could be wrong, and everything. Maybe there's something out there. I just can't believe somebody could be this freaking stupid to bring millions of people here undocumented, let them drive like in New York City. They let people drive without a license, or give people license, but they don't have to have insurance, whatever like that. They can commit crimes and they don't have to show up for court. They could drive without a license, drive drunk without a license and everything, and you can't do anything about it. So I said to myself, maybe there's a bigger plan behind all this. I don't know. Maybe they got it, or maybe the plan is to make every country basically completely neutralized by basically bringing large numbers of minority groups and foreigners here, that the country don't friggin' ever become like a strong black nationalist nation state, because they figure, well, geez, if we can bring millions of people to Japan, then that stops the Japanese from a nationalist movement from resurfacing. Because when you have a multiracial cultural society, nationalism is almost neutralized, So that could be it. They say, but okay, we bring large numbers of POCs to America, right? America will cease being this world power, and this dominate power and everything like that, because America will lose that identity as a white Protestant country, Same thing with the British, same thing with every country in the world is going through this. Yeah. Countries basically saying, something, I've had it with these multicultural societies. We want a nationalist world, but I don't think Africa has really caught on to that just yet. And I started with this nonsense with in Southern Africa. Well, I say this. Well, I always say this, right? The whites should in Southern Africa should have been given land, whatever they should have been paid for. That's why I don't believe in like Julius Malema, idiot Malema, talking about take away land, no compensation. That's stupid. I'm like this. In the long term, it'll be better, basically, if you have to bankrupt your country, pay these people off, and then send them to Australia or send them back to Europe. Get them the hell out of your country. Don't let how you see now the effects of that. You got a large, powerful group of people in South Africa, and I always knew this, right? I always knew that the whites still were going to remain maintain power in South Africa. I knew that. And the white community in South Africa is way more powerful than the black community, the black majority. They have a global influence that of sympathizers, money, and power. The most powerful, richest man in the world, the two richest, most powerful men in the world are back in the white community in South Africa. That is dangerous. So South Africa can never be an African. It can never be a black African state because they didn't do the one thing they should have done. They should have got rid of, or even if South Africa would have said, something, let's take some territory in the Northern Cape Town, whatever like that, or maybe another satellite town in the Transvaal, and create an Afrikaner republic. Move all by Afrikaners by force to these territories to be in their own state, and also no black labor. That means if a black person goes there to work, he's going to be taxed, and we're going to basically tax the country with it. You can't benefit from African labor, whatever like that. If you basically could make it on your own, but South Africans know, white South Africans know, they cannot make it. They're a parasite. They're parasitic. The white South Africans are parasites. They cannot do anything without sucking on the black labor, and they need the black captive markets because they produce most of the manufactured good and everything. They got a ready-made market. The whole sub-region is dominated by South Africa. And every factory in South Africa, every good you see in Southern Africa, the Southern Africa region, is have its origins in South Africa. It's not just South Africa. Everything that you see or you see a grocery store in Zambia. What do you think the bread, cheese, butter, and all these things, cooking oil, what do you think they originated from? South Africa. So they basically got a huge market access to the African continent. Do you think they want to give that? You think the South Africans, whites, are so good farmers and businesses, they could do that anywhere in the world? No. That's why they don't want to come to America, because there's actually competition here. There's competition. So they know if they're in a perfect position, Southern Africa, to maintain rich and be rich forever. So why are they complaining? That's simply the fact that they have the power. There's an awful lot of sympathy for them around the world because the black people have never convinced. Look, the black people in Africa have never convinced the world that they're capable of building nations without white people. That's the problem right there. Like this one girl, Honey Flower. Everybody was mad at her last night, but she was telling the absolute truth. The world sees Africa as a failure, and the African man has to start standing up and saying, what the hell are we doing wrong? Why we spend so many years in the white man's countries around the world and everything? When our continent is like, you can't fool people. People know Africa was never rising. That was a lie. And Africa was never rising. So I'm not going to try to get on Africa tonight, but we're basically talking about nationalism, right? When is nationalism, the pride in one's nation, right, going to start sweeping in black countries? They don't exist, and this is why when you don't have a sense of nationalism, you don't have that natural ingenuity and survival mode that makes you take bold moves unapologetically to make your country better. Like Donald Trump, his executive orders are all about the American Republic or the American nation. That's unapologetically nationalism. Is basically wanting to acquire Greenland, is wanting to take over the Panama Canal, the renaming of the Gulf of Mexico. These are all nationalist moves. and expect that to happen, the nationalist movement to rise. So I don't know. We might be on the road to Armageddon if the nationalist spirits. Naturally, these countries are eventually going to collide with each other. Eventually going to collide with each other. Now, the people will say the last 80 years have been somewhat peaceful because they successfully indoctrinated people against nationalism. That's why I think when Germany, they had to re-educate the population. It wasn't so much as Nazism or whatnot. It was that they feared German nationalism. Right-wing German fascism and nationalism. It had nothing to do. They told us it was about the neo-Nazi movement and about the Jews. It had nothing to do with that. It's all about the fact of the matter. If you have a country that's proud, like the Germans, naturally they're going to think that they could basically take over Poland. They could invade Poland. They could basically invade France, and they could start a war with the British. They could take the Netherlands and Belgium and all these other countries because they are a fascist nationalist state. you know. So, but basically, and that where that come from? It comes from the spirit of national, the friggin' fire that nationalism puts in your soul to want to compete. So that's why they gave us the Olympics. The Olympics gave an outlet to people to express nationalistic feelings through sports. But that could only last for so long because sooner or later people want to express nationalism through what? Militarism and armaments and imperialism. Do you understand why I am the college genesis? Do you understand why this is the only channel that you're going to get friggin' information like this, and nobody can bring it to you like the college genesis? And that basically I am undefeated in anywhere on social media, everything like that. You're not going to hear facts like that. I just kick some serious jewels for you. You don't hear anybody else talking like this. So look, I would ask everybody to like, share, subscribe, and basically tell a friend. And because this is going to go down in Colorland tonight, the winds of nationalism is sweeping the globe. How do we as African Americans fit into this? Do we just basically go along to get along? Because it seems to me that, we're just becoming irrelevant more by the day in America. Don't listen to the Tariq Nasheed and when I talk about we got to pop. No, we don't. You have 45 million people here in a world where people with like 2 million people population at least got a flag and representation in the UN. People with 90% illiteracy rates got friggin' representation as recognized as a state, as a thing, and a national. That means something. But African Americans, 45 million strong, 45 million have no geopolitical identity. It's sad. So this is why if I'm going to be the only, I don't give a damn if I'm the only one left. I'm going to say the only solution for the African American in the future, the only future we have is an independent nation state of our own on an ancestral continent of our ancestors. That has to be done. That will be done. That shall be done. You know, Other than that, everything else is a failure. Not no sit here crying about no damn reparations, not Black Lives Matter, not defund the police, none of this other nonsense that people get wrapped up in. Not freaking the Oscars so white. We need more black people in the Oscars, and we need black people in the Hunger Games and all this kind of stupid shit. Not talking about Kendrick Lamar and the goddamn freaking the Super Bowl and all this kind of stuff. Not worrying about Beyonce and the goddamn her wearing her blonde wig. Talk about she's the best country music. So all this foolishness, and not 50 Cent talk about a movie about Big Meech. None of this freaking foolishness means anything. The only thing that should be on your mind is how are we going to survive in the future? And the only solution now is we have to become just as nationalistic as everybody else. Yeah, no P. Diddy, none of this garbage. That's why I said I'm leading a new generation of young black people to start thinking differently. This is the age of the college genesis. Nothing else was going to be the same anymore. I would like somebody to come up here tonight. And the first caller, I want to know who the fuck is Kendrick Lamar? Why does everybody keep talking about him? And what happened at the Super Bowl? What's the big deal? I don't know. I would need to be educated. Maybe I'm out of the loop. I don't know shit about these rappers and these other entertainers today. I don't know a goddamn thing. But I would like somebody to come up here and explain to me just what the hell the big controversy. Uh, uh, what's the big controversy about Kendrick Lamar and all this other people like that? I really want to understand that, so I would really grateful and appreciate if somebody could just enlighten me on what the hell a Kendrick Lamar is and what the hell the big deal is. Why should I be concerned, Because everybody keeps talking about, Carl, did you see Kendrick Lamar? No, I didn't watch the damn Super Bowl. I could give a rat's ass about who wins a freaking game of a bunch of men running down a thing with a friggin' inflated a ball, tackling each other. I really don't care. I mean, I guess I could watch it once in a while, but I don't know. Yeah. I got a PhD in nigger babble. It's all bullshit. Bullshit is how black people survive. Shucking and jiving and bullshitting and what is how we get along. We bullshit each other. Tariq Nasheed bullshitting you. All these rappers bullshitting you. The black politicians bullshitting you. I had a freaking message from Al Sharpton. Somebody passed me, but mine showed me this thing, right? A chain thing about, first off, we're going to boycott for DEI, We're going to spend one day friggin' not shopping. I won't be here. 28th, I'll be in Liberia. So y'all tell me how your boycott turned out. Because if I was here, I'll make sure that I'll go out shopping just that day. Just to tell you, I don't give a shit about what Al Sharpton says. That's his ego. Negroes with their ego. We've never had real leaders. I try to tell these fools that all we got is a bunch of egomaniacal people who go up there, run their damn mouth about a bunch of stupid stuff when not to get attention and get on TV. There ain't no real serious movement in Black America because the white man has completely neutered us and arrested our development. Well, we don't even think like adults anymore. We have almost incapable of defending ourselves properly. Yeah, I'll do live streams when I'm in Liberia, of course. I'm really amping this thing up. I'm really basically, this Black nationalist movement is the African movement. It will be launched from Liberia. It will be launched from Liberia, and basically, when we go there next year on our tour, we're gonna make the official proclamation of the African. And then we're gonna basically do two things. We're gonna gather enough signatures in Black America, particularly Black American men. Hold up, folks. Hey, 1 second. We're gonna make enough signatures in Black America, men, and once we basically get enough signatures, hopefully 1 million, right? We'll do e-signatures or petition saying, yes, we, Black America, support the Black African Infrastructure Organization, and we want the exploration of the idea of a feasibility of an African. Just a study. All we have to freaking first declare that, yes, the idea of an African is timely right now, and then we'll proceed forward. Then once we proceed forward, right, then we go and get support from international partners, African partners, and all these other places right here that say that our friends and everything. We're going to make all Black organizations, all Pan-African organizations. I don't care if I have to do force. You're going to either support this or you're going to tell us why you don't support it, and then you will be an enemy, And I'll tell everybody, don't support your movement. You are a freaking enemy, That's just the way it is, And so then after that, don't show your face around us. Don't talk to us. Everything, we're going to shut you the hell out, So once we make that proclamation of the African, and then we basically like this, everybody calls themselves an influencer. Everybody that's a well-wisher, whatever that, better be on board with it or else, as simple as that. And so once we have that and everything like that, then we're going to pursue territory and stuff like that, where African should be. and the diplomatic channels and the host country, whatever like that. We're going to pursue it. We're going to put together a committee and a council and everything like that. That's going to be chosen by the best and brightest people, the best and brightest people, not the friggin' babbling Negroes. We're going to have highly educated people crafting this together, crafting this thing together on the highest level, highest level of thinking. It ain't going to be just anybody, So it is what it is, Baruti, I don't think you really could hear me. He goes, Collar, are you suggesting there's a sympathy for Afrikaners because whites globally believe Afrikaners power is help? Look, the bottom line, if you don't freaking get it by now, I don't know what the hell to tell you. The white Afrikaners never gave up power. They have most of the wealth, most of the power in South Africa. They always have, they always will. So you have a black people in South Africa that have no real power. They got numbers, but they're completely new. Right? And South Africa knows that the only way they maintain power is because they have connections in the United States, misguided Americans, just like the Americans when they supported the Angola War. They always looked at what the hell are we supporting the Angola War? And then we pulled out of the Angola War. I was under the administration of President Ford, I believe. We pulled out, said this is costly. What the hell are we doing in Angola? In Africa, what the hell are we doing? So South Africa lost that because the Cubans were there, and then it was pushed back. Now the whole thing is they basically still have connections because of the internet and social media. They're able to link up with right-wing groups in America, racist groups in America, Fox News, and all these kind of people like that support the misguided, stupid white people in America that actually support them and their nonsense. But Donald Trump did something. I think he made a mistake, or he either that or he made him like fool because he offered them refugee status, and they rejected it. So what that does is all their claims of being persecuted just went out the door. Now the next step is we have to say, look, since you guys didn't take Donald Trump's offer up to leave South Africa, right? So the next thing to do is the South African government have to go on with this land expansion at full steam, and even take away farms from them, And then basically what you have to start doing is arresting and rounding up South African from Afriform and try them for crimes against the state and treason. That'll stop this nonsense and whatnot. You have to basically, you have to basically tell them that we're not going to play this white supremacy game anymore. A new game is in town. Not only that, you got Black America. We're going to back Black South Africa. I'll say that right here. We'll back Black South Africa. I don't give a damn about how it feels. If Trump and the white people could back the white people in South, we're going to back the black people in South Africa. Hopefully, they'll back our claim for an African. That's how the game's going to be played in the future. We're going into the winds of nationalism. Nationalism is uncompromising. Just like they're uncompromising what they want, we got to be uncompromising what we want. As simple as that. Bruce says, Kala, are you suggesting that most Bantu people in South Africa really don't want whites to leave? Look, stop saying Bantu. Bantu was a phrase that was created by the Europeans. This Black South Africans, because when you say Bantu people, you're legitimizing the whites' claim that the so-called Bantus are indigenous to South Africa. They say the Khoisan and the Bushmen are indigenous, and the Bantus are just invaders. So when you use a term like Bantu, Brody, I don't know what the hell you do with these stupid terms. That's a white man's term, Bantu. I don't call Africans Bantu. That's an insult. I don't call Africans Bantu. That's basically saying dehumanizing them, So it is what it is, I wish Baruti would one day get a clue. I got a clue for $100. Okay, Baruti has a clue for $100. Get a clue, Baruti. I thought you was more advanced in this movement than you are. Whether Donald Trump's a racist or white supremacist, I have no idea. But I do know this: he's a white American and he's a nationalist. I don't know. That term, white supremacist and racist, has been used so much that you guys took the air out of it. I just think he's just doing what he knows. Look, the bottom line is this: America was built by white people. You know, European immigrants and whatnot that basically built this country from sea to shining sea. Yes, black people contributed in many significant ways, but when you talk about America, you talk about the story of the Europeans that came here and built this country and did what they had to do. You know. So it is what it is. So what the problem is, most black people have never really understood. Our ancestors understood that shit. They understood that shit. They used to all, people at one time, black people used to call white people Americans. We used to call white people those Americans. We meant white people, because we used to call Irishmen Irishmen. We used to call Anglo Saxons Americans. So when people now talk about we all Americans, when the hell did we become Americans? We basically used to call Frenchmen French. We used to call, because people back in those days in the 1800s were the Irish were Catholics and everything. There was a distinct culture. When the Italians came over, that was an Italian. When you saw a German, that was a German. He had a different culture. The Dutch, whatever like that. Like this. But the American was those trash that came from England and settled these 13 colonies. Those are who we call Americans. Those are the people that oppress black people the most out of anybody in the world. The white Anglo-Saxons of America. I'm sorry to say that, but it was not saying everyone was a bad, whatever like that. No, I'm not going to say that, But I'm saying on the whole, that's the tension right there. So I don't like black people when they get sidetracked with, every time I hear black people get sidetracked with, oh, them Jews. Look, we have our issues with Jews, but they're not the problem, We have our issues with Hispanics, but they're not the problem, We have our issues with other African immigrants, whatever like that, but they're not the real problem, right? The problem is this white Anglo-Saxon, the white Anglo-Saxon and white people who assimilate into that Anglo-Saxon culture. That's the problem, you know? So I don't hear nothing about no friggin' tethers and all this kind of stupid stuff anymore. We're fighting a global racist system. That's what we're fighting. And the bottom line, the only way we're going to come out of this is a black nationalist movement. That's the only thing that's going to save us is a black nationalist movement. Don't listen to these clowns out here anymore. Don't listen to these fake ass civil rights leaders and everything like that. The only thing that's going to work is a black nationalist movement, right? We have to finally get representation, own military wing, all this stuff like that. That's what we need. But no one's going to do that. Everyone do that. Everybody's only concerned about being on TV, voting Democrat. How do you look like you out there and look at the Democratic platform? Transgenders, feminism, illegal aliens, all this kind of stupid stuff that they do. What the hell has that got to do with us? Nothing. What the hell is the illegal alien in DACA and all that? What the hell has that got to do with us? So we're not. See, the thing is, they made you into Democrats, not black nationalists. You know. PB early for the most part, though, we were doing 40 million of us were doing really very little. I'm just gonna be honest with you. You know, this idea of you seeing black people doing stuff right now, this is very, very new. There's whole sections, times in this country where black people didn't contribute anything. You know, we just sat back and we just sitting under the sun doing nothing. And when we did labor, but we didn't, when you say, okay, who built Las Vegas? There was no black investors that got together and say, let's build a city where we can gamble at. When you look at people like San Francisco, the Golden Gate Bridge and all stuff like that, there was no friggin' black people that built that, When you look at everything you see in America was built by white people, as simple as that. It was their vision, their manifest destiny, So it is what it is. Did we have black enclaves here that were successful? Yeah, but we nothing we built we was able to keep or protect because we're not in our own reality. We're not in our own space where we can't have our own reality. Yeah, look, the whole thing is this. although that is true about the 14th Amendment, right? Remember something. I want you guys to remember this, right? America has basically, people think, oh, it's in the Constitution and whatnot, you know? Do you know how many times this Constitution has been violated? The fact that in the 2020, they let people who weren't citizens vote, that was a violation of the Constitution. The fact that in the last 80 years, we went to war, just as many people died in Vietnam, Iraq, and everything, and those were all undeclared wars. Declare war. The reason why you had the Congress had to declare war because there was all things they had to consider. They had to ration goods. They had to put embargoes. They had to do all these things to prepare a country for a state of war. You know, and they had to do some freedom restrictions and whatnot. They had to take over certain factories and industries for the military purposes and everything. So the fact that's why they said even though the president is a commander in chief and he could send people to work, but it's only supposed to be temporary. Like in the case of national, let's say something happened in the Gulf of Mexico, right? Let's say some pirate ships that took over some territory or some islands that we so-called control. The United States can send the Marines or whatever like that to do that. The president has the power to do that, but the president should never have the power to send a full-scale war, right? That should be on the level that we're spending billions of dollars. That should be an act of Congress. That's what the Constitution says. But the fact that that was violated so many times and everything like that for expediency, what makes you think you're safe with that 14th Amendment? I am sick and tired of people using the white man's Constitution to say I should have some confidence. I don't have no confidence in the damn 14th Amendment. You know, the same way they could basically ignore that the war, the Powers Act. Let me see. Let me read it to you, bro. Let me read it to you. Let me look at the Constitution. Constitution. Sure. Declaration of war. Constitution Declaration of war. Okay. The power to declare war was granted to Congress in Article 1, Section 8, Clause 11. Okay. How has the war clause been interpreted? The interpretation of declared war is as complex and evolving. It was never supposed. It was very definite and definitive. It wasn't supposed to be like that. The clause meaning is not always clear. See, this is what I'm talking about. Even the 14th Amendment is not always clear. You know, it's up to interpretation. You know, so even though they say ex-slaves got birth citizens right there, but if the ex-slaves, right, suddenly has no allegiance to the United States, like this constant demand for reparations and stuff like that, that basically could trigger something where it would violate or invalidate your 14th Amendment claims, you know, because you're taking a hostile approach to the United States government. See, that's why I tell people all the time, when you go running your freaking mouth, right? Oh, I'm protecting my 14th Amendment. Yeah, but you don't, that means that you say that you're a U.S. citizen, right? You say you're a citizen, right? You cannot basically talk about reparations because that's something that only a foreign entity could argue for. You know, the Jews against the state of Israel versus Germany. You know, the Chinese, Koreans, and everybody else that sued the country of Japan. You know, so those things like that. So uh, people, like I said, people are uneducated in our culture and everything like that. You know, so we basically got to get people straight. You know, so it says since World War II, Congress has approved military resolutions authorizing use of. Yeah, Congress has approved military authorization, but they're supposed to be able to declare a state of war. It was passed in 1970 to require the president to give a declaration of war resolution from Congress within 60 days of starting hostilities. So they said, what does declare war mean? To declare war in most economies means to issue a formal statement called a declaration of war that announces a new hostile relationship. That's a declaration of war. How many times have basically we've been to war and there was a full scale war, but we have not had a declaration? So you're gonna tell me about the 14th Amendment, my good brother Eddie Thorne? I see. I highly doubt it. You know. Baru, that's a lot of nonsense, right? The Bantu term, Mzungu, that's what I said. Stop using that Mzungu. You sound corny when you say that shit. Bantu, the term Bantu is not used by Africans at all. Nobody calls himself a Bantu. And most people do not live in Kiswahili. That's on the east coast of Africa. Now, Kiswahili is not spoken in Angola, Gabon, the western part of the Congo, Namibia. That's something you're making up, right? That's why I said I can't take you seriously, Burundi. You know, African Americans are not Bantu. We're Congolese. You know, we're from the African Americans. We're not Bantu. There's no such thing as Bantus. That's something the Europeans created. Africans are Africans. You know, Africans are the same race. A Nigerian is the same race as a Congolese, a Namibian, a South African. Everything. There's no Bantu. That's something the Europeans derived. So it is what it is. Principally, Colin put things out of context. No, I don't. I put things in the proper context, you know. But I hope Eddie Thorne got answer your question about the 14th Amendment. You know, I have no faith in that shit. You know, that's what people. I got the 14th Amendment, comma. I'm a U.S. citizen. Okay, all right. If the 14th Amendment made you a citizen, what do we need the Civil Rights Act for? What do we need reparations for? You know, what do we need the Voting Rights Act for? You know, so. Principe, when I look at you Negroes and whatnot, I can't tell the difference between you and whether y'all look the same. Negroes all look the same, no matter where you come from in Africa. You guys all look the same. All you and people that indigenous types look all the same to me. You know, I don't see no difference between a Nigerian and a friggin' dude from South Africa. They all friggin' look the same to me. Well, we're not. We're similar, we're not the same. Yes, you are. Well, yeah. So tonight's topic, the winds of nationalism, right, is sweeping the globe. That's I don't know what to tell people. And if you're living in this country or Canada and everything, Canada basically is throwing out Indians. People thought the Indian community are going to take the biggest L out of all this because they really thought this globalism meant they could H-1 visas, whatever the hell it was going to mean that they could instead of building India up as a modern country, whatever like that. They basically believe they can come to the West and they could basically step over black people because they feel like they're more in proximity to whiteness. You know, they were sadly mistaken. You know, illegal aliens, illegal alien. America wants them gone. They basically set Indians back packing. Man, I'm like, damn. You know, they say y'all gotta go. You know, y'all have to go. They say y'all gotta get. Y'all gotta get. You know, so the bottom line is this: you cannot have foreign nationals in a country for long and without the country falling apart. You know, so if you can't assimilate with that country, you have to become. When you move to someplace, you got to become. The one thing about the black immigrants, we did have a black culture here. You know, that's recognized at least. You know, and black immigrants could assimilate it with the black community here in America. They'd probably be safe. But they made themselves a target by distancing themselves from Black America. You know, it says, or is Trump the greatest ally to Black national? I don't look. The whole thing is this: I could care less if he's an ally or whatever you call him. Yeah, I could care less what Donald Trump is. I know what I am. I know what I am. I know what I want. See, when you spend time worrying about what the white man wants and the white man does, that's when you make your mistake. I could give a rat's ass what Donald Trump does, or like that. He's a president of the United States. He can do whatever he wants. You know, all I'm saying is, so long as the Vito Corleone tells Soloso and the Godfather, like, so long as your interests don't conflict with mine. So long as that interest don't conflict with mine, I can have no problem with what they do. That's why I don't get into Israel, Palestine, all this stuff. That's not my freaking business. That's what South Africa made his mistake. Instead of building this black nation up in South Africa, empowering the black people. Now, right now, South Africa looks humiliated in Congo. They lost 14 soldiers. You know, What they thought because the South Africa, they was going to go in there just. You go into the Congo, probably the toughest place on the freaking planet, and you lost 14 million. Now you're ready to come back and say, hey, yeah, I guess, these people like Paul Kagame, these people are battle hardened. M23, these are battle hardened, South Africa is not up for that. And that's why I think the white South Africans realize how weak South African central government really is. The black South Africans talk tough, but they never fought for their liberation. Angolans fought the Portuguese. They drove the Portuguese out. Same thing with Mozambique. South Africa is the only country in the region that never fought for its freedom. And they left a large number of white people that were hostile to their very existence inside the country and called it a rainbow nation. I don't know. I don't know. I hope Lozy can come up here tonight. He thinks I'm hard on South Africa, but I'm just sorry. I just can't buy this nonsense. It seems to me that the black people, are we capable of running anything but a banana republic? Is that what all our intelligence goes to? South Africa is a very, very advanced country. It's almost like a first world country. Basically, it was a first world country under apartheid, but the black people lived in the third world, South Africans didn't fight shit, bro. South Africa never went to war. They had a transition process, a peace process, which whites kept everything. They kept the banks, they kept the government reserves, they had everything, the military, they had all that stuff basically intact when when the blacks took over power. They didn't have blacks people never had any power over the state. That was a joke. That was a joke. Bantus are under as an umbrella term. That's a bunch of nonsense. You're the only one that believes that, Baruti. You're what you call you're the only one that believes that Bantus are. Man, stop it. Bantu is a term that Europeans use to describe certain black people, and now when it's convenient for them. You're a Bantu when the Europeans try to basically discredit you or something. Principe, I don't know what you're talking about. Several different movements existed. White aligned. There's no such thing as a white aligned movement. The interests of white people in South Africa are completely fundamentally against the black majority people in the country. So there can be no white aligned. Why would white people commit suicide by giving up what they friggin' built? Let's be honest with ourselves. They built the railways. Yeah, it was black labor, but they want to blueprint the thing. We can't just be a laboring class. We have to be the master craftsmen. We have to be the builders, the architects, and stuff like that. We have to have the vision. You can't just. South Africa was their vision, and all they did was put a black face on it. White people said, "Okay, we'll let you have the government position on that," but it's still the infrastructure of South Africa is maintained and run by the white community, not just the white community, the colored community, the Indian community, and international business and whatnot. So the white South Africans are not alone. They got networks that span the globe. They got a global support system. They got a global support system in a black country when in a black majority is powerless against them. That's what it is. Yeah, it was a global system of what brought down South Africa. Really, what turned the tide was in 1985, the United States passed with the pressure of Black America, right? Passed sanctions and overrode President Reagan's veto, and sanctions were put on South Africa. That turned the tide against South Africa. All the countries in the world started divesting from South Africa. We started divesting from South Africa. The cities and everything. South Africa was the world's reserve currency, So when colleges and everything like that started divesting from South Africa, airports we said we wouldn't have the cities that we control. The aviation authority said we would not land South African planes, All the stuff like that happened. That's what brought down the apartheid. That's when they decided they're going to release Nelson Mandela. That's what I said. We got to start working with the ANC. So they chose who they were going to work with. There was a lot of other people like Oliver Tambo and others that were more militant, right? But they chose Mandela, to work with because they basically figured, okay, Mandela's been there for 27 years, and they broke Mandela. So he was getting out. Basically, the whole world created this rainbow. He was a president. He went in as an African nationalist, right? It came out as a father figure to a rainbow, kumbaya, South Africa. That's what happened. Now, there's some good that came out of South Africa. I think it's a beautiful country. And I think blacks and whites, in some cases, get together and whatnot, and on a level. But there's always that thing where you cannot ignore what happened. That's what people don't seem to understand. You cannot ignore everything that happened to the black people. You cannot ignore that white people have all the power and stuff like that. That's no matter how much. That's what they do. They play on black people's emotions. When I see black people like in the World Cup, when the World Cup was there a few years ago, all these black and white people out there partying together. Everybody say, "Oh, we're one people now. We're South Africans," and then they start turning against Nigerians. So we see the xenophobia in Southern Africa, in South Africa. It just basically fueled by white people down there, because South Africans basically stopped seeing themselves as Africans, but as South Africans. And so that's what it is. So I don't know. So this is what they're dealing with is the aftermath of all that. That's what they're dealing. Now it's coming to a boil where black people are tired of friggin' compromising with white people. And so this is why you have the rise of people like Julius Malema and stuff like that. As was principally Fidel Castro and Cuba fought wars on African soil, Angola. Yeah, also the SWAPO fought the war against South Africa. Also controlled Namibia one time. It was called Southwest Africa, and President Njumo led his people in a war against South African rule, and that was the SWAPO movement. The SWAPO movement. So therefore, and also Mozambique had Frelimo. That was the thing they basically, and South Africa created a counter group called Renamo, which was a South African-backed insurrection against Frelimo in Mozambique. So these countries fought wars. The South Africa was largely untouched by any sort of wars and stuff like that. So all these other countries, which we call Zimbabwe, they fought wars against the Rhodesians and whatnot. So it is what it is. Man, act like Africans didn't fight. Not in South Africa they didn't, bro. Not in South Africa they didn't fight, bro. What's up, brother Dion? My brother Dion, the BIL representative. Dion went with us in Liberia last year, and hopefully, God's willing, he's going to be on our tour next year. That's a good brother, man. He's in the real estate in Chicago. So we got real people down with us, Bomani and us. We got real brothers down with us. Dion does his own tours to different parts of Africa. Now he's going to Cuba, too, and whatnot. He's doing tours of Cuba. He's somebody I think Dollar Bill would be friendly with, because they both do the Cuba. They both went to Cuba. And I would like to see maybe Cuba could be an ally with us as far as this Afghanistan project, So I'm going to leave all things on the table, man. I like this. Friends and allies are going to come from all parts of the world. I know we can make the case to the world that it's time for us to have a nation of our own, And this is no slight against the United States or whatever like that. It's just like I believe we've outgrown America. America's interests are not our interests anymore. You see, America is all about Israel. They're all about the White Republic of South Africa. They're all about whatever they're doing. They're taking up the Panama Canal, they're renaming the Gulf of Mexico. This is not who we look. Bottom line, like I said, hey, look, they could do whatever they want to do, but is that what that's what is this is that it? That's what we are, That's who we are. This is what it is. MAGA country, I'm like, nah, man, I don't think we can do this anymore. It was time for us to go our own direction. It's fine. Look, I wish him a lot of luck. I wish Donald Trump, if he knows what's best for this country, I wish him a lot of luck. But our future, we got to look outside of America for our future. We got to look beyond America in the future. So with that, I'm gonna bring the link in the chat room. Y'all want to call in? We've been on for almost an hour. Me running my mouth and rambling. Hope you guys got some out of my monologue. So you'll call in. This is about the rise of nationalism. I want to know what your plan is in the world of nationalism. The world of nationalism. Are you gonna become a black nationalist like myself or not? And dream and hope for the day of a nation of our own. That's the end game of any black nationalist. Black nationalists, oh yeah, we mean black communities, black families, and black power and all that stuff like that. But the end game of all black nationalists should be a nation of our own. That's the end game. Without that, we got nothing. We just got nothing but talk and smoke and mirrors. So. I ain't trying to settle other planets yet, bro. I'm just trying to settle this continent. We just need to carve out our own place, state, our own existence in this world. That's what I worry about right now. In the future, if we want to go to space and whatnot, hey, that's fine too. But let's just worry about what we got right now in front of us. We got a land that we need to acquire. And like this, every black man should be behind this nationalist movement. Every real black man should be behind this. So it is what it is. But yeah, I want somebody to call in, tell me all about who Kendrick Lamar. I just want to know. Like, not that I give a shit, but I still would like to know who the hell is Kendrick Lamar? Who the hell is Drake? Who the hell are all these fucking people? Oh, and Donald, why they do this to me? Oh Lord.
Hey, what's up, Colin?
Hey, what's going on, man?
Yeah. I was just thinking about
You was thinking? Oh Lord, help me.
Yeah. I was just today I was just thinking about the Afghanistan thing, and I think but what makes sense to me though is I feel like in order to get it off the ground, I mean I think a lot of our people are gonna have to renounce their citizenship in order to get it off the ground. Renounce their
Dude, man,
American citizenship.
that's ass backwards, because I like
Why?
my plan, my vision is it's going to take you at least 5 years for you qualify for citizenship over there. It's going to be keep your American citizenship because you got to go back and forth. It might not be for everybody. Because like I said, this is going to be the most serious thing decision can make. So the bottom line is this: 5 years will test what you're made of. So I don't believe that people renounce their citizenship. Just keep your citizenship, whatever the hell you are. Because not just America.
I
We're
was
gonna have
looking
people
it up
coming
though,
from
Kala,
Jamaica,
and I saw that to renounce American citizenship, it only costs $2,300.
yeah, but that's stupid. That's stupid to do. I'm not in favor of that. So
How
let's
is it
move on to another
stupid?
topic. It is stupid. It's the dumbest thing in the world. We're gonna need people that are key people going back and forth for at least a generation. You don't do that. Bottom line is most of our friggin' people and that the reason why we could actually do this is because our strong ties with America, right? So some people might just go over there as being a resident, They may not want to have citizenship in the Afghanistan, but to hold public office, to be in the military, and have be a civil service like police, something like that. Yeah, you have to be a citizen. Anybody else, you could come there if you're African American. You're more likely to come there, and you can own businesses. But like that, become a citizen is a high. Look, let me tell you something. The most citizen of a country to me should be the most highest honor somebody could give you. Yeah, I don't believe in dual citizenship, but I do believe if you're not ready for citizenship that says, oh, and you're here full time, whatever like that, then you just keep your American citizenship. After 5 years, you go ask for a residency. If not, you just go back to the United States. That's the way I want to do it. So,
Yeah, I think I'd be, more in agreement with doing both. You know what I'm saying? Because like we'd honestly be doing majority of business with America. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it doesn't really make
I
any
highly
sense to.
doubt that. I think most of the business is going to be done with like either like um the other African countries or
Nah,
China
well,
or
you haven't
nah,
Russia.
really thought.
nah.
You
That
haven't
that
really
would be
thought that out.
stupid. That would be stupid. Nah, I think we should continue doing business with America. Like, there's no point. There's no
Yeah,
point.
but America is going to be opposed to what you guys are doing
No,
because
they're not. No, they're not. No, they're
you
not.
you guys you guys
Yeah,
are
who
trying to
cares what
get
the
outside of the American
I'm sure
paradigm.
America wouldn't be opposed to it.
America's not
We're
going to
not
be
a
opposed to
threat.
anything. They don't
Right?
give a
It's
shit what
like
we
we a
do.
superpower or something. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we just regular country. You know what I'm saying? It's okay.
I'll
You know
give
what I'm
you
saying?
credit for actually looking up
America,
the cost of,
we don't, we don't,
giving up your
look,
citizenship.
we don't
But no
give a
one
damn
gives up
what
their
America.
citizenship until they got other citizenship. And until the African,
That's what. How
Afghanistan
you
is an
give up your
actual
citizenship and
country
go over,
that's in the
to be
United Nations and has
stateless?
all of these other attributes, you're a stateless person. That means you're going to have to go to other countries and beg them for citizenship.
So the bottom line is keep your citizenship. Don't be stupid because you're gonna need to travel around the world. We're gonna need people that's gonna live in China, Japan, all over the globe. We're gonna create a global pipeline of business interests, supply chain, everything. We need people in every country. Doing this. That's how it's gonna work seamlessly. We got logistics, things coming from all over the globe, building off. And bottom line is this: just all you that means you're saying, okay, I'm good now. I don't need the United States citizen anymore. I'm settled there. Blah blah blah, like that. But that might take you 10 years. Oh, so like I said, I'm realistic. I know most people ain't ready for friggin' to give up the U.S. citizenship like that. That's stupid. People like I ain't give up U.S. citizenship because you're talking about people's Social Security, what they paid in Social Security, all the stuff like that, and their pension, all the stuff like that, they will lose. Why would I forget
Carlo,
the
I
home
wouldn't give up
ownership?
my citizenship in general. My children, the ones that was born in the Afghanistan, they won't have the citizenship. I'm gonna hold on to it,
Yeah. So
even when the
not only
country is
that,
fine.
which well, also you don't have to have a citizen. You could be a resident. You decide, okay, I'm gonna live here for at least 20 years, 30 years, and whatnot. You don't have to declare citizenship. Because you can just keep renewing every 5 years your residency. That's all. But the African citizenship means that you're ready to participate fully in the society, invested in society 100%. Black people, that's going to be generations before we get to that point.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing, Carla, is that because the way you guys talk about it,
Are
right?
you trolling me? Are you trolling
I'm
me or are you
I'm
trying to
not
ask me to?
trolling you, Carla. It's just that
You asked me a silly question. You asked me silly questions.
I've
So I'm like,
observed
Wait,
like the
Kyle,
way y'all
I don't
talk
think he's
about it,
trolling.
and
I don't think he's trolling.
yeah, and I've
are you
observed
actually
it, and
serious about that? You would tell
yeah,
somebody you need for an African to start, you got to denounce your American self. That's it.
yeah.
I
Because
don't
see,
want to
here's
you.
why I say that, Carla. Here's why I say that is that if y'all are going y'all the stuff that y'all are talking about doing, right? You guys want to have a military, okay? You want to buy arms, you want to all that type of stuff. You anytime you're doing that type of
Yeah,
stuff,
and
the State Department and is
yeah,
going to
and
be
nigga,
looking at you. If you look
this
at
ain't. Let me
hold on,
let me
Carla.
tell you
There
this.
was this let me tell this story real quick, Carla. There was this girl from Virginia, Arab American girl, right? Back in 2011, 2012, she went over there to Syria.
No,
When ISIS,
she was
yeah,
from England.
when
She was from
ISIS,
Great
what
Britain.
happened was, when
She was.
hold on,
She was.
caller, when ISIS was doing their
You gotta get your
thing right
story right.
over there
That
in
was not from
wait,
America.
Carla,
She
just
was
let me
from
finish. Hold on,
the
Carla.
UK.
When ISIS was doing their thing, right? This girl, Arab American girl, born in America,
She was
okay,
not
went
American.
over to Syria and she trained like a female militia over there. It was some sort of female militia, and she was training them really for like self-defense, just so they can have the ability to, you know, defend themselves and their, I guess, their community if it got attacked. Do you know that when she came back to the United States, the State Department subpoenaed her? They put charges on her. They gave her 30 years in federal prison for that.
No,
For training those
let me tell you
women
something.
over there
One thing that
in
happens to
Syria.
you,
I mean, it's a
if you go,
terrorist
hold on,
group, bro.
no,
Come
no,
on.
no, no,
And it wasn't really but they weren't really,
that's a
I
terrorist
think,
group. Not
part
only
of
that,
ISIS. What
But it's
they
a
were
terrorist group, though,
is
bro.
they
Come
were
on,
just a
like,
group of women that, and she was training them to defend their community.
Dominic, man, you're
And just
freaking
because
rambling, man.
she did that,
Yo,
she
look,
got 30 years in federal
hold
prison.
on. Hold on,
can't do it because
you're
they.
hogging the mic, man. You're hogging the mic, man. You talk, let me answer you now. So first of all, when you go into any country and do anything like that, you got to register as a foreign agent. Then it's legal what you do. So long as you're not taking a direct action against a citizen or property of the United States, you know, or acts of hostility toward these people are training and committing murders, you know, and terrorism, whatnot, you know, hijackings, bombings, stuff like that. Yeah, of course, that's what's going to happen. We're not doing that, you know. We're not doing that. Now, if somebody has a problem with what we're doing, then that's their problem, you know. And we're going to have enough power in America to back up whatever we do in Africa, and they ain't going to do a damn thing about it because there's nothing they can do about it because we'll basically do all legal things. We have every right to do what we're doing right now, and the United States has no business telling us what to do, whatever like that. So it is what it is, you know. So there's black people in America. There's like I saw this one article where the Ghanaian government is building a whole African American city in Ghana right now. You know, 800 acres of land. You know, I saw the article. I was like, wow. You know, so there's African American communities now in South Africa, Botswana, like that. Look, the white man knows that they can't stop us from doing what we're gonna do. You know. But they use those scare tactics. Oh, by scary niggas, you know. Oh, we can't. Nice thing. America has no legal right to tell you what to do and who your allegiance is and whatnot, you know, especially when they never had any allegiance to us, you know. They never paid black people reparations. They never even much so apologize for slavery, you know. The 14th Amendment was the least they could do, you know. So the bottom line is this. We're saying, as a matter of thing, and we know what we're doing, we're using their own words, you know, the Declaration of Independence. Look, the Declaration that I'm going to draw is going to be similar to what John Hancock and Thomas Jefferson wrote. We declare our rights as the inalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Our pursuit of happiness is returning to our ancestral homeland and building a nation of our own. You understand? So I'm basically, you could call me the new Patrick Henry or George Washington. You know, I'm using their own logic. You know, when they expanded across this continent, see the shining sea, they didn't apologize, but they just did it. You know, we're the only people that think we got to apologize for everything we do. The African Stand movement for people who are not going to apologize, you know, for anything. Oh no, heck was Chukwu. Speaking of apologizing, Chukwu. I would love to know how Chukwu's going to. Man, he's like a Igbo man living in a white nationalist country right now. What the hell, Chukwu? When are you going? When's the winds of nationalism going to sweep Nigeria, and you guys will all go back and build a nation?
I'm a dual citizen, so I'm happy.
No, I don't know. No, that dual citizenship has got to go. You got to choose a nation, man.
No, I like it. Why I got two nations. Why do I got to choose?
There's no such thing. No, you can't serve two masters, bro.
No,
that's that shit right there. Dual citizenship, all shit is ending. You know, as
no,
people are becoming, the world is becoming more national. You look at Poland. You want me to play some videos? All across the world, they're rounding up immigrants and whatnot, saying thank you, but no thanks and whatnot. Saying get the fuck out. All over the damn world, this is happening. People are realigning the country and saying immigration, multiculturalism, dual citizenship, all a friggin' threat to friggin' nationalism.
There are no borders to capital. As long as you have capital,
okay. So all those Indians they deported who was in the tech industry and whatnot, they round them up and so.
Well, I mean, of course you got to do things legally, but if you have capital, there's no reason why you can't do things legally. That's all I'm saying.
Bottom line is this: I just seriously think, man, you need to decide, make a decision, man. Either you basically going to be an American or you're going to basically be a Nigerian. That's you got to make
Not,
that
not
decision, bro.
everybody. Some of us can have more than one country.
Oh
That's just
Lord, yeah, those are losers. People are losers. Basically, got to
no.
go around to different countries, grifting
It's
and
called
sponging off
liberty.
everybody else. No, it's
This is
called being a sponge. You know,
liberty.
I know
Welcome to.
liberty is called being a sponge. Yo, charity begins at home, Truquo, right? The
Mm.
first place you should be and the last place you should be is your own home. You know, so charity begins at
I
home. So I
was
don't know
born
why.
in Nigeria. I was born in Nigeria. I'll be buried in Nigeria, but I'm gonna
Oh yeah,
move
so
between.
you should spend your time in Nigeria.
No, there's
You
more
know.
money to be made here, so I got to be where the money is.
No, hold on. Why can't you guys make Nigeria like South Africa was in the 70s? South Africa in the 70s, the rand was equal to the dollar. It was a current world currency reserve. How come you guys haven't built a Nigeria like that, where you guys are producing millionaires and billionaires and a huge middle class, where you basically can make so much money that you don't have to go to other people's countries?
I don't have any
They
levers.
they they are doing that.
No, they're not. Hey, Jonathan is my Nigerian authoritarian. Jonathan, they doing that?
Hell no.
I had to see this.
Hell no.
Johnson said, hell no. He didn't say no, he said hell no, So break it down for us, Jonathan, man.
Shout out to Nigeria though, but hell no. We can't be lying like that now. We're talking about a country that can't get anything done. They created a whole legacy free trade zone. And nobody really wants to invest there because they don't trust the government. They can't get anything done. Everything is just completely corrupt. No, they're not even close to it. In fact, the Nigerian economy has been backpedaling. They went from being the largest economy in Africa now, they were number 3 or number 4, and expected to go down even further. Come on, y'all. Let's be honest.
All right, but
Chuko,
see,
stay your
here's the
ass in
thing,
America.
Tyler, is that
Nobody cares,
y'all
man. He
y'all
ain't
y'all,
going.
y'all are,
Be there for Dirty December.
yeah, but see, here's the thing, Colin, y'all are saying this, but like Nigeria, if you want to get the Afghanistan rolling, Nigerians are going to be one of your biggest resources because one thing I
Well,
can say is that they're pretty
explain to
good.
me how.
They're pretty good when it comes to
Like what?
they're excellent business people, and you're gonna need that. You're gonna need people who know how to source resources but the thing is that the U.S. is gonna be opposed to y'all. You guys are not you got all these African countries, right? They're
So
all joining BRICS. Nigeria just joined BRICS. So the
Oh
thing is
They
man,
didn't
that
join BRICS, they became a partner
they're gonna
country of
try
BRICS.
to hold on. They're gonna try to homogenize. Like what it is that they're gonna try to make Black Americans as homogenous as possible because the last thing they want is they don't want Black Americans identifying with Africa, with all these African countries that are they're going over to BRICS. They're going over to the other countries and collaborate with these other. That's the last thing they want. So if y'all start going over there and we start doing this
we're already
Afghanistan
going
thing,
over there, bro. Dude, man, I'm already on the continent, and I already got groups of
okay,
people
but
all over
yeah,
the
but they're
continent.
already watching
We're
us.
already doing it. Hold on, we're already doing that, man. You know what I'm saying? We're already doing that. I'll be in Liberia in a week or so. You know. So the bottom line, we're already building up here, and I got business partners I'm talking to today and whatnot. We got big things planned in the pipeline. All across the continent. So we don't give a damn what the white people think. When they look, let me tell you something about white people. They know nothing about Africa. They know nothing about the continent, right? Look at this blunder that's made with the white South Africans. Like, don't know anything about the continent, right? Oh, black people are taking their land appropriation. Let's give them refugee status and whatnot. They said, no, man. We were just kidding, man. We were just talking about the shit online, but we actually got it good here, So basically, America doesn't know shit about
Look,
Africa. They don't know shit,
Callum, let me ask you a question. Is Afghanistan going to depend on the United States for defense, for
No.
trade?
We're gonna have a hold up
What are your to
for
the U.S.?
foreseeable future. We're gonna be protected by a host country, and whatever allies we can muster. Allies we can muster. Because we cannot talk about defense right now on our own yet. We got to develop a country. So therefore, we need a host country that supplies our security,
So if
guarantees our security for at least a decade.
So if the U.S. imposes sanctions on your host country, or if there's a
Oh yeah,
civil,
well, they could do. Look. The bottom line is this. We're living in the United States, right? And I would seriously doubt, right, if Black America basically, like, it used to be a time in the '80s, right? Reagan, who reminds me of Trump, right, basically said was angry that Black people were going around America, right, boycotting businesses and stuff like that to pull out America to pull out South Africa. They tried everything they could to stop that, but the momentum was so much, right, that we told every politician, if you ever want our votes again, you're going to vote to override President Reagan's threatened veto of the proposal sanction. In 1985, it happened. 2/3 of Congress overrode President Reagan's veto, and that's one thing I do give Joe Biden, because he was one of the ones that it was instrumental in that, right? And the bottom line is economic sanctions on South Africa that crippled the apartheid government. 5 years later, Nelson Mandela was released, and 4 years after that, he was president, But that Nelson Mandela said Black America played the crucial role in bringing South African government to the table, So the bottom line is this: don't underestimate Black America, right? If Black America, like I said, we're going to do a poll, Once I gather like 1 million signatures, right, of support, I'm going to take that to the rest of Black America and say, look, this is going to happen, right? If Black America buys into this, it's done deal. That's all it takes. All it takes Black people, it doesn't matter what white. This is the only movement that does not require white people, Everything else, the reparations, everything else, defund the police, requires white sympathy. This right here, this movement, the way we designed it, only requires us selling it to Black people, That's all it requires for it to be successful. No matter what white people think and do, they can't do a damn thing about it, because we're going to have allies and friends all across the globe, I'm looking forward to talking to Russia. I love Russia, I'm looking forward to talking to China. I'm looking forward to talking to Japan. I'm looking forward to talking to India, I'm looking forward to talking to all
Okay,
these.
but see, here's the thing, Kyla. When you're doing that, right?
And
Okay,
what?
when
No,
you're
look,
doing that, you're
and Dama, one thing you gotta know about me, I got a pair in between those legs called balls. Gotsies, balls. I'm not afraid of anybody. I believe in what I'm saying. I know I'm on the right path of life and whatnot. I know God put me on this earth for this movement. So this is my destiny. I don't give a damn. I'm not trying to appease white people, right? They got a country, they got America, whatever like that. They got everything. We don't have shit. I am not going to sit here and tell me, like brother David Hitt was saying, we're not going to basically pass on being a minority group forever in a white man's country and whatnot. It's time for us to have a nation of our own, and we got the capability to do it. Black America has literally, just home equity alone, not even including pension funds and everything. We have the means to develop a first world country and whatnot. If we wanted to.
but wouldn't it be easier? Though,
We're going to float stocks and bonds throughout the world, whatnot. Whoever, Black America buy them, Japan can buy them, whatnot. Whatever, we're going to be able to raise hundreds of billions of dollars worth of capital on a thing. Once we get our territory, easily.
Wouldn't it be easier to do this if Afghanistan in some way aligns with the foreign policy objectives of the United States? If you align,
no.
Hear me out.
Look. Our objectives is not their objective.
I agree with that, Chukwal.
But hear me out. If
their objectives in Africa and the world is white capitalism. Look, you know who had that same idea? Puerto Rico, and because they did that, Puerto Rico basically they took over that island. Walmart and all these other places. Puerto Rico is a fucking floating garbage. Because they.
But Kala, as a person that goes to Liberia a lot, Liberia in a way was United States ally in Africa.
Yeah, but the thing is, here's the thing about like this. Let me tell you something, Jonathan. You may learn something like this. The bottom, you listen to President Tolbert's speech to the Congress, right? You can't even find this on video because they basically blocked out. President Tolbert in 1976 addressed a joint session of Congress, right? I think the first African leader ever addressed Congress, right? And one of the things he said, I'll try to find a video. He said, "I am very disappointed in America neglected Liberia. America did not do all things. People have think America has this big influence in Africa. America basically neglected Liberia and did not invest in Liberia. America did invest in America. And you know something? Let me tell you something about America, right? America in the American hemisphere right here, where America has influence right here, the Monroe Doctrine, all you see is poverty, right? Banana republics and poverty, right? Look at Japan, right? They became the power of the Pacific, right? Look at Asia, how Japan was able to basically really truly invest in Asia, right? And now you got Singapore, you got Taiwan, you got Malaysia, all these countries are Asian tigers, right? But look at America. America has never you can't show me any success story that America was involved with where they actually came up. Not one.
But let me
You
ask
know?
you a question, Paula. You don't think it could be hazardous to your health if you align with America's geopolitical enemies? You don't think you could be drone strikes?
Truco,
Knock on your.
Whip, I'm past that, you
I'm
know.
keeping. You're past that.
Look, I'm past that. Like I told you, in 2016, when I saw that lady blow Stanley Crutch's face right out there on camera in the highway and whatnot, and the state of Oklahoma said you did nothing wrong, Betty Shelby and whatnot. That's when I reacted. I said, now I have to make this happen. You know, now I said it's time for us to part ways with these people. That's the way I feel about it. I don't look, Chuko, I can give a rat's ass about none of that shit, you know? It's time for us right now. I made that decision. Nobody else besides my brother Bomani, when a couple of David Hitt said that, yeah, Carl, I agree with you, you know? I said, I think it's no malice or nothing like that. I just think that these people, the white Anglo-Saxon America, is our worst enemy. And we should not be governed by our worst enemy, you know? I believe that, you know? And the bottom line is, when you look at Black America, all the stuff you talk about in Black America is because what you see in Black America is a crime scene, right? No group of people should be under nobody else's rule and everything like that. We should have our own nation bound that you could judge us by what we do or don't do. You know, we're living in a white man's country and whatnot. And the fact that I'm successful, right, is just, you know, a miracle, you know?
Right.
But we're never going to reach our full potential and sharing a country with a racist people, you know.
I get it, but running a nation state is a different type of enterprise. There's
different. Yeah, well, we've done it. Hold on, we've done it before, you know.
You went. What you're talking about, Liberia? Is that?
Yeah, we've done it before. We built Liberia into the first African republic. You want me to show you some pictures what Liberia used to look like?
But how did that work out?
It worked out. It was stupid because we believe in this stupid Pan-African bullshit, and we let the native people have guns, and they overthrew it, and they destroyed the country. I was talking about a guy, Sam Cooper, today, my Liberian partner. He's an American Liberian. And the bottom line is, everything you see in Liberia is because the native Liberians destroyed.
Okay, how will Pakistan be different than Liberia?
Hold on. Look, there will be no native Africans in the Afghanistan running shit. They won't be in the military. There will be nothing. The only people I trust are my own people. Simple as that. There won't be that will never happen again. You know, there'll be no Chukwos. There'll be no people. I don't even want race traders around me. You know.
Without America backing there in Africa by yourself, you're just going to be food. How are you going to
have a look? We're going to have a host country. What are you talking about? And we'll have to use a host country diplomatic system to build relationship around the globe. You know,
are you sure?
Be alone. You know, we're going to have friends and allies throughout the globe. You know, because the bottom line is this: and once people know. Look, the whole world really wants to invest in Black America. Right, but America has Black America like a housewife that's battered and beaten, like the scarlet letter S, you know, A, you know, like we're just basically in the chambers of America where the evil chamber master has his wife in a thing where nobody could talk to her, nobody could do anything like that. That's where we are in America, right? We're a group of people held in captivity and whatnot. And the world wants to do business with Black. They like our music, they like our culture, they like our history and everything, but they can't get to us because America impedes that. Now, I'm ready to say the African is saying the African American that you once knew is now Black America is open for business. You know, that's what I want. You know, I'm sick and tired of the Democrat Party. I'm sick and tired of dealing with these white America, the MAGA people, and whatnot. It's time for us to reach out to other
Okay, but
friends
see, but see,
colleagues
here's the
around
thing,
the world.
Kala. Now, hear me out, Kala. And see, I think what Chuka was getting at is you saying that okay, I want to do business with India, I want to do business with China,
Of
I
course,
want to
yeah.
do business with Russia. Okay, these are all BRICS nations. Okay, meaning meaning
I
that
can care
they're
less. Look, I can
economic
care less.
competitors to the United
I
States.
could care less if they're six nations. I don't give a damn. Look, I don't look. The whole thing is this: we have interests, whatnot, that needs to be satisfied. If anybody, if a brick nation, I don't give a damn if they're called the stick nations. You know, if they want to bring a come on with the come on. You know,
Are
as
you
simple
really
as that.
about? Are
We
you
could
really?
go. Hey, look, I can give a
What they're
damn.
failing to realize is that the United States does business with these countries.
Exactly. You know, the United States does business with China. China is America's number one trading partner. So what's your argument? It's just that you guys are just scary Negroes, you
No,
know?
no. If
Scary
they
asses.
want to do business with Black Americans, why don't they just do business with America? Why would they go to Africa?
That's why, hold up. First of all, when we talk about Black America, right? Black America, right? Black America is a $1.5 trillion economy. You know, they come to America, right? I'm just about just doing business. I'm just about relationships. You know how many people try to reach out to Black America, right? But America blocked it. You know,
But
you can't come inside America and just deal directly. Like, remember years ago, Fidel Castro came to Harlem, right? That was the biggest uproar in thing. It was right after the Million Man March, right? No, before the Million Man March. Fidel and then Gaddafi tried to reach out to the Black America. You know, he even offered Farrakhan land, but Farrakhan was weak. He didn't freaking take it, you
No,
know?
he was gonna give Farrakhan $1 billion, and he did it.
No, no, no,
But
no,
what
no,
happened
no,
is the
no, no,
State
no, no,
Department
no,
blocked it.
no, no. That's bullshit. That's bullshit on ride.
All right,
You
Kyle,
know?
before you, all people have to do is remember the United States was not an actual country. It was just a colony or just a whole place where people decided to move to. People did business with the colonies. People did business with Rhodesia. People did business with every single settlement in Africa. Why would they not do business with Black Americans that settle in Africa?
what's the size of Afghanistan's economy, and why would it be
Well,
beneficial to
the
do
economy is gonna
business
be organic. You know
beneficial
what?
to
Hold on. You know what economy is, Truco?
Afghanistan as
Hold on.
opposed to America?
You guys Africans have never figured out.
You're
You know, you guys never figured out why you're so backward,
comparing,
right? You
you're
build.
comparing
Hold on.
with reserve currency.
You consume what you produce and produce what you consume. That simple model right there means that you start with farms, factories, and everything like that for consumption, right? And then whatever the excess, you export. That's all. Africa builds stuff and whatnot that they don't use, right? They grow stuff they don't use, and they try to feed everybody else, whatever like that, and they're starving, you know. And so the bottom line is, we're not going to have that issue because we are going to build on a modern state, whatever like that. Not subsistence farming and everything, modern agriculture and everything. We got the technology. We're already doing it here in America. Right? You know, you come to the North Carolina, all you see is Black farmers, mechanized farming all over Carolina, Virginia. You know, so we got
So
all this stuff like that. You
You
know,
would
know,
you
Kyle, I could see a situation when Black Americans start growing or start manufacturing palm oil.
right?
Because
But
maybe,
right now,
maybe what we got to
Africa,
create.
Africa, palm oils from Africa get the main exporters of palm oil are all non-African countries.
Yeah, no, the
Doesn't really
Africans.
make too much
My
sense.
boy, Great African. I went to his palm oil operation in Liberia. You know, I'm very interested in that. They said they got and Amaro was saying they got so many different things, but Africans have never figured out how to make use of this stuff. You know, other than just cooking oil. But look, they haven't gotten into any palm oil industries like the white people do. You know, so we're not gonna have that problem because it's gonna be part of our policy, right?
Oh,
That
all right.
says
Now, Kyla, listen to me. Just, I want you to address this, okay? I understand you say, oh, I got balls and I'm not afraid, and I understand you're
I'm
not
not.
afraid.
I'm not.
I'm not
I'm not. I'm
afraid.
not.
I don't think anyone up here is
I
afraid.
think you are. I
What
smell.
it
I
is,
smell.
Kyla, is
I
you
smell
have to think.
pussy. You
You
know.
still have to have a contingency plan because when they see you up there, Kyla, and they see you, shaking hands with Xi Jinping, and they see you
Yeah,
shaking hands
and what? I dare anybody to do anything
with
about it.
Vladimir Putin, and they see you
Look.
shaking hands with
I can't. Look, I
with
can't wait.
Iran
Look,
and
check
stuff.
this out. I
They
can't
they
wait.
going
Look, I can't wait to go to Russia. Let me say it right now. I can't wait to go to Russia, meet Putin. Right? He's gonna play Tupac for me when you know what I'm gonna sing for him the Volk, like Paul Robeson, the Volga Boatman, you know, and now I'll get the Russian because they love that's their favorite Russian song, the Volga Boatman, you know, and I know how to sing it. You know?
But Kala, are you going to accept loans from the World Bank or U.S. foreign aid?
We don't need that stuff.
Nah, he's not gonna mess with the world. Well, see, here's the thing, Color. You gotta be careful because when you start doing that, and this is why I say it's like that girl, that Arab American girl that was from Virginia, that got 30 years. Okay, if you the way that you can avoid that, you know, Kala, is by renouncing your U.S. citizenship. If you renounce your U.S. citizenship, then they don't have jurisdiction over you anymore.
It don't work like that. It don't work.
So
like
they can't give you the 30 years.
Look,
But if you get up there and you start doing the Afghanistan thing and you start colluding with these other countries,
this girl was engaged.
They're gonna give you 30 years, Colin.
I don't care. Give them 30 years. So what? You know what you say. It just doesn't mean shit to me. You know. I don't care.
Okay. So you want to be up in there with Diddy, Colin?
I'm not no scary ass nigga. No, yeah, whatever, Adama. I don't care. You can't like this. You know. You're a scary ass nigga. Get off my show, man. Freaking scary ass nigga, man. Get off my platform, man. You know, get out of here. You know, I can't stand scary ass niggas, man. You know, get that scary ass shit the fuck out of here. You know, come on. Oh, you want to be with Diddy when that's scared? That's what they use to scare niggas into submission. You know, scary ass niggas, cowardly, scary. Oh, don't you understand, Colin? The United man, get the fuck out of here. The United States has no credibility with me whatsoever. You know. All the dirt and shit they've done all over the world. You think I can give a damn about what these people think? You know, no. I'm the only person out here that don't give a shit. You know, I really don't. And I got a lot to lose. I got a business, everything like that. But I really mean this. You know, I believe this from the bottom of my heart. I said, look, the only thing that's justice is black people should be a nation of our own. Just if the Jews could basically, what gets me is, you know what this guy don't understand? How is it that the Jews, American Jews, can help find the state of Israel, even fighting the Israeli army and stuff like that? You know about that, Jonathan?
Yep.
You know, fighting the Israeli army and all like that, but it's okay. But we talk about doing the same thing, securing a homeland for ourselves. When that suddenly, oh, Carla, you gotta do this. We're not trying to be fucking terrorists, you know. We're not terrorists. We're not killing nobody. We're not slitting nobody's throats. We're not hijacking planes and all kinds of stuff like this, you know. You know, so it is what it is, you know. No, you know, look, all I know is Ross Boyce. The only thing I love about America is my ability that I know that I could never make the Afghanistan happen in any other country because Black America is so vast and so great and so big. I give America credit for that. Now it's like thank you, but no thank you. You know, it's time for us to move on. You know, no love lost, whatever, like that. We agree to disagree. You know. I really believe that. I think it's just time. You know, it's a time for us to part way. I'm sick of talking about racism, sick of talking about DEI. I'm sick about all stuff like this. You know, it was completely unnecessary. The future is Black people having a nation of our own, but we have to love ourselves first. You know, we don't love ourselves, we're never gonna happen. This is the winds of nationalism. It's sweeping the globe. You know, so the bottom line is this: we're not doing anything anybody else is doing all over the world. There's got to be new states emerging all over the globe. You're going to see more countries pop up in Eastern Europe. You might even see some more countries. And I know Africa is so oppressive, right? You know, they're hell-bent on keeping these colonial bounds for the white man, you know. I think Biafra should, if they wanted to be a state, they should do it, you know. I think Amazonia, if they wanted to become a state, they should do it, have it, you know. That's what I believe, you know. South Sudan fought a war. Do you think South Sudan gave a shit about anything? Anybody saying? They fought a Bush war for generations and whatnot. Now they're independent republic. That's what I'm talking about, you know. Brody says, I didn't kick Chuko out. He dropped off, you know. I kicked the Dama out because he's a fucking sissy, you know, a little sissy. You know, that, oh, don't you scared that? No, I'm not scared, you know.
I'm kind of disappointed in him. Like, I hope he's not one of us. Talking that damn scary.
He's a scary ass nigga, you know. I was hoping Carl.
That'd probably be one of the kind of dudes that like see Black females don't want to submit. Not to you. They better not.
Yeah, that's what it said. When you act like a coward like that, you know. Oh, what's the way? Man, a white man is a man like you are. He's as flesh and blood. He bleeds like you are. You know, he ain't got no friggin' extra powers on this damn earth. You know, the earth don't belong to him. This guy Donald Trump is friggin' talking about purchasing Greenland. He's talking about fucking. He renamed the friggin' Gulf of Mexico. He's talking about grabbing the Panama Canal. Even trying to grab Canada. And you got some clown in here talking about, oh, color. How could you do this? Same way Donald Trump is trying to grab Greenland. You know, if he can do it, why can't the fuck I? You know. These people like that believe so much in white supremacy that they cloud their judgment. I do not believe in the white supremacy. You know, I believe whatever the white man can do, we can do better. You know, that's what I believe. You know,
Is that dude still up? You should bring him back up here.
oh,
I want to know why is he so damn scared of white people?
well, Damas, I kicked him out. I don't know. He can call back in. Or maybe
Hopefully, he calls back in. I want to know why is he so scared of white people?
he's fucking scary ass nigga, man. You
Does
know,
he would think they're a god or
you can
something?
hear it in his voice, man. But scary ass niggas, man. I can't stand scary ass niggas, man. God damn, man. You know. Like I said, when I go to Liberia and I'm in Africa, man, I say what the hell's on my mind. Elvis last night talking about Colin, man. We're gonna have people watching. So what the fuck you gonna do? You know? I go to Liberia, I'm the same way there than I am on this line. I say what the fuck I feel. I dare anybody to do anything about it, you know? That's how I am. So that's how you gotta be. If you want people to follow you, man, you gotta be tough. I'm not saying I'm a badass or something like that, but I will not let fear, scary ass niggas lead me, you know? No, it will not happen. So, bottom line is this: it's just time, right? This talk right here of an Afghanistan is the only talk I want to talk about. You know, nothing else. I mean, because what else is there? Nothing. You know, everything else has failed. You know, you look at everything. I still want to know by any of you guys on the panel who and what the hell is a Kendrick Lamar? Why is it so important?
It's not.
What's the
And
big controversy? Why do I keep hearing this guy's name all over the place? Kendrick Lamar. What's this all about?
because of that halftime show.
What happened
Uh,
in the halftime? I didn't watch the Super Bowl. I don't watch that shit.
I didn't watch that shit, bro, but they said it was the highest watch halftime show in history or some shit like that.
But everybody's all pissed off about what?
I don't know, man. I told you I didn't watch it, but I guess they
He
mad.
made it about black people.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. 'Cause I
About
guess
black
they,
people what? About black people what? Are we talking about a
you
nation?
watched it, Jonathan.
Yeah, I didn't watch the game. I just watched the halftime show.
Yeah, but hold on.
Oh,
What specifically was he talking about?
So basically, he had like a theme, which he was basically just talking about African Americans, uh, us being oppressed. We should get reparations and the whole. And
The
that's
same
pretty much
old
what the whole
babble.
shenanigan.
The same old babble
Yeah,
everybody hears all the time. We're oppressed.
yeah, it's just younger people that's impressed with that bullshit color,
Tell me something fucking I don't know. Yeah, we're oppressed. Blah blah
it's just
blah.
white people that's mad about it.
My whole thing is, I am done. Whatever I do, it ain't gonna be about convincing white people. Look, I'm not gonna shake my ass to white people talk about, oh, I'm so oppressed. Look, I'm sick and tired of niggas crying, niggas tears, niggas crying about racism. God, I'm so sick of that, man. Where the fucking real men at? You know? I said,
yeah, it's just white people. They mad because he had the audacity to have that theme, I guess. But
For the whole halftime show.
yeah,
like I said, I really don't pay attention to all this stupid shit. You know, I don't watch.
I enjoyed it.
I don't watch entertainment.
But Kyle, I maybe you should probably change some of your viewpoints on
No,
it.
I don't know. I
You
don't.
know,
I don't look.
if say for
Look,
example, right?
I'll be
Say
honest
for
with you.
example,
Honestly, right? I don't see anything this has to do with what I'm trying to do. You know, I really don't care about white people entertaining them or selling their tickets, whatever. I don't
I
care about
mean,
sports. I don't care about sports.
you can be strategic in a way, right? You can say,
I
you
don't
know
look.
what,
Hold on, I'll let
we
you be.
get.
I'll
Hello,
let
let
you
me
be.
finish saying what I'm saying.
I'll let you be seated. I'm not giving a shit about the entertainment world. I don't care about the Grammys. I don't care about none of this shit. You know,
That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is you can use white guilt to your advantage. You know
I
what?
don't want. I don't want
Everybody else is talking. Everybody else is talking about. You know what? Let's get reparations. Let's focus on reparations. You can go and say, yeah, I'm tired of this country in general. I don't. We all know that. These people are never going to change. And you white people that do support us, y'all support us having our own country.
You know what I say? You know what I say like that? I had this guy called in on the Mine show one time, right? And he tried to call him mine, right? And he was basically a white racist trying to say, well, "Yeah, caller, I agree." He got 2 words out before I kicked him the fuck out. I said, "Look, I don't give a flying fuck what you agree about. You know, I don't want to hear nothing you have to say. You know, that's that's how I am. I don't give a flying fuck about this sympathy, whatever like that. I believe we're stronger when we don't give a shit. When they realize that I don't give a shit what they think, I don't want their support, I don't want their sympathy, I want nothing. All I know is you just need to stay the fuck out of my way, stay out of my face. That's all I want to care about. That's the point I'm at right now. You know, the only thing I need right now is black people support. That's all I need. You know, and we can make this happen. White people talk about that. They look, they're so used to black people crying and begging. I'm not one of them Negroes, man. You know, I'm sorry, I can't do it.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I like Kendrick, but at the end of the day, I mean, what does all that really mean?
I don't know.
It's just like when Colin Kaepernick took a knee. Like, what does that shit mean? Don't mean shit.
Yeah,
we can't reduce it to that level because
I mean, I'm not.
We remember Jesse Owens throwing up the whole damn fist. We're never going to.
That wasn't Jesse Owens. That was this guy. I forgot his name. That was Jesse Owens. That wasn't.
It wasn't Jesse Owens.
No, it wasn't Jesse Owens. That was 68. Jesse Owens was at the Olympics by then. Jesse Owens, 1930s. You know, that wasn't Jesse Owens. That was another guy. I forgot the guy's name, but I think I met him one time. You know, online.
Okay, well, you get my point.
Yeah, but the whole thing is, yeah, you could do all that symbolic stuff like that.
Use the big platforms.
I think we're done past symbol. The whole thing is this. You know what I want to do?
Yeah, symbolic.
We plant our
flag. Symbolic.
We plant our flag on foreign soil. That's the only symbol I want to see. Saying this is now a declared territory, whatever like that, and then we get recognition. That's the only thing that's going to change anything. You know, and say this is our future nation. This is what we're going to build, whatever like that, and then start getting black. All I want like 1 million black signatures and whatnot saying, yes, we support the idea of an Afghanistan and whatnot. And then I'll take that I'm going to visit every black college, every black church, and I'm going to build a movement nationwide in America for this movement. You know, once I get those things in place and whatnot, you know, and so also I want to tour the world, you know. Yeah, Tommy Smith, 68 Olympic, yeah. When I tour the world, you know what? I want to get support for this, right? And all I need is a backing of Black America, right? Now the Africana movement is unique because they had Afroforum went out there saying, "Oh, we're getting a press or not," and then the Afrikaners said, "Man, they don't represent us, so they look like fools." You know, I don't want to be like that. I want to have the full support of what I'm doing. You know,
so what? You got the online website where people can put their signature.
I'm gonna get that. I can't do that until certain things in place. I got after we do. I'm gonna gather the information and stuff like that now. But after we do this tour to Liberia next year, it's gonna be in Liberia, and I'm gonna launch it. You know. And also, I'm gonna get together with. I'm connected with a lot of important people in Liberia, but I never told them about the Afghanistan project. You know. Once I get this, I'll see what the feedback I get in Liberia, like politicians and stuff like that. Say, look, this is a serious movement, right? And once I basically say, look, my social network site grows and whatnot, and by then I should have a Patreon and blogging and stuff like that. And once the people start saying this movement starts going viral, let's say this platform really grows and stuff like that, and then I need several other people doing this themselves, right? Right now, I'm the only one doing this, you know. What does Phil Scott talk about? You know, you got a couple of welfare mothers up there talking the same old nonsense and everything. What's Tariq doing? Nothing. You know, talking about immigrants and Jason Black. Who the fuck knows who he's talking about, right? So basically, you look online, everyone doing is sitting around talking about Trump or the Democrats and Kamala. Same old nonsense. There's nobody focused on a movement like this but me, you know? And I wish to God that I had like 20 or 30 vloggers that were into this idea of an Afghanistan, you know? They don't see the important. I see the important. Now, except for me and David Hitt. That's the only 2 people that have ever been online that talked about this, you know? But in order for it to work, you need to literally have millions of people viewing this stuff like that and commenting, even engaging. I don't care I don't care if even opposed to the idea. I just want people to talk. I just want the discussion to happen. If the discussion is happening, then then we're on our way. But right now we can't do nothing if no one's if everybody still thinks that it's more important to make some to set the Super Bowl halftime than actually talk about nation building. I don't know what to do. It's like black people are so distracted by nonsense and whatnot. I just don't. Sometimes I feel like giving up, man. Like that's okay. That's what you want. You really stuck it to the white man at a halftime show. So I guess
Yeah, they're more impressed with the symbolism than actual.
Yeah, if that's what black people want, symbolic shit. I'm not all for symbolism, man. So bottom line is miss me with all that shit. I've been there, done that. I was so impressed. Oh yeah, somebody made a speech when I was all fired up. And I realized when I started doing this back in 2006, I realized, very quick that nobody really built anything for me to build upon. So I basically had to start from scratch. I said, okay, back in 2006, I said, something, I'm gonna explore the idea of a nation, of a nation. I read Garvey and stuff like that. I was really impressed by the idea of a nation state. And even back then, back in the 90s, I came up with the term Afrikstan. What if we had a nation of our own on the African continent, And then because I heard an African guy told me that one time. He said, what you guys need to do is come back to Africa and build your own nation. So I started thinking about that. I dreamt about it. I thought about it and whatnot. And I basically, I never forget, my first idea of an Afrikstan was, what it was at first? It was, I had thought about Namibia. That we could take over the southern part of Namibia. And I was like, that was my original target, or the Skeleton Coast, because Kim Fields had a movie in the 90s called The Skeleton Coast. That was a really good movie called The Skeleton Coast, and I thought it was just so beautiful, You remember Kim Fields from Facts of Life?
Yeah, yep.
There's a movie in the early 90s called The Skeleton Coast or whatnot, She played an African girl and whatnot. So I was like, oh man, Namibia is a shit, man. That's where we gotta build a nation or whatnot, So I used to have all the fantasies of us building a futuristic nation in the desert right there and like that. But over the time period, I started looking at other countries saying, yeah, we need to he said you want to invade.
I thought Dr. Aracana was gonna build Wakanda, man.
No, hold on. You know what she got that idea from? From us,
Because but she actually has the platform for millions of people.
But she don't have the means. I think she's a grifter, man. I'll be honest with you. I think she's a grifter. You know how she got the idea. Well, let me give you guys some history lesson. Let me give you guys some history lesson. I'm gonna show you how it all started. I'm gonna show you how it all started. Let me see. We sign into the BAO website. I'm gonna show you.
She got the idea from that movie, man. Black Panther.
No. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna show you how it started. I'm gonna give you a rundown of how it all started. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna run down how it all started. How she came up with the idea and everything like that. Okay. All right.
But you know what she's doing now? She's trying to get people to go to Burkina Faso.
Yeah, she's all over the place, man. Yeah, I had a guy, one of my BAO members. I think he was on a mission with her, but he hasn't called me. I think it flopped, so he's trying to avoid me now because I told him, "Kyle, you don't know what you're talking about. You're against everybody." I went, okay, right ahead. With Tanzania, he's back in Chicago right now. What the hell happened? He's oh yeah, he went to Tanzania, and I know what the fuck he's doing when now he's back in Chicago. It is what it is. If Dion's out there, man, you remember Mike Akins, Dion, Chicago. That's your boy from Chicago, So anyway, check us out. All right, so you guys are seeing the website. Let me show you something bad too. Okay, let's see. A good article. Black towns are building blocks of black nations. Okay, there's Bamani. Article on Bamani. Let me show you. It's coming up. Give me a second. All right. That is Mr. Robert Rosenthal, right? Our partner, Mr. Rosenthal. He went to met with Mugabe. That's because when Dos Santos was taken out, And then in Zimbabwe, see, Mr. Rosenthal's with who? Dr. Arikana, right? He went to Zimbabwe and asked Mugabe. He goes, "You got this guy in America who's talking about building an African American nation state, territory, a town, a city state in Africa, right?" And Dr. Arikana was in the meeting with this Korean lady right here, who was a Rosenthal group partner. They said, "That's a good idea. We got the territory." I said, then she started calling. It was right around the time. This is 2018. She started calling Wakanda. And I told Rosenthal, I said, she got to stop calling Wakanda. It's called Afghanistan, right? And she just started calling Wakanda City, you know? I was like, oh, shit. So anyway, she said the land would be on the border of Zambia and Zimbabwe, you know?
Hold on, did she mean that in a disrespectful way?
Well, no, she was like,
Nah, she was
She was
saying that
serious
she got
about
it
it.
from. Yeah, she was saying that she got it from that movie, like you know
yeah,
the
no,
movie
she did,
Black
yeah,
Panther.
but she got but the idea of African Americans building came right there, this meeting right here, where Rosenthal told her,
Okay.
said, yeah, we were trying to build it in Angola, right? That's what I said Rosenthal to Angola. And Angola, what happened was they had a change in government, and he went to Zimbabwe, you know, because he could have got caught up in a dragnet or something like that.
So what happened to the project? It never. What happened to the project?
Well, she basically had this thing where she was like, "Oh, see." Also, I asked Rosenthal. I said, "Now she's talking about building an African." I said, well, "Who's going to run it?" The whole lot of Africa says we're going to run it, right? She said. Then he said, she was like, "No, no, no, you guys can't run it. You know, we just come there." I was like, "No deal." You know, so it fell apart. You know, I said, "Nah, you know, we don't want nothing. You run. You know, Chinese build it and y'all run it. When we no, get the fuck out of here." You know.
Why would they run our country?
I have no idea. She didn't. I guess she didn't get what we was talking about. You know, she just thought they were
Yeah,
building a
man,
city.
Jonathan, it was a big deal, man. She was all over the place talking about Wakanda shit.
Yeah, and this right here was in 2017 when we opened the Natural Resource Bank of Angola. That's Queen Mother Celeste, and there's where Rosenthal is somewhere around there. Rosenthal's somewhere in the picture. I don't know where he's at. I think that's him. Yeah, it's Rosenthal right here. You know, that's a natural resource bank, you know, and this is a prototype bank we're going to do all over Africa. We're going to even have the Afghanistan is going to have a natural resource district bank, you know, where we monetize natural resources, you know, monetize natural resources. So the bottom line, we got all this shit planned out, you know. Agenda for Africa. Celeste, she told me this article right here. She said the black activists have come across a full circle. For the past 6 years, myself and peers have been working to make the idea of an Afghanistan, the diaspora homeland, a reality. Each passing day, the reality is coming to pass. A few years. This was written in 2020. You know, it's 5 years ago. A few years ago, friend Mr. Rosenthal went to Angola on a fact-finding mission to acquire about gold bullion investment opportunities there. Along with my connections, he met the Honorable Celeste Brito, head of the Natural Resource Bank, both similar visions of monetizing gold and other minerals for infrastructure development. While he was there, he mentioned the idea of an Afghanistan to Angolans, Zambians, and Zimbabweans. Former UAU director Dr. Arikana liked the idea, began calling it Wakanda. You know,
Ah,
Zambia, and the borders of Angola. So like I said, brother, I'm not just somebody that just came out of nowhere, bro. I've been in this movement deep a long time with powerful people. You know, sooner or later, all these people are gonna come together, and we're gonna put this shit together. You know, Angola's also
so
like, especially Celeste Brito. With that being said, the idea of making this a reality requires highly skilled African Americans and diasporas to come back home to Africa. The mission of this organization, and there's no I in team, the mission requires teamwork. Everybody participating in this mission, responsibility to Celeste, Mr. Rosenthal, Angola, and the BAIO. This mission is simply building infrastructure, social, cultural, economic, political bonds between Africa and those who are trying to return. Over the years, I have been building the kind of friendships in Angola and showcasing the vast talent of Black America as to offer a developing country. Africa is currently facing $500 billion in external debt. IMF, China, the BRIC nations. This is substantial, unsustainable. We speak hunger. Hunger, famine, ravaged in Zimbabwe. As white farmers, we bleed. They bleed and we're left dry within their 350 reparations. Also, Dr. Arcana was behind the reparations movement for white farmers. You know that?
Nah, I didn't know that.
Yeah, she was behind the reparations movement for white farmers. She said they should be compensated for the infrastructure they built on those farms. Even though the blacks preserved the land, they had to pay the whites back for the equipment and the farming and infrastructure they put on the land. That was a deal.
Yeah,
So,
that's not good.
so this was a new Genesis thing, which she still have it now. See the BAO emblem in there, and these are all our partner organizations around the world. So it is a matter of time before I make it. Like I said, my first goal right now, this is 2020, right? And then I went to Liberia. I said, I'm going to make Liberia the base. I'm opening up an office. I'm hoping to do it this year. A base in Liberia, right, where I can engage Angola, from Liberia, So doesn't matter of time before we all put this together. Man, it's going to happen, because Angolans like, what the hell are y'all waiting for, man? We got plenty of territory for y'all to build. That's what they always say. They say, you got plenty of territory. Y'all need to come back here and build, because they know they have confidence in Black America. They do. They got confidence in Black America to make it make it right.
So Mugabe was supposed to be all you said running everything.
No. What happened was when Dos Santos came in, right? He arrested Celeste, right? And he basically just dragged it because they were close to the Dos Santos and whatnot, the Natural Resource Bank and whatnot. Celeste spent a year in jail, right? And all that time she was in jail, her handler was calling me, said, Kala, man, don't forget about Angola. Celeste's going to be out soon, right? Then on Christmas Day, 2019, she called me and said, Kala, what's going on? She goes, the whole time I'm in jail dreaming about you. I say, yeah, I said, wait, she goes, so basically she goes, we're going to do this. I say, yeah, I forgot about Angola, that was Christmas Day, 2019, and so therefore what happened was 2020, I had a group of people that was supposed to go to Angola to start doing reconnaissance missions and stuff like that. But these guys, because of COVID-19, right, some of the flights were delayed, and this freaking one idiot that we had talking about, I don't want to fly into Europe right now. I want to fly directly. I said, we can't do that, right? So what happened was the leg, the one airline leg from Kenya to Angola was canceled, right? So they came like, we got canceled. I said, look, Celeste was going to give them a house to stay in, right? All the transportation, food, everything like that, right? They just had to show up. She said, "We just can't pay for the plane ticket," So they were supposed to go there, right? One guy, Mike Akins, was going to do fiber. He lays fiber optics in the city of Chicago, and Mike Roebuck, this guy, basically is a computer genius. He made his own websites, everything like that. He was going to revamp Angola's whole website system, portals and everything to make everything, records and everything more efficient, So those two guys supposed to go over there. Once that was successful, then I was going to be able to make the case for the African. We could bring millions of people over to do even more, because they want outside. Also, the biggest thing they want is people who could teach English. That's another thing Angolans want. They want people that could teach English, So if you could teach English, man, Angolans will hire you, pay you good money too, So, it is what it is. So that's my story, That's my story, That's my story, and I'm sticking to it,
Yeah, man, I thought that shit was going to happen.
Were you around back then when I was doing this?
Yeah, but I didn't know you was like behind all that shit.
Oh, I was like, yeah, I was the one leading all this,
Yeah.
I was the one leading all this, bro. I did a lot of work, man. That's what someone else to step up and start doing some stuff, man. I can't do this all by myself, I appreciate Dollar Bill with the AI stuff he's doing, But this is a lot of work, man. A lot of work, man. A lot of work what I do. I get to when I build an office in Liberia, when I make the BAO chapter in Liberia, like the main chapter for the continent, So there's no diplomatic relationship between Liberia and Angola, So we want to basically establish those relationships, and start using Liberia as a launching place into the region, So that's a whole thing, We could do that, and the Africans in just a matter of time before it happens. So yeah, I've been working on this thing for years, man. That's why I say when people like, and what's his name, and Dama comes up here with his scary ass talking this shit, man. I think everybody look, we're not doing nothing illegal, We're not doing nothing illegal. So we can
They
do this.
worried about making enemies with the United States as if we ain't already enemies with the United States.
Yeah, the United States. Look, the bottom line is America. Just the fact that they have black people so scary ass that we like this. America has declared war on us 400 years ago, man. What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, for real.
So America is basically, so America is in no position to be arguing with us about anything. If we say we want an Afghanistan, that's probably the most powerful thing you could do. Say it's just very simple. No, we're not yelling and screaming, without doing a bunch of theatrics and grandstanding. It's just time for us to move on. When you make that case and it's serious, you got people articulating that intelligently. They can't do nothing. The only thing is Adama, he gets all excited. See how calm I was, Because these people who are because Adama is somebody that's in opposition to this, He comes around and tries to act like he's just asking questions, but he's in opposition to this, So what they do is come around, oh, but what about this? What about all these whataboutisms, What about this? What about that, man? Niggas shut up with that,
Yeah,
so
they're the type of people that'll stop working on something just because something came up, rather than try to find a way to work around it.
we're gonna work around this. Bottom line, and this doesn't take a whole lot of, and it only has us being focused, right? With the age of technology, man, a lot of like 80% of what we're doing could be done through computers and online. You know that? Even like with the AI technology, man, you freaking could design a city on its own. You know what I'm saying? They got technology. Let me tell you something. They're building smart city. I see this one smart city they built in less than 2 years. Like, holy shit, man. You're like, goddamn. So that's the way the world's moving at. China, they put up buildings, whole buildings, 15 stories in less than like 5 hours. Whole buildings.
Yeah, man.
That's the world we're living in right now,
Yeah, the technology is there.
Technology is there. I'll show you that one video of the Columba, that city they built in Angola. That was built in 3 years. And I told Celeste, I said, what we want is territory to build something like that Kalunda. She's like, yeah, that's a possibility. And with Black America, coming over and whatnot, that's what I said, coming over, they won't have to, it won't be a ghost town, be filled up in a minute, But we definitely need people that basically want to come. That's going to be the hit. So people come. And I want to tell somebody give them their citizenship, because you probably have to come back to the United States to work or go to school, whatever like that. Why would you fucking want to give up your citizenship? That's the advantage you have, And so you don't give up your citizenship until you're freaking ready, It might be 10 years before you be able to become a citizen of the African state, But there's no rush, You might just be a legal resident for 10 years, See how you like it, see if it's for you, So with that being said, that means we'll attract more people, But if you say, oh, before you come to Afghanistan, before it even is built, you got to give him citizenship. He knows if I took that position, nobody will come. Everybody say, fuck it, I ain't doing that,
I wouldn't even come.
That's what I'm saying. So with people like Ndama, all he's trying to advertise and troll. He's another Elvis, He ain't trying like this. That's why I had to cut him off right there. No. Stop saying that shit because it's bullshit. I don't want nobody listening to this thinking that that's cool. That I'm telling you, you gotta give up your citizenship for Africa. And then people will write me off. People turn against me, People turn against. People start hating me, They said it was a good idea, Colin, but you just pissed us off, man, because logically that's not possible, You never insult people's intelligence, You never piss on people's sense of logic and reason, So, like I said, reasonably is, yeah, we could build an Afghanistan. Same way Jews built Israel. Did they all go there one time? No. They went over there
You
and
think
waited.
give up their citizenship, Tyler? No.
No, they ain't go with this damn citizenship. Most Jews got Israeli passports.
Most Jews don't even live in Israel.
Yeah, they don't even live there. But they support it though. Most Jews support it though. So they got a state that they all support. So like I said, we could do the same thing. We could do the same thing. Liberia actually was supposed to be our territory, but we was stupid enough to friggin' integrate the natives with our fucking what we did. You know what I'm saying? That was the dumbest
Yeah,
thing.
that was bad. We should have tried to pull some Ian Smith shit. It was like, listen, you can register to vote, but you have to make a certain amount of money. You got to have a certain amount of educational attainment.
Oh yeah, we should. We did was we should have reported the old Jim Crow poll tax and literacy test.
Yeah, well, the problem
So,
was these
with
scary
friggin'
ass
oh,
niggas like Damo.
yeah,
They
just
want
scary. And I told him, I said, well, why don't you go to Liberia, Kyle? Because you can't look these people that control the country right now. Like I said, a lot of Liberians are so angry that you got these freaking jungle bunnies freaking controlling their country one night. They're like, man, these guys are fucking idiots, man. They remember when Liberia was on top, and now they're all living in Ghana, the US, or whatnot. They're like, these people took over our country. I so see if they knew how to run it, but the life we once had in Liberia is gone forever. That's what they say, and they're pissed, man. They are pissed, man. I said, man, I'm doing this for you guys because I know so many Liberians have lost so much, man. They're like, man, we lost everything to these fucking people, We had houses, property, and everything like that. We worked hard for, and it was just taken from us, just like that, And they never, and so when people talk about the U.S., the United States, and the world turned its back on the so-called American Liberians. Think about that. The United States basically said these are people you can go ahead and just kill. You could take their property away. Now the United States is telling black South Africans you can't appropriate white land in South Africa. What happened to the African American land in Liberia? Did anybody ever fight for that? Anybody speak up for that? No. But the white man, he has power. We're in America, we're powerless because we don't have. Look, this is unacceptable. Really unacceptable. See, when we build the African, don't you think we're going to fight for the American Liberians what they lost? Because those are people, Of course we are.
People always saying we powerless as shit. We're not powerless. It's just too many scary ass motherfuckers. That's all.
How we get power is we have to have our own nation state. That's how we got to do it. We got to want our own nation state and get our own nation state. Then basically we can start engaging the world from a position of power and strength. Like principally say, "Oh man, you guys don't need a government in Africa, man." Yes, we do.
Niggas like LeBron James run around talking about they scared. It just
Oh yeah, remember that? I so scared, man. Nigga almost 7 feet tall to my. I so scared and whatnot. Everybody, okay, LeBron. We're not gonna beat you up and whatnot. I'm so scared of racism. Oh man, it's like these scared, like freaking what's his name? Ricky Smiley. Remember he crying?
oh yeah, he was
crying over Kamala. I'm so giddy, man. Black women did so much. Man, where they get these weak, effeminate, scary ass niggas from, man? And why they act like they're speaking for us?
I don't know, man.
What the hell, man? I was like, nah, man, you don't speak for me. I don't like anything that's weak and scary, like Roland Martin. Roland Martin, he interviewed that Richard Spencer, man. That was so funny, right? Richard Spencer said, "I'm a white man. What are you?" Roland, but I'm a Christian. I believe in the will of Jesus Christ. Roland got scared, man.
Man, Kyla, did you know that the GDP per capita adjusted to inflation in Liberia, they was making $1,300 a year when the Miracles was running the country.
Yeah,
That's higher than Rhodesia.
Yeah, Liberia had the fastest growing economy in the world. I played that Wealth of Liberia.
That's crazy.
They had the fastest growing economy in the world, second fastest growing economy in the world.
All those countries, man, that got independence and shit was doing so good, like Ghana, Nigeria, Liberia. They all was on par, man. I don't know what happened.
Democracy happened. That's why.
Oh.
People, that's why Jerry Rawlings, he wasn't playing. Democracy almost destroyed Ghana. He took over the country. Do military. overthrew a so-called
Hey
Democratic.
man, Jerry Rawlins that's one of my favorite stories, man.
He said, you say people say, "What's the Democratic?" He said, "When the country's so corrupt and when they can't function, we have every right to overthrow the freaking government." He overthrew a
That
Democratic.
was one of the that was one of the illest stories I ever fucking heard of. What happened, man?
Yeah, he said, "Man, then he executed some of these government officials because they were stealing the country and selling the
Yeah,
country out." Now. I mean,
yeah,
he wasn't really educated, man, but he knew what was right and what was wrong.
yeah.
He was a military guy. He wasn't really educated, but
He was up for execution, man. Him and his comrades took over the fucking country, man.
yeah, he said, man, had enough, man. He had enough people using democracy to fucking rob the country blind. Democracy doesn't work in fucking Africa. It doesn't. Democracy only works when you got a middle class, you got an educated middle class, you got people who got their basic needs and well to do. Then you can have a so-called democracy. No, here comes Principe.
Oh shit! Here comes Princip.
Here goes Princess.
The princess.
Princess is coming up. Oh Lord.
Damn, in 2010, Nigeria was number 17 on the economy. What the
Yeah.
fuck happened?
When
Damn!
hey man, hey, when Nigeria got independence, the naira was almost the same as the dollar, and even at one point it was a little bit higher.
Yeah,
Bro. Between
the
2000 and
rand
2010, Nigeria was the 17th largest economy. What the fuck did
Yeah.
they do?
That's what I was asking. So that's what I said. I was like, what the fuck happened? Even Ghana was on the same par with Nigeria, and
How you
even
go from
well,
number 17 to 47?
man,
Prince, get up here and explain this bullshit.
yeah, explain this shit to us, bro. Explain it.
Mr. Nigeria should lead us. Explain this to us.
He said the Cali nigga up there, yes, what?
He said,
Yes,
yes, a Boston to me. Yeah,
nah.
Fine.
He, I
Yeah,
Got the lean
Bantu
presser. Come explain this
be,
dramatic decline of
huh?
Nigeria, man.
I said, Bantu be taking shots at me, man. Don't even try it, Principe. Bantu be taking shots. He don't kiss something.
Oh, oh yeah, me and Kyla be going at it, bro. You maybe I don't know if you're talking about Jonathan. Jonathan be going at it too. Shit.
Yeah, man. Nobody. I don't look. I don't push no grown man
These
around.
ain't no piss ass niggas up here, bro.
So bottom line, everybody's a man up here. They got their own opinions. The only person I fuck with like that is Elvis because he's a little sissy. He's a little sissy.
Me and Kyle disagree on a lot of shit.
It's all
We
right.
won't always get along. But we ain't talking about nothing we disagree on at the moment. That's just the problem.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Now he
that's
be like,
all.
I'm more intelligent than Elijah Muhammad. Then we gonna go at it. But other than that, we on the same page.
Now, when I say, well,
Yeah.
look, I'll say it like this. Minister Farrakhan he's a wise. That age comes wisdom. And he's a very wise man. Very wise man. I learned a lot. Listen to him. All these people I learned a lot from. But there's some things that you obviously got to admit that I know that they don't know. This thing about infrastructure and stuff like that. Farrakhan can do it. But if he supported like a group like the BAO, and basically just like he did L. Ron Hubbard, imagine he said, instead of L. Ron Hubbard, right? I found this guy named Carl Genesis, and we're gonna switch the Nation of Islam into the BAO, and we're gonna go for this thing.
I mean, Farrakhan showed his hand when Gaddafi was ready to roll.
Well, let me say this. Let me say this, Jonathan. This is what happened, right? This is what happened.
No, that was me. That wasn't Jonathan.
Okay, no, but I'm saying what Jonathan asked a question about Farrakhan, the $1 billion, right?
Oh,
This is what happened, right? I remember this is like it was yesterday, right? I think Gaddafi misspoke, when he said, "I'm willing to put the wealth of my nation behind you." After the May March, $1 billion, right? And then Farrakhan quoted him as saying, "Gaddafi cost $1 billion," and I guess he got back to Gaddafi and said, "No, we never actually said we're going to give you $1 billion, but the wealth of our nation. He said, if you guys come over here, we'll put everything behind you guys, and you guys can build new cities. They had this new aqueduct they were building. Farrakhan saw that they were taking water out of the desert, right, and greening the desert in southern Libya, right? He said he wanted to build Nation of Islam towns and cities that, that was the wealth of that $1 billion. That's what Gaddafi was talking about, right? But Farrakhan still, he put it out there that he was getting $1 billion, so he had to go along with it, right? So he said, how do I get out of this mess, right? So basically, he sent the letter to Bill Clinton saying, hey, are we allowed to get the $1 billion? And if Clinton should say, yeah, go ahead and get it. Clinton said no. Then he said, oh, see, we would have had $1 billion, but Bill Clinton said no. That was a cover. Farrakhan said, man, I got to learn how to speak, because basically, if it would have came out that, imagine Bill Clinton say, yeah, go ahead and take the $1 billion. And $1 billion, because Farrakhan would have been done forever, But he put it out there that Gaddafi said that they said, no. Because a couple of years before that, the Nation of Islam got like $4 million from Gaddafi, that they had to pay back, They got a $4 million loan. They built Mosque Miriam and all that stuff like that from Gaddafi. Khalid Muhammad was the one who negotiated that. And they said Khalid took like $1 million for himself. He wired that's why they was mad at him. They said he wired like $1 million for himself, Khalid was rich. Khalid was a millionaire, Khalid wire transfer some of that money to his own personal account. That's what they said, So there was a lot going on back then, man. I remember these days, man, hanging out with the Nation of Islam back in the 90s, man. There was a lot of stuff going on people don't know, man. I was in the thick of it, man, One thing I like about Nation of Islam dudes, man, like I said, they're real nice guys, man. But you say anything about Elijah Muhammad, Farrakhan, they're ready to kill you, man,
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, you could do everything else. You could shoot, kill other black people, whatever like that. Just don't say nothing about the teacher or his messenger, the Honorable Minister Farrakhan or whatever like that. Don't do that. All right, Princess P, what's on your mind? Princess P,
I see y'all bashing Farrakhan, y'all bashing Nigeria. I don't know what y'all doing tonight, man.
Who are
Crazy,
y'all?
man.
Who's y'all? I'm not
Hold on,
bashing.
And these
Princess.
cat
Who the
these
hell
catty
is
niggas
y'all?
just some bossing, man. Why these
Who
catty
is
niggas just
y'all?
some bossing up here, man? Why
Yes.
y'all just
Who's
some
boss?
bossing up here, man?
Right, hold on, brother. Hold on now. Hold
What
on.
conversation you listen to? Ain't nobody let Yasser Boston up here.
I said it,
Hold
like, bro. I'm
on.
like, come on, man. Like, first off, I forgot the guy name, Enigma, whatever.
Now,
Is that his name?
name is.
Enigma. But yeah, basically I see where he's coming from is because your marketing strategy is all over the place. You have a great idea, but your marketing strategy all over the place. One
He's
minute,
a scary ass. The dude basically tried to talk about when you start off about. I think everybody should renounce the decision. If I would let that go, everybody would say, "Yeah, Colin agrees. You should get rid of it before we have episode."
no, you was right. You was right on that point. You was right on that point. You was right, 100% right on that point. It's very stupid. Yeah, that was a dumb.
Look, the bottom, and also, like I said, when we talk about the Afghanistan, it ain't be like everybody. Something. People actually think they can be qualified to even come. You have to pass certain tests and criteria before we even take you over there. Because I know there's gonna be millions of people trying to get in. We know that. And people say, "Well, no." I say, "Yo, the bottom line, there has never been, except for Liberia, and that was really never really financed. There was never
Hmm.
put any really money behind it. It was just the ACS who tried to get rid of free blacks. There was never really any political will to finance the removal of black people from America. That's why very few people went to Liberia, because you had to have money. It took money to resell
Hmm.
somebody from one continent to another. And the American government never
True.
put any money behind Liberia reselling. That's what they Tauber was talking about. He said, look, the people made to Liberia had to sell everything, their property, and only a few people were able to come to Liberia, But they did get the best of Black America, who actually came there. People could save money for 3 years for the patches over there and purchase some land and start farming and stuff like that, have skills, whatever like that, integrated to Liberian society. That wasn't easy, So
That's true.
So the Afghanistan is going to be the same way. I think people have an easier time with the Afghanistan because black people have more money than we did that back then. But
That's true.
at the same
That's
time,
true.
you do come over when that you got to be able to support yourself. One, you got to support. You got to prove that you can support yourself, and then another thing is basically you only going to get residency. Legal residence status residency. Where you can have paperwork and documents and stuff like that. You'll be documented. And so therefore you got at least 5 years before you qualify to become a citizen. And when you become a citizen, there's no dual citizenship. You got to make a choice whether you want to be here, be over there, or you can say, "Look, I don't want to become a citizen, but I like living here and whatnot." So you get a permanent. You keep renewing your residency card every 5 years. See, these things we thought about. Thought about. So you can basically say, "Hey," and residency works out good because you got people. I mean, I know people from Italy and whatnot that lived here for 30 years and never became a citizen. But they hang out in the bars, pubs, date, and everything. You would never know they weren't citizens. All you
Yeah, that's
really
true.
is legal status. The problem we have in America is these people come here don't have legal status. That means they weren't
It's
vetted
a,
in the country. They just
but
came here.
some of those Europeans don't have legal status neither in South Brooklyn. Their paperwork expires.
Europeans are less likely to have legal status, some strange reason, but a lot of POCs coming from developing countries don't have legal status, Most of the people who know legal
That's true.
status here are coming from developing countries, So, but see, yeah, there's gonna be an orderly immigration process. You can't just bum rush the coast. Say, I'm in Afghanistan, let me go. No, it ain't gonna be like that. That's why you gotta
No,
establish.
but your marketing. That's what I'm saying. Your ideas are good, but your the way you marketing, you 1 minute
Well, I'm
you
not
here, one
marketing.
minute
Look,
you there.
Principe, this is just me running my mouth. This is just a freaking YouTube channel. When we go
Yeah, but
ready to do this,
that's
I
where
know that.
dogma is coming from, though.
We're gonna be doing much more. Look, this is what I shoot my mouth off like that. When it comes to business, like me, if you see how I do business, I have an office. Principally, people come to office.
Yeah.
I would have to basically switch when this happens, right? And it becomes a business and everything like
Yeah.
that. The African actually becomes a business, right? My whole
Yeah.
agile, probably have to get rid of this channel. I have to be on a different level. This is just some
True.
entertainment for right now, So
True. Well,
I'm
you should.
pretty.
I think I left it on the chat, man. You should keep reiterating that. That way, even when if it comes back or whatever, you always
No, I
establish,
would
man.
say
This
no.
is
What I should say is the views of the collegensis don't necessarily reflect the views of the
Oh
BAs.
yeah, the views of Batu don't necessarily. Are
Views
Right,
of
right. That's what I'm
Jonathan
saying.
Miller represent the views of Jonathan Miller. Fuck y'all.
let, let
Let
me
it
make
run.
that disclaimer.
Yeah. So therefore, I should make those disclaimers and say, look, the views of the collegensis don't necessarily report the views of the movement for the Afghanistan. I'm just a vessel. Whatever, that didn't make people okay. Well, then somebody else. I really hope somebody else, basically with a bigger platform than mine, take up this idea or whatnot and say, look, I basically like the idea of the Afghanistan, but I think I could do it different than Kala. And he develops a following, whatnot. And next thing you know, somewhere along the line,
Shit,
we work together. Somebody
you
else
need to
that.
get back with Dr. Aracana. She like to run off her damn
Hey,
mouth.
no. I can't. Look, I'm not dealing with. Look, I only want African Americans. I don't want continental.
but hold on. Early on, I heard you dissing Phil Scott channel, but that could have been a
No,
mechanism
my
for you to
whole thing is
promote
Phil Scott is.
your.
Hold up, Phil Scott is. Me and Ramon was talking about this today. Phil Scott is about money. You know, I don't think he
Well,
half the shit he
I
talks.
don't.
You know.
I don't think he probably would promote Kala's idea because
Yeah, check
Why
us
I
out.
not?
don't.
Why not?
Somebody go check
Why
us out.
not? Why not?
Years
Cause
ago,
he
right?
on that, he on that FBA shit. He not gonna be like leave America
But
Exactly.
and
Check
all
us
that.
out. Years ago.
Kala Sama. Sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh,
I'm
I'm not
sorry.
no FBA. Bro. Don't say that shit.
Kyle's not semi FBA.
Don't say that shit.
FBA, I'm
Don't even
sorry.
try it. Don't even fucking try that shit. Anyway,
He'll have a moment and then he'll go right back to bashing us.
check us out. Check us out. Years ago, Phil Scott and Dr. Mumby was at Dynasty's house. They did a live broadcast, right? Phil was there, and Dr. Mumby was there, and basically, I asked Dynast to ask Dr. Mumby and Phil what you think about an African American nation state. That was back in 2000 and what year was that? 2019, right? 2019, 2020. And Phil just said, "Man, that's the most ridiculous idea. African Americans have their own nation." That's what I said, man.
What?
This is
He
he
said
said,
that?
and by the way, because he was brand new in the so-called Pan. He just went to Ethiopia. Oh yeah, now he's a freaking African. He don't know nothing about the continent, know nothing about anything like that. He said, "Well, we're all Africans, and we need to just like this." I said, "These countries were drawn to border. Do you understand? There's the boundary disputes in Biafra, Amazonia, and these countries that you see right now are artificially made. So why wouldn't there be an African American state?
Yeah.
He doesn't know that. That's why I say it's dangerous when people got large platforms and they don't know what the hell they're talking about. Especially in this movie. That's why I said, something, I have to get on YouTube. I have to get on because at least it's out there. The idea of an Afghanistan is out there. People can't say what they want. Everybody knows when you talk about Kala, this is a guy that talks about an Afghanistan. I'm the only one that talks about this. Did anybody else talk about this? No. They talk about the same thing. Tourism and Africa's my therapy and all this kind of stupid shit, how you gonna talk about Africa's therapy looking at that
He takes shots at Diamonds.
Come on,
Dice ain't boy,
Carla.
man. Dice knows I'm fucking with him, but the bottom line is this, man. He just one of those he just one of those like he's an Afro think tank, a happy Negro, And so basically I'm like this, man. I am all about infrastructure. And the bottom line is this: and we have to basically, we talk about Africa, right? I always had the vision that we're going to build modern Africa, where we can have a modern way of life, whatever like that, right? To stay outside, where we don't have to. I think it's humiliating for Africa, like to go. I'm dual citizenship. Them days are come to an end soon, because we're going to have the rise of nationalism, right? Nationalism, we're going to be required. You're going to have to make a choice. What fucking country are you a part of? Where's your allegiances drawn? All it's going to take is remember that guy that shot that ran down those people in New Orleans? Remember that? That's somebody, I think, an immigrant that was radicalized and whatnot. We let people are starting to rethink this shit about letting anybody in this country.
Oh yeah, the one in the car. Yeah.
He ran away. So people starting to freaking what is your values? A country should have a common set of values. And so what I said a couple of days ago on the show, I said, can we be Pan-African to keep our values? My point I'm trying to make was, we as African Americans got a certain values. I was trying to tell Principe, we don't like child marriage, right? Don't talk about R. Kelly. That's not part of our values, we don't believe in that a child should be out there working at 4 years old, picking up fucking dangerous minerals and whatnot and putting it in a bag. They should be in school. We believe a 16-year-old girl should have a sweet 16, not be off somebody's concubine and being married. These are our values, bro. And we
No,
talk
but Kyla, you know one of the issues in the inner city with the young kids is after school,
what?
they run around, they fight in malls, they do all types of shit. Imagine if they were
Right.
working
Hold on. Yeah, but I know, but
you see what I'm saying? If you
that's
put
not
them to work. You said
But
what?
that's not all. That's not all kids, though. That's a certain amount of kids.
It's not all kids, but I'm saying, imagine you put them to work. Imagine if you just put them to work and learn a skill, learn a trade. You know what I mean?
No. Hold up. A kid deserves a childhood.
Oh, this guy.
I had my first job at 14. Right? Goddamn, I was not working at the age of 4. My age of 4 was carefree. You owe that.
I'm not saying 4. I'm not saying 4, but I'm saying like teenagers. What's wrong with a teenager working?
Let me tell you something, right? Pistol P, right? When I was 14, I had my first job, right? When I was 16, 15, 16, I had a job. I got my first job. I worked at McDonald's, right? But I had white friends of mine, right? You know what? While I was working at a job, right, trying to save for a car at 16, and it took me till I was 18 to get a car, right? I had white friends of mine that got brand new Corvettes for their 16th birthday, but I knew that wasn't my thing. I chose to work and whatnot, But I'm saying, what I'm trying to say is this: when I was 16, only because I didn't have to pay bills. All I will say, I took my money, I was buying clothes, I saved when I was 18. I bought my first car myself, you know. But my friends, my white friends, they got cars for their 16th birthday, you know. So my point I'm trying to make is we kids could work, right? In their leases. That's why we have a
Mm-hmm.
lease program. New York State, we had this thing called CETA. That was CETA, but I didn't qualify for CETA because my parents made too much, you know. Low income kids got jobs, summer jobs and whatnot. Everybody wanted a summer job. Nobody's saying anything like that. A teenager having a summer job, that's an American tradition, you know. People work at the campgrounds, they work at the after school programs and whatnot. You know, that's like this. But what I'm saying is this, principally, an 8-year-old kid should not be out there. What I saw in Liberia, saying for school fees. I believe we owe it to a society to give kids a free public education. You know, free basic health care. You know, these are core values. You know, the basics. I think
Hey,
everything
what?
have
Hey,
running
what you
water.
think
You
about
know,
what you think about your boy Trump? Man, he gutting a lot of government shit.
no, he's not. No, he's not. You know, yeah, that's propaganda. Be careful who's saying this stuff. That's a lot of propaganda that's going on with that. I work in this field. Nothing's been cut. You know, Medicare has been cut. Medicaid hasn't been cut. What's being cut is a lot of red tape and bureaucracy. You know, people down in Washington got jobs that we don't need. I'm glad he's cutting CMS because they've been taking money in my pocket for years. You know, so a lot of housing and health and human services bureaucracy is going to be cut. So that all these frivolous things they used to put on us and whatnot, they have way too much time on their hands, you know, to fuck with us. Anyway, we got a notice the other day for one of my plans over at Molina. They said starting in March, no longer will applications have a gender identity thing. You know, I was like, wow. They said for now on, it's only be male and female on applications that you write. They can't have a third party gender like non-binary, pronoun, whatever the fuck that is. I was getting fucked up with that shit because people could identify as a woman, whatever like that. Now on all federal applications for Medicare and plans, you can only put male or female. You know, so I like a lot of stuff.
Yeah, yeah, it's on executive order for that. Just
Yeah. But how fast it got to down to me. You know, I was like, God damn, man. I was like, damn, he just got in office, and I got an email saying now you don't have to do that anymore. I was like, damn, so new applications coming out. They won't have that. You see the questions like, what do you identify? I mean, they do ask you about race. Do you identify as a male, female, other? You know, I'm like, damn, you know. So that's no more. You know, that's no more. You know, so that's
yeah, that's good. That's a good thing for
yeah, that's a
sure.
good
But
thing. That was my
he
main
cut
thing
he
because
cutting a
I'm like
lot of
this.
people's
I had
jobs. A lot of
I was
people.
fearful. Check out Section 1557 of the Affordable Care Act came online in 2020. Right, it was like 10 years. It came online in 2020. That was a section that says that basically like the Title IX or whatever like that. That basically said that people could basically identify what race they want to identify, not by just by work, and we have to honor that. So, in other words, basically, somebody could walk into my office and be a man, and say I self-identify as a 21-year-old woman. I could do nothing to fuck about it. And they
Yeah,
hid
that's
that in the Affordable Care Act. You know, that was one of the things they hid in the Affordable Care Act. You know, then they popped it on us in 2020. You know, I was like, damn. It said new for 2020. 2020. And I was like, get the fuck out of here. Section 1557 in our AHIP certifications. I was like, damn. And they said you have to attest that you're going to abide by that too. And I was like, damn, man, it's bullshit. You know.
great bullshit.
So a lot of that stuff that's gone now, I'm glad. So if he could get rid of that shit and a couple of things, the illegal aliens problem, right? There was really a problem, right? He can get rid of illegal aliens and the crime that's in Black America right now. I think I was like, okay, I'll give him thumbs up. Anything else like this South Africa thing, I'm dead set against what he's doing in South Africa. Probably doing in South Africa. I think he's misinformed and stupid about South Africa and Africa in general. You know. So I basically I tell people all the time. I said, look, thank you, Frenchie. You know, I
I
tell
think
people,
that shit got a lot to do with Elon Musk too.
yeah, Elon Musk is a fucking idiot. Elon Musk, I think, is the same age as Millennial. How old is Elon Musk? Like in his 40s?
Nah, I don't know.
Okay, well, anyway, him and Malena never liked each other, you know? Him and Julius Malema are going at it online on Twitter.
Yeah. Yeah.
Elon Musk and all these people need to understand something, right? You know, and white people still have the power in South Africa, you know? But I don't know what they want. And what they want, they talk, you can't talk about democracy, right? And you simply don't have the numbers, right? But white people feel that, you know, they got to be an exception for them because they're white. That's white supremacy works. Even though logically, okay, you can't win elections because you don't have the numbers, they still feel like they're entitled to power. So what they're trying to do, they do their best to undermine the black country. How do you have 4 million people in the country undermining the state with their own that have allegiance? Now the Afrikaners came out, they're lying with Trump. Me personally, if I was Cyril Ramaphosa, I would crack down. You know, I saw arresting Afrikaners who believe like that, you know, and putting them in jail or give them a chance to friggin' deport themselves or whatever. You know, make them take their refugee status if they really feel like that. But they don't feel like that. So the bottom line is, America has been hoodwinked by these people. You know, there was a thing that came out a couple of years ago where this Afrikaners were online, talk on Twitter, on TikTok, talking about how they were being discriminated against, whatnot. And this white guy was basically like, a white American guy was like, man, that's fucked up, whatnot. So he invited them to his farm in America. He said, man, these people were so dirty. They kept smoking all day, throwing cigarette butts. They wouldn't do no work, no nothing like that. He said, these people, you kept sucking money out of us, whatnot. He said, finally, he told them, y'all got to go. You know, he said, wouldn't work when he said, man, I learned my lesson, man. You know, I mind my business now. Because he said, he paid for their plane ride up here and everything. He said, yeah, you're being persecuted. These people convinced him that they were being persecuted. And these people just sat around and did nothing.
Yeah, they was lying.
They're
Shit.
lying. So the Afrikaners are bullshitters, you know? They're the
But,
biggest bullshitters on the planet, you know?
Carla, that plays into the points of alliances. While South Africa was doing this,
Yo, you got to talk about
government.
your Principe, man. Were you on your pillow? Man, come on. I can't hear you.
You can hear me?
No.
Oh, so let me drop back and let me come back up. I'm gonna drop down and come back up.
God damn, man. All I ask is just get a regular phone, not this Boost Mobile shit, man. You know? Yeah. I want Dion to call in. Dion, man, brother, call in, brother. This is my brother from Chicago, BAO brother. He went on a tour with us, man. That one night, man, I was drunk in the car, man. I slept in the back. Dion tell you, I slept in the. Dion was in the front seat, right? My driver had to go fix a tire one night, looking for a tire, and all these people walking by. I never felt safe in my life. That's Dion. I slept like a baby in the back of the truck, back of the SUV. You know, Dion was in the front seat. And this chick was trying to hit on him and whatnot. Talking about, yeah, this, that, and the other thing. I was in the back seat, but Monty's walking around, whatnot, you know, going from club to club. One night, I just had enough. I was tired, man. I was exhausted. I was in the back seat just sleeping, man. I woke up like 3 hours later, man. I was like, I've heard the car moving. I said, oh, good, we got a tire. So we're back to the hotel and whatnot, you know. Yeah, my wife said, what the fuck, where you hell have you at? I said, man, I was sleeping in the back of the car, you know. We had a flat tire. We had a ball. That tour was fucking the shit. Hopefully Dion's coming with us again this year. He said, told me today he's just gonna come. He's gonna come again. We're gonna have another rocking good time, man. We know how to have fun when we go out, man. We had a fucking ball in Liberia. Tell you right now, folks, this is a tour you do not want to miss, man. When you got me, Bomani, all of us and whatnot, we're gonna have a fucking blast. It's gonna be tour of a lifetime, man. You know, Liberia is like the best tour. I heard South African tour is good, but mine just got back from South Africa. He said South Africa, but still don't compare to Liberia. You know, Liberia is like the funnest country in Africa to go to. You know, don't let these people like Elvis lead you astray. Liberia is a fun ass country, man. You know, where's Principe? You know, where's Principe? So it is what it is. But yeah, like I said, I like a lot of stuff. What I see right now, what they're trying to do, Bantu, is trying to get black people all riled up and whatnot. You know, so they can never come with a policy or something how we could benefit. They just play on black people's emotions. Oh, it's racist, but I'll be honest with you. You know that thing in South Africa is not a good look. That even pissed me off. You know.
Uh-huh.
But I really don't think Trump's doing that because, like, I really do think he really does believe that these people were persecuted. These people that Afroform, they were all over with Tucker Carlson, and they painted this picture that they're being persecuted because they're white. It's bullshit.
Oh,
All
man,
black
come
people are
on.
killed in South Africa. White
Bullshit.
people are, you
Yeah,
know.
they're persecuted by own majority, majority of the economy.
Oh, come on, that's a bullshit story, man. Please.
They're not being persecuted. Yo, they're being revered in South Africa. Look, the bottom line, the only place they can have the lifestyle they have in South Africa, right? Because white people are nothing without black labor in South Africa. They could not do what they do in Australia. They tried it, failed. They can't go back to the Netherlands, you know. They can't go back to. They know they ain't gonna come to the United States, you know. And so, the bottom line is the only place they know they can have the good, easy life is on the African continent, you know. So they're not going no place, you know.
Yeah, they're not the
Yeah,
type of people to
man.
relocate and build themselves up by their bootstraps. They're just a bunch
Oh,
of
yeah,
lazy
that's not
motherfuckers.
gonna happen. They got to build themselves up on black people's stuff.
How the fuck
They're
you
too
believe a
lazy.
story? How the fuck you believe a story that they being persecuted, man? Get the fuck out.
But people want to be, you know
I
what it
mean,
is?
I mean, the thing is just that they look at it. Trump is a white person. Let's be real now. White people will look out for themselves, and they
Yeah.
also don't tend to
No,
believe that
the
they
whole
did
thing is,
anything
you know what
wrong.
it is? They know that they fucked up so bad with the black race. They think that we should be actually talking about revenge or whatnot. If we were real human beings, we would. But black people are so forgiving and blah blah blah, you know. And so, but what white people know deep down inside is somewhere along the line we're human. And no matter what people, that's why people don't
Yeah,
buy fucking Malcolm X. I mean Martin Luther King and these civil rights people. They don't buy it. The white people tell me like they rather listen to like a Khalid Muhammad, right? Because Khalid will tell you how he really feels, you know. And so, just like what you call, why do you think white people know who Muhammad Ali is, but they don't know who Floyd Patterson was? Remember, Floyd Patterson was the one basically saying, I would call
I
him
mean,
Cassius Clay.
Kyla, truth be told, white people want people to actually want to retaliate against them and hate them.
Well, what they want is what they
It's not
want.
really,
Yeah,
it's not
Well,
really
no,
that's
what it
how.
is
cool to be
they want
loved
to be
on.
clear. White people want to be clear. Real white people want to be clear about what they're dealing with. Muhammad Ali told them how he really felt, you know, and that was he became the first black man in the eyes that was actually really human. Because you know what white people tell me all the time? They said if I was in your position, right? Because they always talk about black people in the military. How you gonna fight for a country after everything we did, this country did to your people? You know, that's what they would say.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah,
they
yeah.
always say that to me, you know. They're like, how the hell you do that? You know, so all these black people that are patriotic and whatnot, they you know, you're not impressing white people with that shit. We know impress white people when they find out about college Genesis and the African thing. They'll say, now that if I was him, that's who I would fight. Malcolm X used to say that. He says, I used to meet white guys. He said he was on a highway on a Belt Parkway, right? I think he was Van Wyck or what Van Wyck Parkway. You're going ready to go to Manhattan, right? To a meeting. And this white guy recognized him in the car, and he said, "Roll down the window." He said, "Mr. X, if I was a Negro man, I'd follow you. You know, I'd follow you." He's a white man said, and also he goes. Malcolm X said, "This is when he was still in Nationalism." I said, "Man, I would love to have a group for whites like you, you know, but Mr. Muhammad will allow." He goes, "That's good. Have a nice day." And one night he said, "Whites like you, I would take in a minute." You know, he said, "If I was a Negro, I would follow you. You know, you're the only one that make any sense or not. You know." Malcolm X, he had a lot of white people that said that. He said, if I was a black man in this country, that's who I would listen. That would be my leader, you know? So bottom line is so that and what gets me is white people are angry right, because they don't trust people like Al Sharpton. He talks civil rights, but they don't like him, you know? They don't like all this stuff like that because they feel like you're virtual signaling them. But when they find out we're just like they are, we're capable of hating, we're capable of being angry,
We're capable of retaliating.
we're capable of
They'll
retaliating.
respect us a whole lot more in comparison
So,
to what they're
so,
doing
so,
now.
so, bottom line, when they know that basically it could go left, you know, and we could do that, but they have look. If you give them an impression, like when that Stanley Crutcher thing happened, right in Oklahoma, we should have burned that state to the ground. To tell you the truth, you know, I'll
Yeah.
say it. We should have burned that fucking place to the ground.
Hey, you seen that? Hey, you seen them brothers chase down them
You know,
Nazis
hold
in
on a second.
Cincinnati?
Oh yeah, we
Yeah,
need more
yeah,
of
I
that.
seen
I heard
that.
about that. I
Yeah,
heard about Ohio.
I'm not happy about what they did though. They should have actually attacked them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure. What
Yeah,
look,
don't
bottom line
limit,
is, I don't
don't
see
limit.
this right. Look, I'll tell you like this: these people that are neo Nazis, man, you gotta start putting the bat and the pipe to their heads. That's the way we gotta do it, man. To let them know that look, I'm like this, man. These guys are running their mouth one out against us and whatnot. They need to know that we're not playing with them. We're not playing. We're not playing. We will, look, man, we will do something to you. You know what I'm saying? We're peaceful people, but you guys keep running your damn mouth against us and whatnot. We can't be out here talking all this nigga shit, nigga that, white power. We're gonna show you white power, all right. And when we start doing that shit, all that shit will disappear overnight. Because then, so now you see black people retaliating, against them. They think was, oh, we
I
go,
ain't gonna lie, Kyle. I seen not to cut you off. I seen one of the what was that, like, local news stations report on it. In the end, they had this one dude from the NAACP,
oh
a local
lord,
chapter,
oh
and this
lord.
dude was starting talking some Democrat bullshit. I was just like, bro, really?
Yeah, that's all they did. That's all they did. They got these people in here. All they do is intercept our movement and whatnot and steer it off to this kumbaya bullshit. They don't want to deal
Damn.
with
And they want to
people
go
like
over there and talk about we just need to pray. No, you need to pick up some sticks and stones and bust them crackers up the
yeah,
head. That's all you need to do.
you don't instead of saying lift every voice and saying lift every fist and start swinging. You know that's what I
No,
said.
Kyle, I find it interesting, right? When when I remember you played the video about Deacons of Defense, the KKK was scared to go after them people
Yeah,
after after
also
they started getting killed too.
hold on, the Deacons of Defense never really got the support of the civil rights community. You know that never officially.
Yeah, I bet.
They got support. They were basically condemned by the civil rights establishment.
Because the civil rights people establishment was on some sucker shit.
Yeah.
And
So I don't know.
then, but if you think about it, even the Black Panthers, the white supremacist groups, they didn't try to fight the Black Panthers, even though the Black Panthers literally had a freaking this is where we be at location. The white supremacists, the Ku Klux Klan, them suckers never went over there. They didn't try to fight them. They didn't try to have
Of
a
course
gun
not.
battles
They
with
would
them.
wait till you
They were
leave
scared.
alone and stuff like that. They're
They
cowards,
go
man.
after innocent people.
That's what I said. But bottom line is, like I said, I am not worried about me trying to build a nation away from these people, whatever like that. If it is what it is, it is what it is. So I ain't worried about what white people think. Don't you understand white? I don't give a flying fuck what they think. So the bottom line is
Okay,
this:
just a second, Kyla. Why is Ross Moise talking saying child marriage is condoned?
I have
What?
no idea.
What's he got going on?
He's a weirdo, man. This guy basically is a weirdo. Ross Moise is a weirdo. He likes
Oh man.
he probably wants to molest little white children. He talks about race mixing all the time, whatnot. So the bottom line is he's like Holy Quran. Any deviant shit, they always gravitate. Oh, the Holy Quran said this or that. Man, if the Holy Quran said that, then it's time to burn the Holy Quran. Man, about that.
He said the Bible and the Holy Quran said
So
it.
the bottom, I don't believe that. The bottom line is you need to burn those
I
books.
ain't read that in the Bible not one time.
People have their own interpretation of everything.
All right, hit the link, Ross Moisture. Explain
About
that
Well,
shit.
you know.
I don't agree with all that. My main point on the child marriage thing was that they were pairing off young kids as well, which Kyla overlooked, which is like, okay, if you're a 16-year-old male with a 15-year-old girl, that's two underage kids getting married, but they're still of the same age group, which is better than people walking around having kids out of wedlock and,
My
dating
whole
until they're
thing is this.
55.
But
Prince,
Prince, that's not the definition of child marriage back then at all. We're talking about kids that ain't even had a puberty. They ain't even hit puberty. That's what child marriage is.
and they're basically
Yeah,
being given off to grown ass men.
yeah. I
No,
don't
but
think
hold on.
no
Even in
man.
the report, you played, they show that I think what 55% of the young men as well were married underage as well. So who are these young men marrying?
They're probably gay white men.
Bro, you just see you running the bullshit propaganda. Even on your point where when you talking about um you talking about Malcolm X, this and the third, and y'all kind of scold Farrakhan, but is Gaddafi really? Do you guys even know who Gaddafi really was and
Yeah, I
how
know.
he trying to
I
market
knew all about.
Islam?
I knew all about. Look, I knew all about Gaddafi. We grew up listening to Gaddafi. I grew up listening to Gaddafi. I have no problem with what Gaddafi was.
Did you know he also marketed Islam to Europe as well?
Well, it doesn't matter what he does. All I know is his outreach to Black
Yeah.
America was on point.
He was
Well, I
also
mean,
pro. He was pro
But but
Arab
but but
before he was a
but he
Pan
also,
Africanist.
The bottom line
but
is, hold on.
Prince,
Gaddafi
he
gave
di- he didn't they
$1 billion
didn't
to
practice the
Syria.
same Islam in Libya that they practice elsewhere. That's why he was ostracized by the Arab community. You know that, right?
No,
Yeah.
it's because they view that, but also they view African northern African people as less Arabic than them because they're not really Arabic. They're just
They're not
mixed
Arab.
people.
They're Berbers.
They're not Arabs.
They they,
Gaddafi was
they
No, no,
you
no.
Gaddafi
can't
They're
say
also
that.
they're
They
mixed
don't
people.
look
They're
at
mixed with
Egypt that
Persians
way.
and etc. They're not really Arabs.
was a Berber.
They
A
don't look
Berber
at
is the
Egypt
original
that way.
Berber. Like if you ever heard Gaddafi speak about the original Berber, he told you that the original
well,
Berbers were black.
what you got against
No, they're
Gaddafi?
not black. They're not black.
For
Yeah, I
Nobody
don't
saying. I'm
know.
saying that if Farrakhan was protecting his people from integrating into a burning house because Gaddafi was all over the place. You see what I'm saying?
Gaddafi? Yeah,
No.
well,
No, he wasn't.
nah,
Yeah.
yeah, I don't. He was trying to make.
The truth is, Farrakhan. They asked Farrakhan, "America's so terrible." And no. I think I got it. So in other words, basically, what it is this. Let me tell you something, Prince, right?
Yeah, I mean, go ahead.
There's some people who say American is what blah, 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 blah. Okay, I get that, right? But those same people. So what's the solution? They don't have none. So, in other words, basically, what black people said, since you don't have a solution, right? This white man is offering me a job, a chance to live in his suburbs, send my kid to a good school, and I can get along. I know they got the issues, but hey, look, we're in peace. He comes over once in a while, has a beer with me. We have a cookout, whatever, like that. Like my kids on the same volleyball team, like that. They said, in other words, black people decided, since you don't have a plan, we're just going to take the white man up on this idea of being American. And I have no problem with Black America doing that. Why? Because the so-called people never gave black people a real alternative. Nation of Islam never did, and all these people never gave black people a real alternative to America. And people are not going to sit in the ghetto. Now, what Farrakhan and them could have did was I come from upstate New York. We had whole independent communities. Upstate New York was famous for the Hasidic communities, the Amish communities. All these people had self-sufficient communities, the communes that they lived in and whatnot. They produced their own stuff and everything like that. The housing, farms, everything like that. We used to go to the freaking Amish people, and they basically had horse rides and whatnot. We used to go on horse rides and whatnot. And they make their own jellies, jams, everything like that. They were completely self-sufficient. Of course they went into the town and everything like that. I heard they even had their own bootlegging, doing bootlegging every time. I heard during the Prohibition, they had their own bootlegging operation and alcohol, but they had their own, same thing with the Hasidic communities, right? They'd be buying rows of houses, all nothing but Hasidic people and that, have their own businesses, shops, mosques, synagogues, whatever like that, in the country, in upstate New York, they even have their own campgrounds. When I used to break dance, we used to perform at some of their campgrounds, and in the country clubs and everything like that. Why didn't Nation of Islam have that for its followers instead of being a street corner shit? You see what I mean? They never gave black people an alternative, to the misery they were talking about, and so that's why black people say, since Nation of Islam.
Well, at one point, Nation of Islam did have some things going on, but I don't know what happened. They
No,
had,
hold on. There was a few people in Nation of Islam that already had money and some business when they joined the Nation of Islam, and they gave a lot of their money to Elijah Muhammad. But the masses of people in the Nation of Islam never really benefited from anything the organization did. They were laborers and did a lot of work and stuff like that and carried that, but they never benefited. There was no Nation of Islam housing program. There was no Nation of Islam farms that people actually lived on. They had farms, but the farms were really unproductive, whatever like that. You should be able to build, if you're organized at that level, you should have farming communities, right? Where people live on it and they get paid. They have a life. But when 80% of Nation of Islam got to work for the white man and live in neighborhoods of white man's chosen for, and they're not
Yeah,
living.
yeah, I hate to say it, and I love the Nation of Islam, but they haven't even done more than my own church.
The black
Yeah.
churches be doing
Well,
real work in that community, bro.
My church
yeah.
owned apartment complexes all throughout
Oh,
the
yeah, same thing here in Norfolk.
restaurants. Come on, man.
Yeah, check this out. Same thing
They
here.
they could have done so much
Black
more.
churches be owning apartment
They
buildings.
had some stores and restaurants,
Yeah,
but
but
I
those
don't.
are
I guess
come on, dude, man. It was like, look,
I guess they
you
Not,
closed
really,
down
I'm
you
talking
really
before.
about
too
ones
bad
that the
that it, I mean, they
when
make
I
a
say
good beef
like
pie. That's
are
about it.
the church owns stuff. They developed it. They actually own it. They
Hey, that
own it. It's
motherfucking
not
bean
like,
pie is good than
somebody
motherfucker,
joined
man.
the church and then that person had an apartment complex and that was it. No, the church actually like bought, renovated, developed.
Yeah,
That's the only thing.
every
That's the
church
only
had
thing
a
I
every church had a building
disappointed in.
fund, a college fund, and they also the church I work with, they got a pantry. Nixonville and they give out food.
They
The
used
food
to have a bean pie restaurant in Compton, but it had closed down. Shit.
Yeah, because they didn't get into the bean pie business really. They should have took the
Yeah,
bean pie and put it in jars where people could make this stuff and then made pies, froze them, and sold them to supermarkets. They should have did that.
that motherfucker is good, man. I would have
Yeah, I
bought
know.
it.
I know
Good.
they
I
had.
mean, we had a bomb. We had a bomb Muslim bakery and restaurant out there in Oakland. Unfortunately, this wasn't like the regular Nation of Islam. These were like the gangsters of Islam. They would go
Oh,
into like different places, different Arab stores, burn their shit down, bust everything up, destroy the Chinese stores, and then after that, they ended up killing a journalist, supposedly
Yeah,
killing a
I
journalist,
remember that. I remember that. Yeah.
Yusuf Bey.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, back in the '90s, I remember that they had the Your grocery store thing. Hey, I remember that.
Yeah, you're a black Muslim bakery, you're a
Yeah,
black
something
Muslim
like that.
grocery
Yeah,
store,
that was
you're a
back in
black
the '90s. I
Muslim.
remember that. I remember that. Yeah, I remember that incident. But look, it is what it is, man. The bottom line is the Nation of Islam. When people are all said and done, black people just add it all up. That thing add up in your mind, compute in your mind. They're like, man, they were like, Negro, please, man. The bottom line is this: black people, look, if you want to attract black people, you got to come with the come on. Any movement that we have will work, but you can't fool black people no more. You can't like this. When black people see that not only we have land, but we have like commitments by different independent countries around the world, like $200 billion worth of commitments, around the world. They will. You think they're gonna turn that? They're gonna say, "Hell yeah, I'm part of Africa," because they know it's a done deal. We have never delivered anything to the people that they can basically say, "I want to buy into." So the African, once they get some support, they will say, "Hey, look, Russia, what's your commitment? China, what's your commitment? Don't come to us after the fact and you think you're going to get contracts and everything from us because not only that we're not going to prevent you in our land, we're going to make sure that you don't do business on the continent altogether." That's the sort of power we need to have in Africa. We got to say, Africa, if you base all the African countries, if you don't fucking support us, whatnot, and you turn your back on us and whatnot, hey, look, that's going to damage our relationship with us forever. The African needs to speak for Black America, and we need to speak for the African. So, like that's what I'm saying. This is going to be a game changer, geopolitical. This is going to give Black America a lot of power in the globe, so a lot of influence and power in the globe. Why would any black man, heterosexual black man, be against this? I have no idea, unless you're a scary ass nigga. I so scared. You want to be LeBron James? I so scared. You know, Principe, are you a scary ass Negro? So I'm like, I can't deal with scary ass Negroes. So
Mr. P want a reconciliation. He want reconciliation.
ain't no reconciliation. The only reconciliation is we get our own land, and then basically when we get our own land, you're more than likely to come over here and visit us, and we have reconciliation summits. But after we get our own land, once we get our own land and we give you visas to visit us, so we can have a reconciliation summit. Hey, that's all beautiful. It'll be a national holiday, Day of recognition, reconciliation. We invite all these African countries over here like that. But we will have a land of our own. That's all. That's all I live for. We will have a land of our own. That's how I've been working on this for years. Every possible scenario why this can't happen, I've been debunked. There's why it can't happen. There's no absolutely no reason why this can't happen. Or none whatsoever. No logical reason. So it's a matter of doing it. I just can't wait. The future, they can't get here fast enough. So I just wish I had like several more people. Hopefully when this grows. I can't. The thing is, I've been looking at these all. I realize that a lot of these people online just nothing but grifters. They ain't thinking about building anything. All they're thinking about is how many views they got and checking how much revenue they scream for every month. That's all it is. How much money my channel's making for me and whatnot. That's why I said I never want to be that type of person, because if I start going by how much money I'm making and stuff like that, or views, everything, I will lose. That's why I waited to get a YouTube channel. I basically say, look, I don't want to get a YouTube channel because I know I'll be distracted with how much money I making and stuff like that. All this nonsense. So I basically can't do that. So now I think now's time. I think this channel could actually start getting monetized, and I don't think it's going to affect anything. It won't, because once it gets monetized, all the money that just channel every time you do a super chat and everything like that, it's going directly to Liberia. What we're doing. Directly. So every time you do a super chat, no, that it's going right directly to our Operation Liberia. We got an office that we need. We need equipment. We need also that. Also, I'm gonna start hosting Afghanistan concerts in Liberia. See if I can invite singers down and whatnot on the stage. Have a stage built in like Caesars Beach and places like that. They can build a sound stage. Have an Afghanistan party. That's going to really promote the idea. So yeah, there's a lot of plans in the works. It's neat. People to join this movement and be a part of it. We're not, because this is not just for me. This is for everybody. And so I really would like to know where's people's ideas. I said mine. This idea of an African. Can anybody tell me any other solution?
Man, you know what my idea is. I'm the radical one.
Well, do you believe we need a nation of our own?
Yeah.
That's the ultimate, That's how I show you how radical you are, because I know people that say they're radical, like, no, like I was arguing with that Sean Qualley, new Black Panther Party. Remember him? Whatever happened to that nigga,
I don't know who that is. What was that?
Sean Qualley, a little short dude, like a little Napoleon nigga. He was Malik Zulu Shabazz right hand man. I used to have
Nah, I don't
battles with him online, man, back in Block Talk Radio days. And he was adamant about Colin, man. We fought so hard for this country. I was like, man, you tell me every day I listen to your show, you tell me about racism, blah, blah, blah. And I'm telling you, the idea is we should be away from these people, leave this country, build a nation on. Nah, we put a lot of work in this country. I'm an American.
Yeah, you always gonna get pushback from people like that.
I say you want to keep fighting this battle forever. I said I want an end game, man. End game of nation of our own. Wouldn't that solve the problem? We both agree there's a problem, right? Yeah, racism, white supremacy, all that. The answer is a nation of our own. Because
Now, Kyla, I think you should adopt. I remember I was watching this Phil Donahue with I think it was Farrakhan. Could have been Kyla, but most definitely I think it was Farrakhan. Which he explained to that, our people, our ancestors spent a lot of time building, developing, and contributing to this country. So there will always be people who want to stay, and rightfully so.
Yeah,
But those that want to leave should have the right to leave. And that's it.
I said that should be. Look, I'm like this. It should be a either or. Like I said, I'm like Thanos. When I'm done, half of Black America will still exist. As a Thanos said, he didn't want to wipe out all humanity, but half of humanity. I could take half of Black America. Look, if you want to stay in America, look, we need that. We're gonna need a strong number of the Black people in America. But if I can get my goal, a dream would be get like 30% of Black America. Yeah, that'd be great. But the rest can stay in America. It doesn't matter. We don't need everybody. All we need is a country of like 7 million people. You know, that's all we freaking need. You know, to be a strong nation. You know, and to be a refuge for anybody who wants to come in or want to visit. I fully expect not only people living there, but I still expect millions of people visiting the country every year. You know, it'll be just like a home away from home, a homeland. You know, like Jews have. Jews always make a pilgrimage to Israel. Muslims go to Mecca, Medina, whatever like that. Where do we go? You know, so yeah, she said, "Well, what about Ghana?" I said, "Ghana's all right, man, but that's not really ours, man." You know, a country should have a nation state should be your story. You know, when you see the Harriet Tubman International Airport, you understand that's unique to us. You know, when you see, let's see, Sojourner's Truth Highway, you know, or whoever it is in African American culture and history, you see them or monuments put to them, and whatnot. Where you see our National Museum, you know, it's going to be about our
Yeah, man. George Washington Carver Boulevard.
well, yeah, all stuff like that. That's what I'm talking about. On our money and currency, you'll see Frederick Douglass on there. You know, you'll see W. Du Bois. You know, be all things familiar about Black. You see Carter Woodson. You know, Carter Woodson Historical Museum. You know, so Carter G. Woodson
Yep.
Historical Museum. So all these things will be familiarized
Red
with
Tails
America.
Avenue.
So that's what I'm saying. I'm just trying to get people your imagination. You know. And what Dollar Bill will work on that because, like I said, you know, the videos he do is good, but he's not. He has to do more of putting the African American signature on everything. You know, can't listen to Baruti and Ubuntu us up all the time. You know what I'm saying? You know, so it has to be. Look, when we have streets and stuff like that, they got to be such a boulevard. You know, Malcolm X Boulevard. You know, and you know what I'm talking about. It has to be familiar. So when people look at your video, they're like, "Oh," or you got New Detroit, or you got Harlem City. You know, as towns. You know, as stuff like that. You know, so it's familiar by what we went through in America. You know, it's like a duplication of Black America in Africa. You know, and then you bring in some African flavor to it. You know, local African culture and flavor on different things. When you mix it, you know. Mix it together, you got an African now, you know, as well as African and African American culture, you know, mixed together. But things have to be familiar. That has to be our story. The story of the African, the encyclopedia is going to be our journey from Africa to America, the trials and tribulations of our journey in America, now the return. So we're the people now coming to basically build a new civilization. Who are we? We're the American descendants of the transatlantic slave trade in the United States. That's a unique history. When you talk about Martin Luther King, when you talk about Medgar Evers, you're talking about us. You know, those
Oh,
are people, you know.
Howard just said he's a ADOS. I heard that.
Who?
That you just admitted you was a ADOS.
Oh no, I am not an ADOS. But you see, the thing is, hold on. How about this?
I know. I'm
How
just
about
fucking
this?
with you,
No,
man.
hold on. How about this? You can call me an African American descendant of slavery, right? But when they say I'm an American descendant of slavery, they take the African out of it, right? That's saying I started off in America, right? That's why I call myself an African American. My starting point is Africa, right? That's my foundation, you know? And then I'm an
Yeah.
American because that's the culture and the nationality that it took place in. But I am an African in America. That's an African American, you know? I have now. If somebody said I'm a foundational African American, right? I could agree with that. But we say I'm a Black American. All you're saying is you have no ties to Africa. You originate in America, right? That's what they're trying to do. The Foundation FBA treat people are trying to erase their history to Africa. You know, that's blasphemy. You know, that's
Well, you know that claim is ethnogenesis. That's why. That's the
bullshit. That's bullshit. You
yeah.
know, that's bullshit. I know for look. I got a PhD in Negroology, right? I know the Negro. They look, even Sinetta, man, when he was sitting there talking to Everett Carnell, he was so relieved that me told me we don't have to fuck with Africa no more. That's what he said, you know? He said, yeah,
Well,
man.
When did that happen? I didn't see that.
Oh yeah, he was interviewing Yvette Carnell on Tone Talks about the ADOS movement. So there's like, well, they're like, we're concerned about Black America and blah. We're a people now. So in other words, basically, you're saying that we don't have to worry about Africans and stuff like that. He was just so fucking relieved. He was like, "That's good, man."
Right. Yeah, right.
That was Sinetta, man. He was basically like going into the fucking.
Oh, I think Sarnetta channels got banned or something because I haven't seen no videos. I haven't seen his channel.
Yeah, that's a joke, man. You know, bottom of these are all grifters and friggin' lackey. These people people will support that because they know if they Sinetta's not, they know that movement's not going nowhere, all this stuff like that. So they support it because they don't want to go nowhere. People say
You do know Sanetta's technically by Tariq's definition a tether because he's like half Afro Puerto Rican or something like that.
I have no idea. Look. Bottom line is this: I don't know about the tether shit. I don't bother to look. If somebody basically was born in
Are you trying to say that Sarnetter undermines African Americans?
Nah, I'm not saying that. I guess
That's a part of being a tether now. That's the main quality.
Sarnetta used to roll
an immigrant.
Sarnetta used to roll with Khalid, man.
Yes, my whole
well, then he likely ain't a tether.
Yeah,
my whole thing is that whole tether shit sounds too white to me. You know, it sounds too whitish to me. You know, because I never hear people have smoke for white people. It's always Black immigrants, right? Look, I come from New York. Right? I come from New York.
I've seen Tariq go at it with white people plenty of times.
Yeah, but not like that though. You know, he'll make videos and shit.
Do we be calling them tethers though? Do we be calling them tethers?
No, you don't talk about white people like that because he got white family. Yeah. My point I'm trying to make is this, right?
If he was serious, he would be calling them tethers.
My whole thing is, and also the biggest tethers are Black America because we're tethered to America. When you say, oh, this is our country, the 14th Amendment, you're tethered to America. That's all you are. It's tethered. You know, you say people.
That's not tethering. It actually is our country, though.
No, but hold up. It's only our country because white people permit it like that. You understand that, right? We have white people had
our country
amendment. You know, so we didn't pay. Our existence here ain't in blood.
No, Colin. When you say that now, you make it seem like Black people didn't fought for us to get to this position that we're in.
But hold on, my point is
white people doing it means that they did it out of the kindness of their heart.
Yeah, we do have blood in it.
Jonathan, you understand something, right? When you and I think on the carnal level, right? White people always look at why do you think they keep winning, right? Do you know when they was doing the 14th Amendment, right? Do you know they actually considered rounding Black people up and just murdering us? You know that was actually on the table. You know,
did they do it though?
Hold up. This the only reason why they didn't do that, right? Because they said that will be a stain on us. These were nation building people, right? So they think long term, forever, eternity, you know, and in perpetuity, forever, right? They said we basically, because we enslaved these people, right? We have a moral obligation, even though these people we hate these people. They admit it. But we have a moral obligation to provide for them and be a country at the same time, right? Like Malcolm X always said, they gave us citizenship, right? Because they had a moral authority. Because they didn't do it for us; they did it for themselves, you know. Because they cleared their conscience on what they did. But at the same time, they gave us no real means to really to thrive in this society. All doors were locked and everything like that. So we never became really Americans. They gave us citizenship on paper because they had a moral obligation to do so. But other than that, they told white people you could create Jim Crow laws, you could segregate those. Jim Crow was really harsh, you know.
Carla, please don't make it sound like these people got morals.
No, I don't think you understand what I'm saying, right? I'm saying
I understand what you're saying. It's just that the words you
no. You don't. Like they got morals or something. You don't understand what I'm saying, right? When I say the moral authority, the America used the moral authority to go around the world, right? Why do you think America is the only country that could drop an atom bomb on the country, and America still
Man,
come over here and say this is the land of the free? Why do you think you got Martin Luther King even saying that I want the country to live out the true meaning of freedom? He's saying that America's a good country, that deep down inside, you know? That's what I mean. White people cover their tracks. They said, look, we don't want to do this, but we could do this because people can't accuse us of this. So people will always think that we're this country that we never was, that we're this hope of mankind, all these things like the last refuge, American exceptionalism, all stuff like that. They had to protect because they were a nation, but they had to bring people over here. And the bottom line, you cannot tell people from Italy, Europe to come here, and you got this one race of people because of the color of their skin. Look at Rod Sterling said that. Rod Sterling from the Twilight Zone, he said the whole conundrum of America was you cannot oppress a man because of his color and then call yourself America was in an ideological war with spreading democracy around the world, right? And the only thing that was holding it back from doing it was the presence of black people in America. That's why they did the civil rights movement and stuff like that. Not for us, it's for them, to make themselves look good. America almost lost the Cold War because of its racial situation in America. Most countries in the world did not trust America because of the black community situation. So they had to get black leadership to go along with this idea of gradualism and things changing. That's what happened, And so we asked in the 1960s, they wonder why these race riots. People are like, well, we had the Civil Rights Act. We made so much progress. Why are people raising fists at the American flag? Why are there riots all over the country? Or not? Because it was never designed for really black progress. It was designed to make America look like it was a country that it never was. This hope of mankind, this moral authority of the planet and stuff like that. That's what I'm talking about. America is not moral, but it sold itself. The world is convinced it is, because America has a good propaganda thing around the
You're
world.
right. They got good marketing. They got good marketing, but you also skipping through history because if black people didn't advocate or stand up for their rights, it wouldn't
Yeah, but
come. The
even
Be
abolitionist
enslaved
movement.
right now.
how can you stand up for something that's already yours? Your rights are something you're born with. Nobody can take. Only thing America can do is take what's already yours. You can't give somebody their rights. My rights, this is what I tell you. My right to have a nation of my own is mine. I don't need nobody's permission. You can't take for what's not yours. It's not your. My rights is not for them to give me. My rights is mine. Now, if they want to basically tell me I can't go in their restaurants, that's fine. Okay, I don't want to go like that. But you would not tell me. I will not go around saying I live in the land of the free, home of the brave, and I can't live the neighborhood I want to live in and stuff like that. That's why I tell black people all the time. If you're gonna live in America, just live in the fucking America. Don't worry about no black communities, blah blah blah, like that. Unless you could build something like the Nation of Islam could actually build things like the Amish, like that, which is not feasible because too many black people, But the bottom line is this: I would urge black people just go in there, move into the suburbs, do whatever the hell you gotta do if you're gonna stay in America. Let them be what they say they are. Problem we have is we segregate ourselves and we don't want to make no trouble for white people. No, give them fucking trouble. Move right fucking next door to them. You know?
Why not create your own? Because we have
No.
a
I don't know.
supporter of.
I'm not gonna cop out. If people gonna live in
No,
America, live with them. Live in America, live the best thing. Move into that nice neighborhood that break. You gotta say something. They're building neighborhoods right now that are really, really nice. That everybody wants to get into. Moving that shit. Don't freaking let them segregate you into some freaking thing. If you want to be separate, you come to and talk to an African. That's what I believe. I said, if you want separatism, then it's time for us to have a nation of our own. Other than that, just
yeah,
go
but
in America.
aren't you advocating get your own pool of people that you're going to be networking with in your Afghanistan if they
But
basically
hold on,
buy into
Look.
America?
Most of my people, I urge everybody from the Afghanistan to have as many connections in America and networks as you can. I don't care if you're black, if they're black, white, if you could do business. Principally, I'm honestly, I'm gonna tell you right now, I am sick and tired of dealing with non-connected, broke Negroes. I need those black people out there that got connections in corporate world, business world, and stuff like that. That's basically in their spare time they can talk to me online and do stuff with that. Those are the people that's gonna make the difference, right? The the proletariat black people that's broken and disheveled and out there, they can't do much. I need those black people that's in corporate America. You know, those
But
black people.
you also need the working class people. See,
Yeah, I know,
you're
but the
isolating your own market.
working class people need guidance. The bottom line, I don't
Exactly.
even
There's
know.
levels.
Look, no, the working class people needs leadership and role models, you know, and then they follow what's set out for them, you know. That's what I believe, you know. But the bottom line is, I'm sick and tired of people getting online. They're coming from backgrounds with no education, no skills, no nothing, and they're trying to lead a movement. Sorry, it's a blind leading the blind, you know. I already know what the vision is. We're not the black people I need are highly, you got to be highly educated in all different types of things. I should be able to talk to you about logistics and all stuff like that. We should be on the same page, you know. That's the type
That's not a real thing. That's not a real thing.
I want to be around people like my brother Sam told me today. He said, Colin, I met some people right there. When I listen to them talk, they're so freaking knowledgeable. I just shut the fuck. I said, man, they must be knowledgeable if you shut up, you know. Yeah, that's my boy Sam in Liberia. He said, Colin, you're going to meet them when you get to Liberia. I said, I want to meet these people. He's like, Colin, you just got to learn to be quiet because you're not on their level. I said, okay, I want to meet these people, you know? He said, these people are real official as far as like what needs to be done. He said, a golden opportunities are cutting off of aid to Africa, and they're finding that they're having more luck with African governments now because African governments really listen to what they got to say now because the aid has been cut off, you know? So we got a lot of that working and whatnot, you know? So he said, just be quiet, Colin. He says, these people, you know a lot, but you ain't on these guys' level, you know? So, okay. But you have to realize that everybody has to have a rank and protocol and hierarchy. We have to have that. We don't have that in Black America. People don't respect authority. One thing we're going to establish is Black authority, you know? When you have people that's up there chosen to lead and whatnot, you will obey, you know? You will follow protocol and obey. That goes for me too, you know? So the bottom line is once you have structures, the white man counts on us not having structure and people basically being disobedient, belligerent, and stuff like that, and all hell because we act like a bunch of niggas, you know? But there's got to be structure, you know? There's got to be structure and everything. So that's what I'm talking about, principally, you know? And the bottom line, the working class, the barely educated, whatever like that, they can't be leading, you know? They have to have structure. You have to black people have to recognize when they have real leaders and whatnot, and do what they say, you know, and stuff like that. Give your opinion, but you can't be bucking all the time, you know. Like people, I'm gonna do what the hell I want to do, rabble rousing and whatnot. Nothing gets done. White people know that, you know, because black people are egos, you know. We sabotage everything.
But I agree. I agree with that. I always come up here and say leadership, leadership, leadership. You always bash
No,
leadership. That's why I'm shocked. I'm
first of
shocked to
all,
hear you even speak like this, man.
leadership has to have a goal. Look, I cannot basically talk about leadership in a country that right now in Black America, there's no leader. Why? Because you know who the leader is in Black America, principally? You want to take a guess? You want to know who a leader is, principally, right now in Black people? Principally, take a guess. Well, I'll tell you who the leader is. His name is Donald John Trump. That's the freaking leader. All these other people you think about don't mean a damn thing. That guy with the power to sign executive orders and everything he has to do is a leader. Nothing else. And you know who else is a leader? Your boss, nigga. You know, the man who signs your paycheck. That's your leader. You know, or maybe you might have your pastor or whatever like that. But the man who signs your paycheck, you know, is your fucking leader. You know, your mayor, your city is your leader. You know, people who have power over your life is your leader. We've been all the time following people that have no power and everything like that. Black people basically say, like, one thing we can say is black people do or listen to people who have absolutely no means to freaking help them. Minister Farrakhan had no means to help black people. Neither is Al Sharpton. None of these people had any real power. You know, last person who tried to do something for Black America was Floyd McKissick with Soul City. You know, other than that, just people just get up there and make speeches, run, and whatnot. Oh, that's our leader. To do what? What he built? What do you got to show for it? You know, nothing. So that goes for me too. You know, I'm leading a movement, right? but I'm not a black leader, right? Because I can't give black people jobs. I can't give them health care. I can't get them out of situations. I'm not a leader. Simple as that.
Yeah, yeah, your mind frame a little different. Like my thing is leadership is multi-leveled. A pastor is a leader. If you yourself start creating job fairs and try to seek out other young black people
We don't,
or
we don't
people
have
that's trying to get into your
principally.
market, you'll be a leader in that field. So I don't see how you can't be a leader.
Principally. Now, if somebody runs a youth program, he's a leader. We all have individual leaders in our different spheres and whatnot. But I'm saying is this institution of a so-called black leader is a farce. It doesn't exist. That's all I have to say. It doesn't exist. People. Yeah.
So can I ask you a question?
The leader, the institution of a leader was something created by white people because they want to believe that there's one person they can go to keep the Negroes in check, in line, or they listen to one people and the one person speaks for everybody. They don't want to bother hearing what we got. They don't care what we got to think. All they listen to is an impassioned speech by one leader. Saying this, that, and the other thing. We need to I have a dream. Did they ever bother to ask that? Do most black people want Martin Luther King's dream to be with white girls? Like most black people didn't give a fuck about white people back then. My father told me that. He said people were like, "What the hell is he talking about?" I have a dream today that one day this nation. Most black people did not believe in America like that. But America took it as this is what the Negroes want. And they missed the ball. We wanted to white people. We wanted money to build our own schools. We wanted our own jobs. We wanted to be our own business. We wanted to be able to build our own communities and whatnot, But that wasn't what the message they got. They thought the message was we want to integrate with them. So I said, oh, man, since y'all really want to integrate with us, black people were like, wait a minute. That's why in the 70s, it was about they turned into the Black Power movement. We didn't care about no integration. We wanted Black Power. When the Black Power movement came along, right, that erased that whole freaking immigration, integration, civil rights shit down the toilet. Understand?
Yeah, but you making my point. Is even this even ties back to what I was talking about when I was talking about South Africa. They aligned themselves with the most mildest movement, and they pushed it. Martin Luther King was one of many movements. He was not the only leader. African American community has multiple different leaders and movements.
He was basically leading a movement, right? And basically got steered into integration. Like black people, like I said, when you say integration, right? I asked a question: why did they start with black? Why didn't they use the Chinese? Why didn't they use the Arabs? Why black? Because it was all symbolic, right? To integrate that, why they take Little Arkansas? Because that's right dead set in the middle of the country. So when people look on the map, when they have a little black girl go in there getting eggs thrown at them and spit on and whatnot, why do we go through a ritual with people who fucking hate us and whatnot,
No, but Kyla, you got to remember too, black people used to be the minority though back in the days. They used to literally be the second largest.
Whole thing is this. You got to understand something, Principally. One thing you need to understand, everybody needs to understand one thing, right? When people start talking about they got the solutions for Black America, what you doing, they got to remember one thing, right? One thing only. We never asked to be brought here. We never asked to be Americans. We never asked for none of this shit. This was imposed upon us, So we basically, black people, we just try to make do with the best way we could in a bad situation. Every way you look at it, Principally, being a minority group in a hostile, racist country is something nobody else in the world goes through. Nobody else. That's why I always ask the question: why do black people from other countries voluntarily come to this country? That what I can't understand. Is your situation that bad that you come to a fucking racist country like America? Man, get the hell out of here. Given the opportunity, I know millions of black people think like I do. If we could build a nice place for ourselves, we're capable of doing it. If we could build a nice place for ourselves, we could have what we have in America somewhat. Millions of black people.
You're speaking from reverse. I agree with your idea 1,000%, but you're speaking from reverse. You have acquired the American because you're already American born and made. You already acquired the American dollar.
Let me tell you something. If basically no group of people will want to subject themselves to just to acquire American thing, you keep understand something. You don't understand Black America, right? We never asked for none of this shit. This is something we had no choice. We had no choice.
I agree, but
since we had no choice, right? And so I don't want nobody praise, oh yeah, but you guys did this and we got this. No, we had no choice. We had to do the best thing we had to do in a bad situation, you know? This was not our freaking choice to come here. This was not our choice to integrate with white people. This was not our choice. So this was something that was imposed upon. What I believe is black people, for the first time in our history, ought to have a choice. Do you want to be in America and be an American and whatnot? If they do, I'm all for it. If they don't, hey, there's the Afghanistan, you know? You see? That's all that is. And they basically, it's very clear to white people, right? When they see black people, African Americans, they know they want to be here. When not, so a lot of white people have the impression that black people hate America, they hate white people, they hate America, which we do, you know. But the whole thing is this, though. They basically like, you know, I really do believe black immigrants are more accepted in America than African Americans. Isn't that sad? After everything we've done, we're more black immigrants are way more accepted to white. The African Americans never contributed anything to this country. After all we did, all we built, and everything like that, white people basically accept black immigrants more than do black Americans. You know?
I don't fully see that. I feel like it's a more
Yeah,
mental
they
thing.
do.
I feel
They
like
do. Jonathan and Bantu, your opinion. You have to agree with me. Opinion.
Jonathan support
I agree.
apartheid though, man.
I agree with it. I don't know
Nah,
about Jonathan.
Bantu, don't you see that they would rather have black immigrants because they're more docile and everything than
Of
us?
course, they
We
not
we
gonna
won't
buck.
die.
They not
That's
gonna
cap, bro.
buck. They
It is.
they
They're
already.
more docile.
Hold on. In most of the workplaces I've been in, warehouses, security, etc., the people that engage with the whites the most is you guys, not us. We stay in our own little subsects. You guys are talking about
Yeah,
sports. Some of y'all
y'all
talking
ain't
about
gonna buck,
politics.
man.
We ain't doing all that. We ain't doing all that on the job. Let's be
That's
real.
cap.
They
Are we
know
doing that?
they know the African American ain't finna be with all that bullshit. They know y'all ain't finna buck.
Bro, but on the job in the workplace, you are the guys who's having the small talk with them the most, not us.
You know,
Nah,
it's called Sharpie and
Small
Jonathan.
talk.
nah.
We
Yeah,
know
yeah.
how
Y'all
we
talking
know how to
sports,
treat white
y'all talking
people.
Nah.
politics, y'all talking relationships,
Hey
right?
man, I don't know.
Some of us don't even watch football, right? We don't watch the NFL. So you guys know about the NFL more than some of the immigrants, right? So you guys
I
are having a
don't watch.
small talk.
Hey,
Not us. How are
I'll
we
tell
I
you.
bucking?
don't watch. I don't watch that shit. I don't know who you talking about.
I
I'm
don't watch
talking
it
about the
either.
common African American. Not
Hold
you
on,
may choose not to, but there's. Go ahead. I'm
Let me
sorry.
tell you a story. Let me tell you a story. Now, I said this years ago on my panel. I gotta keep repeating this stuff, right? When you are at a job, right? If I go work at a job, right? The first thing I'm gonna do is basically learn all the football teams, keep up with the scores, everything. Because when Mr. Charlie comes around, right, and he asks you about the score for the weekend, you better tell him something. Yeah, man, you saw when here's a Rufus, give us that dance that such and such did at the game.
Hey, you know what? That's true, Kyle. You know a lot of them niggas be faking. Like, oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, because
Cause,
they know their
if they
job is
talk
on
to
the
me
line.
like that, I'll be
Job
faking
is
too. I'm
on the
like,
line.
yeah, yeah, what's up?
They're like, what are you doing this weekend? They're like, you better be watching football. You better not be listening to Genesis, you know? Principally, this is how we survive in this country. We're getting tired of it, you know? We got to put on a face to these people, you know?
But one thing they know about the immigrant, they got too much to lose. They not going, they not going to try, nothing because they, in the face of deportation and all kind of shit. So they under control.
But you missing the fact that we for the most part, I'm not gonna say all of us do it, but for the 80% of us stick to ourselves. We don't. Maybe you find the 20% that's busting up, cracking jokes, etc. But the majority of us don't do that.
And you
The
stay in your
majority of us
place.
stick
Nah,
to
that
our
ain't
own little
true. That
circles.
ain't
Stay
true.
in your
In the
place.
workplace,
Let me explain it to you, Bantu.
Even
As a
if
person that's
even if
friends
that is true, I
and even
mean,
works with some immigrant people, right? The immigrant community, unless you're a citizen, you
yeah,
are walking on eggshells.
the
You
immigrants
are
got
going
too
to
much
try
to
to
lose,
please
man.
these people no matter what you got to do. If you came here on a worker visa, you can't even lose your job. Your ass to get automatically sent back if you don't
Yeah,
immediately
so
get another job. So why would you take a risk at losing your job? Of course, you're going to try to please these people. If you came here on a
so so
student
so so
visa,
so. Can I ask you a question, Jonathan?
yeah, go ahead.
On average, in the workplaces, when you used to work or when you do engage in business or whatever you do, do you see the immigrant talking about NFL and sports and politics, or they stick to themselves? Oh yes, I'll do this. Da, da, da. They go and do their job and keep it pushing. They don't over
Yeah,
engage
no,
in,
no, no, no.
in politics,
They
sports.
talk about it. Are you serious,
Really, really.
brother?
I don't.
I
I
could
don't know.
argue with you. The majority of the people that go to these games are not Black American people. They're
Okay.
white
Okay.
and they're Indian and they're everything else. You kidding me?
Oh, is this um uh uh the guy who support apartheid, Jonathan, or is it a different Jonathan here? Mr. Batu Stein. He said that was great for South Africa, right?
No, I'm calling it what it was. The fact of the
So
matter is,
was Jim
someone,
was Jim Crow
with all
great?
due respect,
You be saying delusional stuff, man.
Princip, let me say
Yeah,
something. If I went to Haiti and I
yeah.
created a bunch of shit in Haiti, and I say, hey,
Hmm.
this is my shit, I created it, you guys can't come around it. You get mad about it. You decide, well, this was our land from the beginning. Your shit shouldn't be here, and since your shit is here, we have a right and entitlement to it. Does that make sense to you, Princip?
Nah, because Haitians will burn that shit down. They don't. They're not gonna allow you to just do whatever fucking they
Okay, well,
like.
the South Africans didn't burn that shit down. The Zimbabweans didn't burn down Rhodesia. Instead, what they did was they went in and just switched places with them.
Yeah, but I'm
I would
saying
call
like,
that, you know how like people like to say welfare, right? That's one hell of a welfare. You didn't build it, but you want to participate in it. You want to live in it. You want to benefit from it. And when you can't benefit from that, you want even more welfare. You want to move to the countries that actually did the shit to you.
but you're
Yeah.
overlooking the historical context of these people were
No, no, no,
controlling
no,
the
no. I don't want
government.
to look at the historical concept. The historical concept is that people like to pretend that, these people own the land. You don't own the fucking land. Nobody owns the fucking land. We were just born on the land,
No, this is such thing
right?
as a native
So the land doesn't
There's
belong to some
indigenous
South
people.
African. The land doesn't belong to anybody. So
So
if
so
you
so
allow
so
another
so
group of
explain.
people to come over, hold on, Principal, based on your definition, right?
I'm listening. Yeah, I'm
We could
listening.
argue that the people that were there before the Haitians, the Africans were taken to Haiti, owned the land. Maybe they got slaughtered. Whatever the case may be, then the French owned the land. Why the hell do y'all run the land now? Because y'all slaughtered the French, right? Now should the French go back and
We
say, hey, this is
liberated
our
the
land?
land. We didn't slaughter nobody. We liberated the land. We didn't slaughter nobody.
Y'all slaughtered them people. It's okay to say that.
No, it's not. That's not what
Slaughter.
happened. We liberated
Saying
our
you
land.
liberated it, just like trying to say the cute side of it. Fact of the matter is, it was a slaughter, and it was a well-deserved slaughter. Now, I congratulate you guys on your slaughter.
No,
But
we didn't slaughter nobody. We liberated the land from unjust people who thought people were less than human. That's what happened. We didn't slaughter nobody. We got respect for everybody. We just don't treat everybody any
do
animal.
you claim the Haitian land right now as your own?
Of course we do. It is because we're the one who reclaimed the land. Us African descended people
All
the one who
right, then.
reclaimed the
Well,
land.
that's the thing. They claimed the land. They claimed the land. They built on it, and the people that didn't build it, they wanted to reap the benefits of the land, not the land, because they could have had the land the whole time, right? They wanted to beat the creations that were put on that land, and in that case, if I'm looking at it from an individualistic perspective, that's just not okay. It's no different than the American Liberians and the natives. The American Liberians developed Monrovia. Although the natives might pretend like, we were, they took our land. No, they built in the area where you guys wasn't. Your historical lands are still exactly where they are today and in the very same predicament or situation that they was back then. Not even developed still to this day. So that
Well,
means you wanted to
you speak
benefit
well.
and
You
reap the
speak well, but
benefits of somebody else's capabilities and not your own. That's just fucked up.
yeah. But at some point, you get the concepts and some of the techniques of what they're using. You can do it yourself. It's the same thing that happened with the Moors. When the Europeans said, "Okay, we get what the hell the Moors are doing. Thank you, but it's time for you to go." They had the Crusades. You see what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, it's the same concept. Well, why would you want to be the same way like African American to a certain degree? They're like, okay, we want our own areas. We want our own this. They had little
Yeah.
semi more radical movements because they're like, okay, we don't necessarily need to be underneath people who look down on us. these people may give you some levels of education, etc. But for the most part, some of the stuff you was already doing before they came, and some of the stuff you didn't know, you learned enough to do it yourself. So you don't need them there to do it. So it's that kind of logic that arises in a person. You just speak
I
very
mean,
well, and you minimize
I
that
agree
fact.
with you that we don't need these people to do it. The only difference is Africa hasn't necessarily shown us that they don't need these people to do it. Because when it's not the white people doing it, well, then they'll get the Indians to do it or they'll get the Chinese to do it. It's never them doing it. So they need someone to do it, and that's just not okay.
I disagree. I feel like everybody utilize expertise of others to grow
No.
what they got
See, the
going
difference
on.
is, right? When American Liberians developed Liberia, they were developing Liberia, right? They didn't go call up some old engineers from another country to come help develop the Monrovia, like the Nigerians developed Abuja. Japanese did. They even had a Nazi as part of the person that went over there and developed Abuja and designed the city. All kinds of shit, right?
But they're following the rubrics of no different country. As Dubai did the same thing, America did the same thing, right? Albert Einstein is originally from Germany. He's not American from America, right? He's not one of the original people from the 13 colonies. They brought in intelligence from elsewhere. They still do that to this day with the Indians, the Africans, the African American intelligence, the European intelligence. They absorb them into their greater nation. Why? What's wrong with Africa doing the same thing? I don't get the logic.
The logic
If
is this, right?
Yeah,
The logic is this, right? We expect at the bare minimum that you actually contribute to your own development. There's no development unless they reach out to other people. America didn't do that. The white people in America didn't necessarily do that. The people in the UK didn't do that. The people in Japan didn't do that either. So why is it that
that's false,
only with
man. That's false.
Africa?
You are one of the
We
experts.
can.
You're hold on. You're descendant of some of the experts that helped them
I got
cultivate
a question.
agriculture,
I got a
that helped
question. I got a
establish the
question for you.
lands, that also created some of these inventions in America, right?
Prince. Did Haiti look like before the earthquake, right? Did
Yeah,
Haiti look like it did when the French left? Or did the Haitians improve on it?
they improve on it, but you have an additional 200 years of it. The same way the Africans are doing the same thing in their region.
The Haitians improved on it, or did they get the Brazilians to come over and help them?
Well, there's Haitians right now building up Brazil. So the Haitians have a skill set. The same way the African Americans had a skill set. The same way if you look at the majority of the workers in Africa, they build them with flip flops. They're building in flip flops, though, bro.
What you're saying is that you guys had the skill and ability and the wherewithal to actually develop your own damn country.
But you're being disingenuous, man. The same way
didn't exist that you guys created, correct?
The same thing exists in Africa. The same thing exists in Africa.
Name those cities in Africa that didn't exist.
Communities.
Name them now.
Huh?
Name them now. Name me a city. A new city that an African government has built.
In Benin, I know Cotonou was already there, but they improve on it. There's other regions within that nation that they improve on.
In Haiti, you guys built new cities, bro. You guys built new cities, right?
That's not recently. That's in the 50s and 60s, and you know what I mean, like that. Like most of the cities are already established now. Some of them are like older cities.
Oh wait a minute. You saying you guys built those cities in the 50s and the 60s?
Yeah, they're older cities.
Right around the time that most African
cities.
governments got their independence. So now name the new cities that they
built. No, we was free since 1804. You're comparing apples and oranges. We've been free since 1804.
Okay, but
you're comparing a nation that got freed in 1960 to a nation that got freed in 1804.
No. See, wait a minute, brother. You were free since 1804.
Yes, sir.
Overwhelmingly, cut off from trade since 1804 also. At that part in too.
Okay.
Isolated like a motherfucker, right?
Absolutely.
Constantly invaded. America go in and steal your shit, destroy your shit, remove your governments, all of that stuff, right? You got to include all of that. And yet you still found the way to get the job done, correct?
Absolutely, but is that ideal?
And so
if you even look at Africa actually built up quicker than Haiti did.
African family with the same standard that we can hold the Haitians with. The Haitians did an exceptional job. Be proud of yourself. It's okay to say,
No, but the
hey, my African comrades, y'all got to do the
built up
same damn
quicker.
thing too.
No, but Africa is building up quicker than Haiti in a shorter span time. That's what you're not getting. From 1960 till today is less than maybe 60 years, right? It's 60, 70 years tops. They have
When Haiti
skyscrapers. They
got
have.
their independence, who was giving them aid to develop?
It's not about just aid. It's about they have each other to lean on. You just saw the situation with Burkina Faso.
When
They
Haiti
have
got independence, who went over there
yeah,
and helped develop, your mineral processing and everything else? Who did it for you? Because the
a
French didn't
very
do it. So
very
who did
few
it?
people, but there's individuals from Germany that came.
Okay,
There's
so
individuals
these
from other regions that
are
came.
African
But
people were left with shit already intact, unlike
no,
Haiti,
that's not true.
right?
That's false, man. Like
That's
they
not
have
true.
few cities. They have few cities, bro. Like if you Abidjan is a new city. There's I think a Nugu State, all that type of shit is new cities. uh, they had like maybe Legos, small regions where the Europeans were predominantly. The masses of people were undereducated, underfunded. They didn't have access to resources. The African leadership increased the access to leadership, increase the access to education, increase the access to like money, opportunity, etc. So you comparing apples to oranges, and then they have other African nations nearby. They assisted one another and they lean on each other to a certain degree that they weren't able to be overtaken again by the Europeans. So you're comparing apples to oranges. Haiti is full. They got isolated. They helped Colombia. They helped this country. They helped that country. And these people didn't even reciprocate the same energy towards Haiti. I think the Colombian president recently came to Haiti. This is the first time he came in 100 years. We send military, we send weapons to assist Colombia, Venezuela, all these other nations
Yeah,
get their freedom
yeah.
with the condition that they free the
Look at
African
all
people
the
there when they do that,
brother.
right?
Haiti has contributed so much to the world. I don't deny that at all, right? Right? And at the same time, while being literally sanctioned, held off from the global economy, constantly under attack, you guys somehow managed, even today, to be in a better situation than most African countries. Do you deny that?
Absolutely, man. I told you the African countries are in a better predicament because they have other African people to lean
Have you
on.
been to Africa
Even one of the
before?
biggest, even even one of the biggest jokes in the
You
Caribbean is
you
that
you you,
Haitians
you gotta
suffer. Hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish telling the
you
Caribbean
gotta
joke.
touch the African continent and see it for yourself before you make that determination.
Nah, I'm saying they have a higher ceiling, man. They have more people to work. They can live once they create more and increase intra Africa trade. They're going to become richer and richer. You see what Donald Trump just recently did, indirectly assist Africa in becoming more interconnectedly connected. You see what I'm saying? That's basically what's holding them back. There's more export of food going to Europe than going to nearby nations. One of the reasons why I believe Bahari didn't want to do that trade with ECOWAS and kind of making them look negative, but it was logical. Some of these people were importing rice from Asia and Europe and other places to sell to Nigeria to flood the
Tell me,
Nigerian
tell
market. So
me,
he closed his
look,
border.
look, that
You see what I'm saying?
that ECOWAS deal would have crippled Nigerian worse than it is right now. You know,
No,
so
no, no. But Harvey rejuvenated the agricultural and farming sector, which make the local production increase. So there's going to be more millionaires, more billionaires from agriculture. There's people who selling merchandise and farming equipment
well, let me ask
that
you, well, hold
increase
on.
wealth.
Take this out. Principally, one thing you overlooking is right. When I see Nigerians, right, they all got on white gowns and stuff like that. You seen that, Jonathan, right?
Yeah.
Impeccably dressed. But how are they going to farm? And when they spend like 80 a day in all white and whatnot, that's not farm. You know what farming is? You get some overall hat and you get your hands dirty all the time. An African man that's going to need to do recognized farming has to be educated. But he has to put like this, like the Australia. You know what you're just studying? That's what we're going to study. The White Australia Project, right? Australia said we want white settlers to thing like that. So they offer all this land to Europeans from Ireland, England to sell in Australia, right? They gave them a boat ride over here, a luxury cruise ride over to Australia, right? And then basically when they got there, they were given a plot of land, right? And they get time, they have 3 or 4 months to settle in, whatever like that. And next thing you know, you could be a doctor, but you own the farm. You could be a lawyer, but you own the farm. All these people, so they methodically, so everybody from the doctors to engineers, whatever like that, were doing farming. You have people at certain town else. The next thing was out on the farm and contributing to the agriculture base. That's how it worked. But Africans, they try to farm. They are trying to get their hands dirty. The African Americans will do because we're gonna bring farmers over. Like we don't mind getting dirty. I used to work on a farm when I was a kid.
Kala. See, this is another false equivalency because basically I met African Americans who have told me that they refuse to farm because it reminds them of slavery.
Hold on.
Nigeria, hold on. Nigeria actually.
You can't judge us by the ghetto, ignorant black people. Come down here in North Carolina and Virginia, see all these black farmers and landowners and stuff like that doing really well. Kids off to college and everything like that. They got land. They got 2 or 3 pickup trucks in the thing. They got all kinds of stuff going on and whatnot, on their land, everything like that. Farming. They got goats. They got pigs. They got cattle. They got chickens. Everything like that. Plus, they got corn. They harvest corn, apple orchards. So everything down here in the South, man. So those black people talk like that. These are the people that basically don't want to do any work. Hey, before we continue, I got Mr. Rosenthal up here, a video I had on TikTok. He was saying, so let's listen to what he has to say. Hold on, give me 1 second. This is Mr. Robert Rosenthal, a partner, BAIO.
The Bullion Bank of Africa. I'm extremely proud to be working with engineer David Long from Zambia in establishing the Bullion Bank of Africa across the entire continent of Africa. The concept of the Bullion Bank originated for a need to have a systematic, comprehensive way of generating income for large-scale projects, sovereign wealth funds, and creating finance and loans that didn't end in atrocities or debt traps or adverse actions among the economy of African countries. I'm very grateful and thankful to African Americans and African financial experts from around the world to come together from IMF, from World Bank, from African Union, from the European Union, from the United Nations, and putting together the concept of the Bullion Bank. We're also grateful to Goldman Sachs and other security companies who are working with us. We are extremely happy to be working with Credit Suisse, HSBC Hong Kong, HSBC London, Lloyds of London, the Bank of England, Santander Bank in Spain, and Deutsche Bank in Germany, as well as other banks and security companies from Hong Kong and other countries around the world. We can take gold as an asset, put it in leveraging programs, and generate the monies that's needed for large-scale projects without creating debt traps. We can do sovereign guarantees. We don't need sovereign guarantees once we use our process. We're so thankful to governors of central banks, presidents of African countries, ministers of finance, and all of the financial experts, the people on Wall Street, for working with us in establishing the Bullion Bank of Africa. We are highly thankful to our brothers in Ivory Coast, in Paris, in London, in Hong Kong, in other countries who are working to make the Bullion Bank a reality. We are also thankful to you and everyone who is supporting the Bullion Bank of Africa. May God bless you, and we continue to make Africa rise to where it should be. If Africa have more gold than anybody else in the world, why shouldn't the world's largest financial center be located in Africa? Those of us with the Bullion Bank know that we can do this, and we thank you for your support. May God bless you. I'm Robert Rosenthal, President and CEO of the...
That's my partner right there, Mr. Rosenthal. So we got to think about that.
Amen.
We're
Amen.
really
I
doing
like it.
this
I
for.
like it. I like it.
So
I like
bottom
it.
line, so when you
God
ask
bless
people
him.
to be
God bless him.
like this is the people I work with, people who's actually doing shit, you know? I don't got time for talk, whatever like that. This guy, he's almost 80 years old and he has a stamp of a young man. He's all over the world.
Really? He's that guy's 80?
He was born in he's 79.
Okay, he looks younger than that. That's what's up, man. God bless him. That's
Yeah, he's
what's
a
up,
young
man.
man. You know, he be out there ball too. I can't wait to go to Liberia with him. I know, yeah, he's gonna hit the club, you know, and like that. I seen pictures of him like the 70s, right? He had a big ass afro and
Yeah.
whatnot, you know.
What's up?
Russell Rosenthal, he had a freaking afro and whatnot, like he was going to a disco and whatnot, you know. He's been, you know, he opened the first black bank in Mississippi, you know.
Mm.
So
So
where's the
But
bullion bank?
the bullion bank, he got one in the Congo, he has one in Angola, he has one in Zambia, he has one in I think he's got one in Guinea right now, you know. And basically, I'm working on the one for Liberia. That's why he introduced me to Ambassador Hyman, you know. But Liberia's a tough sell right now, you know. I'm still, you know, if it happens, you know, I mean, it is what it is. But you know, Liberia's a tough country, man, you know. So, but he got it on several different countries. I think he has one in Uganda. He was talking to the president. He's friends with President Museveni of Uganda because they supposedly discovered a lot of quantity of old gold, you know, a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, so he has a bullion bank. He sent me videos of the operations and whatnot. You know, it's very, you know, you can start a gold refining. You have to get to 99% purity. It's just a little tedious, right? Getting to that exact purity. It has to be 99.9%. It's very easy. You could start your own gold refinery with less than $100,000. I hope to have one built in Liberia. Like I said, it's just going to be, and we build a gold bullion bank, right, in Liberia or whatnot. I have a gold mine association. My guy Ross, right, I told him, we have a bunch of gold mines, but I can't step to them until I got something promised. I hate going to people and promise them and nothing happens, you know? So once we get that established, when I have a list of mine, we have my guy Ross and his cousin Nez, right? They have a list of all the diamond miners and gold mines in Liberia. It's like 100 of them, you know, and we're probably going to get them on the same page, you know, and say, look, this is what we're doing. This is the price. But they sell their gold to a lot of other people, though, so you got to meet their price. You know, they ain't going to be like, oh, yeah, great thing, but they're going to take a cut. So you got to give them a reason for you to come with them, you know. Hopefully we could do that, you know, but yeah, there's a lot of things. We want to build refineries in Liberia and then build a gold bullion bank. We stack it in the Lords of London Bank, Goldman Sachs, right? And then basically the safest place to keep it is either in the Federal Reserve in America or the Lords of London, places like that. You never, like, there's one guy, Liberian guy, he passed away recently. We was on the phone with him years ago, and Roosevelt was talking about, this is back in 2012. He said, let me tell you something. You're going to build a gold bullion bank. And like he said, do not ever friggin' build a gold bullion bank or anything like that and keep the bank inside of Africa. He said, simply, he worked in the finance in the Liberian government, older guy. You know, he was senior to Mr. Rosenthal at the time. So Rosenthal at the time was like in his 60s, right? But this guy was already like in his 80s, right? He worked with the Talbot administration. He said, first thing that happens when you have a coup is the military coup. They go into the central bank and loot everything. That's what they do. They loot everything. Next thing you know, gold is missing, precious metals, everything like that. They loot everything, you know? And so that's where your investment won't be safe in any African countries. All African countries are unstable, you know? People steal, you know, governments change hand and whatnot, and next, you know, things get missing. That's what he told me, you know? He said the best thing you do, and basically Rosenthal, when he deals with gold bullion bank, he takes the gold out of Africa for safekeeping. That's all. Until we could build, like, I believe we could build an Afghanistan with like a friggin' gold vault, you know, that goes like a mile deep into the ground and stuff like that with different layers and elevators and whatnot. And we have it on guard 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's in that gold vault, right? We can't be changed by any government and everything like that. It'll be beyond any government's reach that takes over, God forbid, you know. Then you got something, you know what I'm saying?
Didn't they say they had found like trillions of dollars of gold in Uganda or something?
Yeah, he went there. I don't know whatever happened with that, but he was talking to Museveni about that. That's what they said.
Yeah,
Because you can't believe everything you hear. You know, he said there was like a $16 trillion worth of gold in Uganda. Remember
yeah,
that?
yeah,
So he met with Museveni. I don't know whatever came out of it, but he met with Museveni. You know, yeah. So he
yeah.
was like,
They said
he said
Uganda
Museveni
was a
got a
gold
gold
mine.
bank. What I'm hearing is he's trying to launch the gold bullion bank of in Uganda, but he hasn't talked much about that gold find though. You know, I know they got gold, but the point is they said there was $1 trillion worth of gold. You know,
Yeah, that was like, yeah, that shit was a astounding amount of what they said they found.
yeah, $16 trillion worth of gold. You know, like a whole mountainside, nothing but pure gold. You know, so.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, they got to open a bank there for sure.
Yeah, gold bullion bank, you know. But like I said, they put the gold is stamped in the country's thing, and then basically what happens is they hedge, they get a line of credit, you know, to purchase to do infrastructure projects as finance. That's the way we going to build infrastructure in the future, you know, by hedging
Mhm.
money. People have where the money gonna come from, Colin? Dude, man, we already got this all fucking mapped out, you know.
Mhm. Yeah,
We got enough natural resources, and Afghanistan will have holdings in every last single country. You know, so bottom line, we're gonna be there, you know. So like I said, I just can't wait. I can't wait until we're able to have once we're able to have our own land, where like that, where our own everything, then we could probably be the only country that could have the actual gold inside of our own country, because I know we'll have the security, you know. But some of these other African countries, they gotta keep their money out in the Federal Reserve. That's what a lot of people, because they need the US dollar, you know. But since we already have the US dollar, that's not really necessary, you know what I'm saying? So when they basically have their money in the Federal Reserve banks, when that, you know, in America, they can start printing money based on the amount of currency that they gain the interest and principal on. You know, so
uh,
that's how it works. You know, so
yeah,
gold.
backed by gold. That'd be good.
That's the whole thing. Everything's backed by gold. You know, so it is what it is, folks. So like I said, we got a bunch of dummies in this movement, man. You know. That's what's gonna happen when we pull this off. We're gonna like, damn, man. We thought the smart people were talking about integration in the Democrat Party. You know, no, the Black Nationalist movement. I said, man, we need the Black Nationalist movement to start having wins. We need to start creating millionaires and billionaires in the Black Nationalist movement. You know, then people
that,
listen. You know,
that Democrat shit is a joke, man.
yeah, but basically now online, like Umar Johnson, man, that can't be the face of the Black Nationalist movement. You know. That can't be the face of that like that. Dude, man. People want to see business like Mr. Rosenthal. That's basically what people want to see. Stuff like this, you know? Real
Nah,
business.
Umar, he's the Pan Africanist. The what he say? The Prince of Pan Africa.
Yeah.
Principal, yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah, like, come on, let's not clown Umar, man. But everybody loves clowning on Umar, man, you know. But I do the thing like this comedy show. I'll think about doing Omar the Clown. Remember Hobie the
Prince
Clown?
of Pan
Hey,
Africa.
I don't think so. So you want me to hook up with some snow bunnies? Boom. I don't think so. Umar don't play that. Remember the sock, you know? Homie, I
Homie,
don't
don't
think
play
Umar don't play that. You know?
Are you going to fast track Dr. Umar's passport in citizenship, man?
Man, get the hell out of here. Before, you know? Get the fuck out of here, man. Get the fuck out of here. You crazy?
You gotta look at ways to partner, man. He could be a
Well,
free
look, you gotta look.
advertisement. You gotta look
Listen
at
to me,
media,
man.
man.
Look, I'm a serious man. I am a serious man. Look,
Oh man.
I take education about people very, very seriously. You know, I take people who are educating our people very, very seriously. Right? Your character and everything you stand for got to be above everything. You know, that's why I said this Afghanistan movement has to be the most serious thing. This has to come before everything. This is the most serious thing you can do is talk about nation. You're talking about the future of our race. You know, and you think I'm gonna hand that to freaking Umar Johnson? No. No, it's not going to happen, bro. You know, we're going to
So
have.
some of his sayings has become very trendy and popular, like snow bunnies
Look, I
never,
mean, this is not a
you
popularity
know.
contest, bro. This is
No,
not
but
a
you need media. Media.
no, this is not a popularity contest, bro. When we do this thing, it's right. Bro. People gotta make a decision, right? If you come over
Hmm.
here, there's a real chance that you can get wealthy and have a life you'll never have in America, right? Or you can go back to say in America, right? Keep fighting the white man, keep listening to freaking people like Omar, Roland Martin, whoever the hell else, whatnot, that's your life. But in our life in the African, it's not gonna be none of that. It's gonna be about building. See what Roosevelt's doing? We're gonna be nothing but building, building and prospering and being happy. We ain't gonna know what suffering is anymore. Like people want to
Yeah,
know.
but you don't think you're painting like a light and dark ideal rather than painting this is a land of refuge. This is a hope. This is keeping your marketing strategy should be focused on,
No,
building and hope and.
my whole thing is, look, the Afghanistan is gonna be what people envision to be, right? Some people could be like, something. I always want to be a deep sea diver and do oceanography, right? That'll be
Mhm.
ready. We need our own like Steve Irwins. The crocodile. Remember Steve Irwin? We need
Yeah,
people
I
like
remember he got killed.
remember
Yeah.
we gotta need people that say something. The Afghanistan probably gonna need a national a game reserve, and
Hmm.
parks for kids. Somebody might say, vacation and safaris, whatnot. That's what I would like to get into. You see what I mean? Whatever
Hmm.
people's vision it'll be possible. Somebody might, something. We need our own film industry, we need our film industry, we need our own music industry. Whatever it is, that's going to be possible, that's all it is, whatever people. So I don't know what somebody's vision for an Afghanistan is, everybody's going to
No,
have
no,
their
no. But I'm saying you shouldn't like say, oh, you're gonna stay here and suffer. You're supposed to say, even if you stay
no,
here,
no, no,
you have
no,
an
no. I'm saying,
opportunity.
look,
You have
there's a principle
over
you
here with us. Yeah,
principle.
yeah. In terms
Benson,
of
we
marketing.
building our own Afghanistan. We didn't tell nobody about this now. So we came up
No,
with a
but I'm
plan.
saying
We're
you,
gonna
you
each
don't you
we're gonna
guys
each have
don't feel like
5
it's.
wives. Now listen now. We're gonna each have 5 wives, produce 5 children each. That's 50. That's 50 just between me and him right there by ourselves, right? And then we're gonna buy up all the little land in Nigeria and build our own community, right?
Hey, do that,
And
man.
then we're
Hey,
gonna invite Kala and Dollar Bill and Sim Police.
hey,
They gonna do it
Jonathan,
too.
you know
Principally,
we too radical for Colin,
say this,
man.
John, let me say this, right? Let me say this. The bottom line is this, principally, right? No matter how much money black people got, they always talk about how oppressed they are. So I look, if you want to be oppressed, get your oppression Olympics on. Hey, I'm all for it. You got black people in middle class suburbs making 6 figures. They always want to be in a struggle. Black lives matter. Blah blah. Down with Trump. Down with the orange man. If that's what your life is, hey, go for it. Do your thing. I think some black people wouldn't know what to do if they didn't have to deal with racism and white people. I
That's
really
true.
don't know how to do. So if white people, you get rid of white people, and they all went to Mars, these Negroes, the same people complain about white people, they'll be on the next spaceship up there. And they don't know what else to do. It's a love-hate relationship. Relationship I'm sick and tired of. Some black people ain't
Mm.
got it. They basically that's all they know. We look Al Sharpton, other people like that. They live for this thing with white people. White people are fucking
Back
get
and
the.
forth, the back and forth. Yeah.
They love the back and forth of white people. I don't. There's nothing to talk about. Like a white person come on this platform, man. If you say hi and just sit back and shut up, I'm fine. But if you come up here and say, "But Collar," there's no but Collar, nothing. You have nothing to say. Shut up. This doesn't concern you.
Mm.
That's the way I feel about it. But some black people like the back and forth. That's buck dancing. They like buck dancing and going back and forth with white people about what I have no idea. You know. So I'm like, hey, look, if that's what they want to do forever, fine, go right ahead. Yeah, we could stay in America. You could do that, man. Some people get enjoyment out of that. Just
Hey,
watching Joy
that
Reid.
beat,
If you want to listen to Joy Reid and watch Bookie Goldberg, and that's what you get off on, hey, whatever gets you off, Hey, look, it is what it is. I have other plans. I want an Afghanistan. I want future generations to have an Afghanistan. I want to know I want people to know what it's like to live in peace, without no drama, no like that among our own people. We could build and live in peace among our own people. That's all I want. If people say
Yeah, I
that's
respect that.
too much, man, then you got a serious problem. You saying I'm asking for too much, then we got problems, you know? Yeah. But like I said, Rosenthal, this guy, man, at his age can do what he's doing. He's building a future, you know. He ain't stopping, man. This guy is always, man. He's always doing something, always in this country, doing that and everything like that. You know, I'm like, wow, man. You know, I wish I had his energy. He's one time we did a show last year from on the Minds channel. He was in the Congo, and you know, we're a picture of sunlight coming up. And I'm like, damn, where you at, man? You know, he was in the Congo. You know,
He was in the small one or the big one?
big one, DR Congo. He knows the
Oh, oh,
president.
okay.
He knows the
Oh,
president.
word. Okay, Felix.
He
Just
built
a
he built
kitty.
opened a bullion bank in the Congo. You know, last year.
Okay, okay. That's what's up. Well,
And the
God
bottom
bless him,
line,
man.
yo, check us out. The Bullion Bank, they're gonna have an
Yeah.
office in the Afghanistan. You know, we're gonna have access to
Mm.
all that capital globally. So we're gonna keep building these banks all throughout Africa. You know, and we'll increase gold production and stuff like that. You know, and precious metals, natural resource banks. We're gonna do it all. That's gonna be the foundation to build infrastructure. You know, and plenty of
Mm.
advanced infrastructure. You know, so this is what we're doing, bro. You know, problem is African countries, right there. Like
Mm-hmm.
Roosevelt told, he told the Congolese, he said, "I'm just disappointed, man, because you guys sit around all day." He said, "I had this one guy call me right on fucking WhatsApp, and I was like, he was a Congolese speaking French, right? So I had to translate from French on the app, right? So he was like, "How you doing, sir?" I was like, "How you doing?" This is right before I left for Liberia, right? He goes, "Oh yeah, Mr. Rosenthal, tell you, I'm so honored to meet you." I said, "Dude, I'm nobody important." So he thought I was some big time business person when I, you know, yes, I'm interested in you guys investing in Congo. But Rosenthal told me, he said, a lot of these guys in the Congo, man, he said they have no ambition to do anything. He said, look, y'all can't just sit around all day with your hand out. You guys got to get up and start building your country. That's what he told him, man. You know, he just disappointed in them. You know, he said you could have all the bullion bank you want to, but if you guys don't want to put no effort in, and you guys don't want a better life, it's not going to happen. You know, that's what he told him. And these guys calling me, I was like, man, dude, I'm not like Rosenthal. They thought I was Rosenthal's partner. You know, I said, nah, man, I ain't Rosenthal's partner. I'm just a friend of his. You know. But they said, they was like, yeah, can you come up? Can you loan us $2 million? Oh yeah, sure. Let me go wire transfer right now. But yeah, it is what it is, man. You know,
Hello,
so
why do you think Africans lack vision?
because I
They
think it's
can't.
naive.
It's like they
I
can't
think it's
vision
naive.
building
I think
something amazing, and then they
I
actually
think
try
it's
to put it
naive.
in practice. Why do you think they
It's
lack it?
naive. That's why when they look at us like Elvis or not, and when we start saw Africa, they say, "Oh, it can never be done." They understand. They see they're so convinced that we're the same African Americans and Africa. No, we're not. The African American mind is incredible. You know, we see vision. Like Roosevelt, he goes to Africa and he says, "Wow, man, y'all got so much." Africans can't see what he sees. You know, and so basically it's him, man. Like he went to Angola. Next thing you know, the Natural Resource Bank is up and running. You know, he went to Bullion Bank, you know. He met with Mugabe, he met with all these other people, heads of state and whatnot, and they're like, wow, the African mind just doesn't think like that. That's why when he go everywhere he goes and he has a crowd audience, you know, they're like, who is this black brother from America or whatnot, you know? And he single-handedly is responsible for our image, the positive image of us, because they think we're all geniuses like him, you know. And so yeah, so that's what it is. So
But what you're doing is not fair. You're basically saying that because he's smart and he's organized and he has a vision that other Africans don't have the same vision. You know, that's
they
not
don't. They simply don't.
those
And then
type of
Ross,
people are, you know.
Ross Moisture says Africans are more visionary than any of us here in America. Oh, okay, yeah. I see that vision. I see all the great cities over in the continent. I see the suspension bridges. I see the tunnels. Do you know there's not one tunnel in Africa? You know, not one tunnel. God damn.
Well, why would they need tunnels though? Like
Yo, man,
it's a hotter climate.
check this out. Tunnels mean a flow of traffic and stuff like that underwater, under bridges, under the city and whatnot. You go to other cities and whatnot. New York City got tunnels on top of tunnels, you know? go every which way. You ever go across a Cross Bronx Expressway? You got apartment buildings on top of a bridge, on top of a tunnel, and all it's like that. And the Cross Bronx Expressway, you know, when you come off the George Washington Bridge, you ever see that? That's the most incredible. That was built back in the 60s, you know, in the 50s and 60s, you know, and there's no infrastructure anywhere in Africa that can match that.
Well, like again, what is that a necessity or a rubric of a vision? I don't get that. Like, why is that a rubric of a visionary
Us
person?
is we like look. We as African Americans like the ease of things. We're used to friggin' having like the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel, which is a bridge and tunnel, you know, and bridge and tunnel, and everything. We like the Verrazano Bridge. Well, let's use the Verrazano Bridge, you know. We like going across the Goethals Bridge. We like the New Jersey Turnpike, you know. We like the.
Is that the vision of the African American mind, or they just like taking those routes?
This is what we're used to. And the bottom line is this: nothing less than building your own African Thruway or Turnpike is going to suffice. I know what's going to do to attract Black America there. You have to build the right infrastructure. Then they will definitely come. You know, Africans.
That's true. That's true.
That, you know, they don't think like that. It's like, well, whatever, because they're not used to having infrastructure. You know.
Well, that's not just Black America, though, Kyla. That's Haitians, too. Haitians don't want to just go to Africa, do y'all? Principal.
Absolutely. Do you know what happened today in the AU meeting?
What happened?
No, AU's used
They basically no. They, like I said, what I always wanted is that Africa and Haiti coordinate. They're talking about integrating Haiti more so in the African Union. You see, those are the things I'm talking about. Haitians, in many ways, have been isolated regionally.
No. I mean, like, do Haitians, you know, just get up and move to Africa?
There's Haitians have been in. There's Haitians
go live in Africa.
Yes. There's Haitians have been in. There's Haitians in Congo. There's Haitians in Côte d'Ivoire. There's Haitians in Senegal. Right? They're already there. They've been moving.
Yeah, but
you guys are not the only guys that go back.
This is third world though. You know.
Third world. Okay.
You know, when we talk about African Americans, you're talking about a significant geopolitical. You're talking about first world people going to Africa, and the bottom line, that's going to change the continent.
So, would you move to Benin?
Oh, absolutely. That's one of the countries I want to go. Benin Republic. That's one of the first countries I want to visit in Africa.
No, I mean,
that's where
would you live there?
If I go there and I like it, absolutely. You know, like why wouldn't I? Like even like say Trump was to deport me tomorrow, I would love to go to Benin. Send me to Benin.
Wouldn't you plan on going?
For a living? What you do for a living, Benin?
So what would I do for a living?
You know, Africa is not free.
That's my whole point. That was my point yesterday. That's all. You most likely you're gonna have a lesser level of pay, so you have to go with money. You have to go with money. You have to go with investments. You have to go with property.
You really
rentals,
believe that, right? You really believe that? Do you know Africa is actually day to day is more expensive because most likely you're not gonna have a car. That means you got to rely on everybody else for transportation.
But I'm already in the West. Why would I not utilize my time here? Say I set a time out. By the time I'm 45, I'm currently 30.
What you moved to Benin? You know, and the bottom line is you could not possibly move there because you cannot earn a living there.
Yes, you can. If I go at 45, I will have savings. I can buy my own building or apartment and rent out the other apartments.
You're gonna be a typical Negro that goes to Africa in like 3 years you're broke. You know.
No, because I'm not gonna go without a plan.
Yeah, you think the only one that didn't have a plan, man? Come on, man, Prince B. You know, there's so many people. Look at how struggling the Bag family is. They're struggling like shit. You know, they had a big plan. You know, and
they built a compound. I'm gonna build an apartment building with several stories and for like say 50,000, 60,000, and rent out the other apartments. You just rent out the other apartments. You see what I'm saying?
Most people can't. People go for a year and they can't have. You know, money don't come like that. Some people may get $100. We never ever see $100 for another 2 years. You know, that's what.
No, but I believe with more interconnected markets, Africa's common pay rate is going to rise. It's going to rise with time. It's not going to just rise the same way your nation.
Look, Prince, I'm glad for your optimism, man. You know, you're very optimistic, bro. You know,
Prince, if you inspire me.
Yeah, he's inspiring me.
Bro, you guys don't see the writing on the wall. That's why Trump is
inspired us. We just said you inspired us, man. Come on, man.
I'm telling you, man.
We just said you.
Like even your Afghanistan is going to benefit from the growing markets that's surrounding it. That's why I always say like, are you tapped in with those people? You said you are, so I think that's because like I think one of the leaders of the AU is the president of Angola. He's one of the current new heads of state in the AU. So if you're ready to click in with that, that could speed up the process because now you have somebody in there that can coordinate and speak with different leaderships and help you coordinate with the what land, what region, what block or whatever you're trying to get into, which will speed up the process. You know what I mean? I think your stuff is very possible if you go with the right mind frame. This would be done within a matter of 10 years. I heard recently, like even like Nigeria, they was talking to the lady from Ancestry about land as well as investments in Nigeria. You know what I mean? So your plan and your idea was in
nowhere
motion,
near
bro.
a Mike Olawale land. Oh, nowhere near that. I would not go to Nigeria, not even on my day off.
Yeah, man. He's still in that Pan African fantasy, bro. He ain't woke up yet.
Pan Africanism, man. Bottom line is this: until only way Pan African work is African and Americans have a nation of our own and do Pan African through diplomatic channels, through laws, treaties, and diplomat. That's the only way it's going to work. But we're protected by government and laws and stuff like that. That's the only way it works, Us going over Pan Africans, dealing with Africans who have countries and governments and stuff like that, that ain't gonna damn work, I'm so sick and tired of that. Africans are at least smart enough to have governments, We black people in America never went for it and said, something, we need to make one of these countries our own. We should have made Liberia our own homeland, post World War II, and we'd probably still be in power right now, but we didn't. We got hoodwinked into the American dream. I have a dream, man. Get the fuck out of here. This place was a fucking nightmare, I have a dream, man. You nigga, get out of here with that shit. I'll tell you something, right? Jonathan may get mad at me right now. Do you know, living in a predominantly white suburb, growing up or not, I used to curse Martin Luther King in my fucking sleep, I was like, God damn you, Martin Luther King. What the fuck
You
am I
used to do that?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Why?
I really hated integration.
Hey, but you know what, Jonathan? A lot of people felt like that about MLK.
Yeah,
Don't worry, y'all.
it.
I used to think
Fucking
MLK
hated
was a sucker.
I
And
hated
then,
it.
and then I talked to a woman that was in her like 90s, and she
Yeah,
told me
old
about
black people will tell you
everything.
that. Yeah.
Then I said, "Oops,
King
let
and
me
whatnot.
correct myself."
Really, growing up, when I got called nigga and all stuff like that, and I said to myself, I just said to myself, why am I going through this shit? Because people say, well, what the white teachers are, see, he had a dream. Motherfucker's dream, I'm going through hell. I don't want to go through this shit, I'm not your lab rat, your test monkey, I'm like this. I just want to live in peace. Is that too much to fucking ask for? I'm not trying to solve the problems of the world. I'm not trying to change the world. I just want to live in fucking peace. Leave me the fuck alone. And that's what the African is going to be about. Is leave us the fuck alone. We're here, we're building, whatnot. I'm not trying to convince white people. I'm not trying to do nothing. Other people, I care less about Asians. I can care less about Hispanics. I can care less about other Africans. I really don't give a fuck about other Africans.
But Kyla, to Dr. Martin Luther King credit, he had a dream, and then he immediately ran over there to Africa.
Well, I don't know about that, but the bottom line
Yeah. He went to Liberia. He was there for the first Nigerian president inauguration, and then he went to all these other places. They were all networking together.
But you understand something, Jonathan. There's one thing. There's Martin Luther King, right? Basically like that. He said some Pan-African stuff, black national stuff, right? But then there's a Martin Luther King that they package to us, like when they say, oh, when they play a speech, I've been to the mountaintops. We as a people get to the promised land. Now, white people interpret that as
But we can't get mad at him for how the white people, portrayed him in the media.
White people own his image. They're the ones who use him, his message all
I
around
agree.
the world. All around the world, he's this American icon of justice, whatnot. They took him just like Nelson Mandela. Nelson Mandela went into jail.
I know you gonna say Nelson Mandela,
and then basically white people got a hold to his image and whatnot and turned him into this fatherly South African rainbow president. They went from a friggin' black. He went in as a black nationalist, an African nationalist, right? A Pan-African black nationalist, right? and he came out this rainbow, kumbaya thing.
Yeah, he did 27 years in prison. I probably would have came out soft too.
Yeah, but the white people came and but he did say at one time there's like this. That's why America had their eyes on him when he went and met with Gaddafi. Man, he was like, "Yo, he was trying to rebuild the non-aligned movement." You know, South Africa's always been firmly in the column of the West, right? But Liberia was the one who started the non-aligned movement. That means we're not aligned to the. So that's why I say the African is going to be part of the non-aligned movement. We're not part of the West.
But
And we're not part of BRICS, you know. So the
you
non-aligned.
you gotta realize MLK was he was a threat because he would have never got assassinated. So he was actually a real threat.
Oh, he was a threat because he was changing his views, you know, against the Vietnam War and stuff like that. He started going outside the what they thought it would be like civil rights, but like that. He started talking about global politics and everything. That's when he became a threat, you know.
Yeah.
But the MLK that I rebel against is the one they keep throwing in my face. I have a dream today. When I nigga, please.
Oh yeah, they put that out there to make them look a certain way, but
And so that's the MLK. I hate it when white people say, "Remember Martin Luther King said." Well, nigga, if you don't get your fucking white people always growing up. He fought so hard for you to be in school with white people. You should be happy, you know. I'm like, man, oh yeah, gee, thanks. You know, gee, thanks. So I can be sitting there getting beat up every day, being called nigga, being chased and whatnot, you know. No kids playing with me and whatnot, and just when even when we had the fucking Charlie Brown play, right? I thought I was a shoo-in, only black kid in the school class. I thought I was a shoo-in for Franklin. They gave it to a curly hair white boy. They tried to give me Pigpen. I mean, I ain't no fucking pig. Get the hell out of here, you know. I couldn't even get Franklin in a play, you know. I'm like, goddamn, man, you know. But that's my life, man. You know, I was like the only black kid in class. I said, oh, I know they got a role for me. The Charlie Brown series had Franklin. It was the only black character. You know, Franklin. They didn't give him much thing. Right? You know, he had Linus, Lucy, and Snoopy and whatnot. They introduced a black character in 1969. You know, and basically that was controversy. The penis.
Is that play was what radicalized you, Colin? You're not getting that play role.
Look, check this out, man. Before we moved upstate New York, right? When we used to do the Pledge of Allegiance, I was the first one standing. I'm an American and whatnot. But when I moved into a white neighborhood, my whole thing over the next 5 years, right, from the time I was 8 until I was like 15, right, I had completely changed. I used to read books because I used to read a lot. I used to read a lot of books about slavery, what happened to our ancestors, and it angered me. I had nobody to talk to, though, you know? I had nobody to talk to and express this. And then when I was like in college, right, I read Malcolm X. I was like, yup, that's what I thought too. He said, when Malcolm X said, there's one book Malcolm X said, he said, man, he goes, about Martin Luther King Nobel Peace Prize. He goes, now you're in a war and the enemy is giving your main generals a peace prize. There's something wrong with that. I said, yup, that's what I used to think. Something right about this. And Malcolm X used to go off on Martin Luther King, clowning Martin Luther King. When I used to say, this is, I said, who? I go, so I had Malcolm X book before when I was a kid, but I never really read him, right? I said, this was because I was told he was some radical black reason. When I read him, I said, man, this guy's making so much sense, man. That's when I was born again, a Malcolm X follower. You know, when I was in college, I said, man, this is what I was looking for. I wish I would have had this when I was a kid, man. I wish I would have had this when I was a kid. I was like, God damn, man, this guy was off the chain, man. I started feeding for Malcolm X material, you know. His best book was the best book posted. It was called Malcolm X's Last Speech, a yellow soft copy. That was, I urge everybody to get that book. That book right there, more than even philosophy of the picture market, as the reason I formed the BAIO. You know, he just put it on simple. He said, look, man, this is 1964. He said, the black man needs to relocate to Africa and build a nation of our own. That's what he said. That was his last speeches they hid from the public, right? He said, look, I don't see no future in America for black people. He just said that, you know. He said that in the speeches, you know. People try to even take Malcolm X like, oh, yeah, he went to Mecca and came back and was all kumbaya and all that. That was not what happened. He said to the day he died, the last days. He said it's time's going to come where America is basically. He said American racism is a cancer. It's always going to reach. It goes away, looks like it's going away, then it metastasizes and come back. You know, that's what he said. And then he taught me about image making. You know, imagery, image making. He said the white man mastered the science of image making. He says most of us have never been to Africa, but the image they show us of people naked and stuff like that makes you ashamed of being African. You know, that's what he said. He said this is called image making. You know. He goes, image making is a powerful weapon, you know, to control the propaganda. He says, as long as we have TV was new. He said, as long as we got the white man's television in our homes, everything like that, he can control us through propaganda. That's why I said we need a nation of our own with our own television programming and stuff like that, you know. So it is what it is.
Tyler. That's one of the reasons a lot of people were excited about Kendrick Lamar. Because it disrupted. It was like a random disruption of the the regular programming of that.
There's one thing, principally, a thing like that. The same Negroes who said like that got to go back to the same white man, right? One day, it's probably gonna be hard on them. It's like, man, that Kendrick Lamar, fuck niggas, man. They'll say, hey boss, how you doing? Next thing you know, you're fired, nigga. You're 2 minutes late, you're fired. So we always know we gotta go back to the same white man that we was.
It definitely wasn't random either.
But the bottom line, you gotta go push that clock in the white man's world. That's why people like this. I had this one comedy skit I was gonna do. I don't know how comedy worked with doing about slavery, right? When you want slave someone, we could do it. We could escape and go like that. And niggas looking at him with a bug eyes, someone, nigga, please, you know. And it was like next thing you know, the dude said, "I'm going for it." And I said, it was like it's been 2 days. I wanted to such and such make it. Next thing you know, yeah, he's back. I was like, next thing you know, the people looking like, told that nigga you need to just go in and work on that field because you know they're gonna catch your black ass. You know, but Negroes, you can't go some plan the Negroes because they know they gotta deal with the white man, you know, in the end. You know, other people come up with these plans. See what I did, man? Kendrick Lamar, man. Dude, bottom line, until we get to the point where we don't have to deal with the white man, then you talk to me, you know. Kendrick Lamar did that, yeah, but you gotta go back to the same white man Monday morning. Fucking deal with his shit, you know. That was bubbling, so you know.
I don't know. John's playing with the bubbles in the background, man. But like I said, man, like I said, it's just like a subtle interruption of the norm. I think even Trump was in the stand. There's a lot of high-ranking people were there.
They said Trump got booed. Is that true?
No, it was.
I don't believe that.
No, it was what you call what's his name? Taylor Swift.
Taylor Swift got booed. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think he walked out when Kendrick was performing.
Random lies all the time, and you can't believe nothing you hear online no more.
Yeah, that's why I be asking because I didn't watch it. I was just asking people what happened.
I saw the highlight. He got cheers. What you call Taylor Swift?
He got cheered.
Taylor Swift got booed. So much for her Swifties. Remember that? Oh, Chunk is coast, man. The Swifties. So basically, they're saying, man, this guy is Thanos, man. You know, he just fucking survived everything. He's invincible. You know, so, but I don't know what black people are going to do, man. To me, I'm just riding this out. Look, if I was a black immigrant here illegally, yeah, I'd be upset. You know, Donald Trump's in office and whatnot. But since I'm not here illegally whatnot, there's nothing really, I can't think of nothing that I should be mad about Trump except for this South Africa. And then still, that's not even my problem because South Africa has never really properly reached out to Black America. So why should we fucking care, you know? We can't keep getting ourselves in trouble with geopolitically with countries that have not put nothing on the table for us, you know? Coming to our country and helping us develop and spending our money and getting ripped off or whatnot is not reaching out, you know? Come to Africa, Kala, bring your life savings, whatnot. We're going to suck every dime out of it. We call that fucking the year of the return, you know?
Oh, hey, you know that. Go ahead.
Hold on, but South Africa did invite African Americans upon their independence.
There's a lot of African Americans who are in South Africa doing well and everything.
Yeah, so what are you talking about? There's this whole.
Hold on. Look, what I'm saying on the level that they want us to oppose somebody like Donald Trump is not enough, bro. I'm sorry. I can see if we Black America. You know, I saw a video. They said Malema saying Patrice Motsepe is a fake billionaire. That's what Malema's saying. And
And
so,
Tyler, you ever notice they like to offer us the very trinkets and tell us to be happy, like they gave us some actual something actually to really care about.
that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
They
Black
invited us
people get
over. What the
excited at
fuck
shit.
is that?
They give us little nickels and dimes and whatnot. They do real business with the Chinese and everybody else, you know. And they say, "Oh, y'all invited back." Whatnot, man. They don't refuse to give us the respect that we deserve, you know. So, and the bottom line is, we're not going to be caping for them no more. You know, y'all Africans are on their own until they come up with a thing. And to me, my price is the African. You know, if Africans oppose that, then we're gonna be done as a race forever. That's the way I see it. You know, there's nothing left. I don't want to hear about your nickels and dimes, your trinkets and stuff like that. Your freaking bullshit, whatever like that. You know, I could if I want to get ripped off, I can freaking go to Vegas, you know, and lose my money. You know, I have yet to see a real, except for South Africa. I have yet to see any real success in Black America going to Africa. I see a lot of investments, but they haven't shown me. The part I don't hear is how much money they made. You know.
Oh, that's what I was gonna say. You heard about that lady, Mama Africa in Ghana? She sold her place, man.
Oh yeah, Miss Nana.
Yeah, yeah,
She's
that
in
old
Rwanda
lady.
right now, I believe. Yeah, she didn't make
Yeah,
no money. She
yeah,
didn't
she
very
was.
so the Bible, she's a nice lady and whatnot, but these people go their passion and whatnot, man. I'm about the money, man. Like, you know, like I mean,
Yeah,
like
man.
I
She
mean,
gave up everything in America and went over there, and now all of a sudden,
and went broke. You
20
know,
years later,
you can go,
however long.
you can live in places like Ghana and not make a dime in a year. Money's not flowing like it is in America. People think they gotta have it in America. They just come in there. There's jobs, there's opportunity. When if you open up a business, that don't mean you're gonna get customers or paying customers and everything. Life is
Yeah.
tough, man, you know.
Oh
Life
yeah.
is tough, man. So before you go to another country, man, shit, you better think that shit long and hard. You know, if you already got a business that you could transfer over, that's one thing, you know. But very few people got. But most of the black people go to Africa don't got business like that where you can work on remote and shit like that. They don't got stuff like that, you know. So that's people. Yeah, I'm going to Africa. I'm gonna open up my own fucking ice cream shop. Okay, that's a great idea, man. Tell me how to turn. You know. You know, so people got these hair, but they like the one chick that got beat up by the Ghanaian when she was an Uber
Oh
driver.
yeah.
She went to beachfront
Yeah.
property. Her name is Leslie Jones, whatever. She
Yeah.
had
Yeah. Yeah. I
to
know
buy
you're talking about.
beachfront property and whatnot. You were Uber driver in America, but hey, you think you go to Africa and I'm like, I would urge anybody that will live in Africa just go ahead and rent for like a year. You know. Why? Because you're creating something in Africa. You're creating opportunity for the Ghanaians to have money and stuff like that. Then basically, when they start seeing the amount of money that you could spend on rentals and stuff like that, like you rent for a year, you pay rent for like a year, then they're gonna start looking to you as a money source, a real money source, you know, a legitimate money source. Then they'll actually put money into developing areas that we can live in and stuff like that. But when people make their mistake is instead of going to Africa, if I had 100 grand to go to Ghana, I would open up a factory. You know, I start processing things like chocolate. I would make my own chocolate fat brand. You know what I'm saying? I'd be doing stuff like that. You know, then shipping it back all over the world. You know, finding local markets and whatnot, and then ship the rest to the America. I'd be making all kinds of different products out of it and whatnot. You know. And so, therefore, people don't think on that level, man. What you know? Why you could do good in Africa manufacturing? Because labor's so cheap. You know, you could basically go into the chocolate industry. That's what I figured black people do. We can go to the candy industry. We can go to the clothing industry. Imagine you freaking making your own designer clothes and whatnot, but you basically in
All
America,
manufacturing, man. All manufacturing.
all manufacturing. We black people have not gotten into manufacturing. Well, when you manufacture, even building computers, you know that it's not hard to build computers. You know, the software, like
Phone,
you
phone
know,
parts,
or you can
computer
order
parts,
parts.
all
You
that
can order
shit.
parts. You can order truckloads of parts from China and assemble
Yeah.
it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But we don't think like that. The black mind doesn't think like that. You know, we don't simply don't think like that. You know, so what we do. But I tell you one thing. If I have something to do with the African, that's exactly what we're doing. You think we're gonna be buying computers? No. Initially, we're gonna be buying the parts. We're gonna assemble our computers ourselves and sell them to ourselves. We ain't gonna let no Chinese do it. Like everything that requires for an African is gonna be produced by us. Everything, or we'll go without. As simple as that. That's how you gotta be. Or we'll go without. We can't produce it ourselves eventually. Let's say you're importing something, or you got 3. That's what Japanese do. You got 3 years to figure out how to make it yourself, or we're gonna ban it. Because you're taking money out of the country.
Yeah, that's the thing that's missing in Africa, the manufacturing part.
Yeah, and you can
If that was
manufacture
there,
in Africa. You can manufacture, but it just takes. You have to have a government on a certain level. You have to have political will. You know, you have to have political will in the country to what you call it, to get all the stuff done. And the whole thing is what you have to have is a government that's gonna
now, when they start manufacturing shit and getting the final product, that's when it's going to be a threat.
but the
But
thing,
right,
though, what we have to have is strong governments, efficient
yeah,
governments,
yeah,
we need governments, we need governments in Africa,
as it is. There you go.
The government. The government, it's the government, the government,
Everything goes
it's
back
the
to this
government,
government.
it's the government, it's the government, the
Man is
government,
mad at me for playing
the
this,
government,
man.
it's the government,
He says
it's the government,
he's gonna have a
the
response video
government,
for this.
it's the government,
Oh yeah,
it's
I was
the government,
listening when he
it's
said
the
that.
government,
Was
the
that funny
government,
or what?
the government, it's the
Yeah,
government, it's the government,
He's gonna have a
the
response
government,
video.
it's the government, it's the government,
yeah.
it's the government, the booyaka,
He
booyaka,
said he's going to
run to
tie
you
it to the
niggas,
dollar.
booyaka, booyaka, run, run,
Booyaka,
run,
booyaka,
booyaka,
right
booyaka,
to the
run
nigga.
to you niggas, booyaka, booyaka, boom, boom, boom,
Right,
boom,
right,
booyaka,
right.
booyaka, run to you niggas, booyaka, booyaka.
Now hold on. Ross Boy says your niggas got my boo Chantel boo. No, I think what it is, bro, is that she use up all that free time. YouTube will give you and Screamo will give you like about a month worth of free stuff. Then you got to pay for the package. So that's what she probably didn't come up with that $200 for her own channel.
Yeah. Good, she got booted off talking all that craziness, man.
Yeah, so she came on. She was on the other night and the thing. God, nobody wants you. I don't care about if you don't want me, girl. I got a woman, and I got a lot of female friends, man. I got more female friends, and I got a woman. I don't need you, you know. I'm at that age where I'm fucking trying to get women. When I already did all that, been there, done that shit. I'm a man in my 50s. What the fuck I'm thinking about? My only thing I'm thinking about is my nation. That's the only thing that's on my fucking mind. Now people start talking nation. Now you turn me on, man. That's the only thing turns me on is my nation. I don't care about none of these freaking females out here, man. Come on. So Chantel, she gotta find somebody else. I'm not on her level. So wish whatever she's trying to do in life, I wish her a lot of luck. But attacking me like that, wasn't. I think it's flattering though, man. She took the time to make a whole channel about me. So,
Yeah, I mean that would have been good if it would have took off. It would have give you more attention.
exactly. People don't understand something like before righteous. She has 10,000 followers, right? Do you think I'm mad at
Yeah,
her when she does my videos and whatnot? No, because people are like, who the hell is this college? But you know what? She had 10,000 people. She don't get no views though. How you gonna have
yeah,
10,000 followers and no views?
that's
I
crazy.
asked it even Dance today, man. He can't get no freaking views on. He got 120,000 followers, right? And he can't get.
Yeah.
He should have at least if 1% of his audience tuned in, right? He should have
But you
like
know,
1,000 people in
a
his
lot of
chat.
people be buying those fucking subscribers
No,
too.
I think Dynast actually really has that. He did that because I was there when he started watching
Nah,
shows,
hell
bro.
no, I don't think so.
No.
Maybe.
No, I think
Phil
I think he
Scott, no.
do.
Phil Scott bought his list. He bought his list.
Okay,
Dynast
well,
actually got his list, man. Because I remember over the years when he kept going up every week, he would like add like 500 here. Well, it was gradual with Dynasty. You know, Phil Scott just came out of nowhere, and he had 1 million subscribers. You know, so
Yeah, I
Yeah,
watched Dynasty grow. I watched it grow kind of slow too. Yeah.
yeah,
plus
so
Dinas used to post videos of him talking to Chiefs and all that type of shit. That's where I first heard about him. So his lives is a
Yeah.
little bit different. So like
I
his,
used to
so
watch.
his initial, yeah, exactly. So a lot of people probably subscribe based off of that. But his lives, less people come on the lives, and he's very sometimes like his shows are very interesting, but he takes a lot of breaks in between to do his tours. So there's a lot, a lot of those people that may listen to him flock to other channels when he's gone. You see what I'm saying? So he lose people when he say, I'm going on a tour because now for like maybe a week or 2 or 3 weeks, they're not listening to his channel. They're listening to other channels.
I think this channel
You
is
know,
going to grow because we're the only channel that's talking about something completely different what everybody else is talking about. You notice that I don't freaking keep.
Yeah, and you go live every day too, so that should attract more.
yeah, you're
More.
you're
Yeah,
more
I do live
consistent. You're
every
more
day.
consistent
Yeah, that's
because
how you got.
Dinas has interesting topics, but he's not consistent. Like you're every day, damn man.
I just hold up. When I basically did Block Talk Radio, I did the same thing. I used to do 7 days a week. You know, I did 7 days a week. I was like basically when I did start mine later, it was 12 o'clock at night. You know, I used to do 12 to 3 every night. Blog Talk Radio, 3 hours, 12 to 3. You know, that was my time period. You know, Blog Talk Radio every night. I grew the channel from nothing. Next thing you know, I had a full packed chat room every day, like 50 people. When that was good for Blog Talk Radio in my chat room. You know, 50 people, and that channel grew. That's how I got popular for Blog Talk Radio. You know, so but I was late getting into YouTube, but I was like, man, I'll be a guest. But then it dawned on me, right? I have a certain vision that I want to do, right? Neither Dynas or Brandon has my vision or what I'm trying to do. I think because I think Brandon, I think he wants to be, he's the type, that's his shit. When okay, he built up a channel and audience and everything like that. He has that OAP movement, when that's his, whatever, okay. You don't want to be overshadowed by me when I got that, Dynas got his own thing.
MAGA niggas. Uh,
Oh man, how you gonna throw Brandon on the bus like that?
MAGA
Man,
niggas,
come on,
man.
Bantu, man. Come on, man. Why you gotta go there, man? He's paying that.
I think I seen him wearing a MAGA hat one day, man.
Yeah, of course, Brandon's crazy, man. I was like, nigga, you flipped. Yeah, I get it, man. Donald Trump, he's better than Obama. I get that shit. Why some black people like Donald Trump, man? I will never see me with a MAGA hat on, though. That's going too far.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I see niggas like that. I know they done lost it, man.
Yeah, MAGA, man.
And-
Come on, man. Ain't nothing MAGA about me. Bottom line is this. However, when Donald Trump goes after the freaks and the weirdos, I'm all for that shit, When he's
yeah.
going after Trinidad, Nicaraguan gangs, hey, he got my full support. With his fake ass DEI shit, he got my support, And when he tells Al Sharpton basically and all these other black people to go to fucking hell, hey, he got my support, man. When he humiliates people like Joy Reid and his son in Houston, those annoying black people in line, hey, look, I got my support. The fact that he made the sister gals mad, like the Letitia James, he got my support, So basically, Donald Trump really goes after all the people I fucking hate, So and for top it all off, that Kamala, that was the most annoying chick in the fucking world, I was like, Lord, what am I gonna do if she wins, man? God, that's gonna be hell for 4 years. I don't think I can be sleep. I wouldn't lose my mind, man, I was like, man, no, she cannot win, man. I gotta listen to that laughing hyena every day when and all these Whoopi Goldberg and the sister gals. The sister gals would have been invigorated, Black girl magic, it's kind of, oh man, we would have been done, man. We dodged we black men dodged a real bullet, man, That would have said that black men have no voice whatsoever. Nobody should even talk to us, We'll be coming like that anyway, because black people have already basically said we're going to give our vote to Democrats. So,
Oh, you got one in the chat, man. Raj Moy says, "Stop hating on the MAGA boys."
Ross Moisture,
Carla, you gonna anger the beef patty munching guy in the chat. Blexit what? Blexit
Oh man, that dude,
Community.
Blexit the community.
see, that's what I said. These black MAGA types and the fucking FBA have merged together. You know, these people hate the black community, whatnot. You know, and they always hide behind they hate black immigrants and whatnot. They're Americans. When the fuck did we become Americans like white people are? You know, yeah,
No, but
yeah.
you gotta kind of I feel like people become like over fanboy type for Trump, but realistically speaking, Black America did indeed assist in creating America, so it's
No,
very
no, my whole,
understanding that
my,
they
your
have a.
principle. What we were fighting in Black America was the fucking irrelevancy of the black African, the straight African American male was on his way out. They were giving us our marching papers. You just shut up, you know. And so you got these stupid people like Obama and all these other people who basically are beholden to the gays and these effeminate black people. Imagine listening to people like Jonathan Capehart and Don Lemon, you know, them tyrannical gay black people.
Bob Jones, crybaby ass.
Oh yeah, what you call it? Ricky Smiley. Imagine them motherfuckers winning, man. I'm glad these people were lost, bro. They were completely humiliated, you know. Even King James, man, he gave his endorsement to Kamala. Did that make a difference? No, you know, no. People had no idea
I,
how much black people hate
I,
black
I, I
people.
will argue. I argue it did make a difference because when she ran initially, remember when she ran in the Democratic primaries, she
She
basically
got
didn't even
no
get like
votes.
two
She got
percent.
no votes.
Exactly, she got no votes. So all
Yeah,
the
she
other
didn't get shit.
celebrities and all these people got additional votes that she never got previous. So it did work to a
Yeah,
certain
I
degree,
say so. Hold on.
depending on how you look at it.
First of all, when they chose her, and everybody knows she didn't, she got picked by Joe Biden, and basically handed the presidency.
Yeah,
Basically,
there wasn't no convention or nothing. They just threw her out there. Like, what the fuck? Man, this is bullshit.
yeah. So the bottom line is that when I saw that, man, I said the Democrat Party is so undemocratic. No primary, no nothing. You know, I
Yeah.
said to myself, there's no way she could win. And then I knew, look, people acting shocked about the election result. I said that on the show. I said, there's no way she's gonna win. I just know because the only way she put her one if she had a super strong showing from black people, you know, and then white people, white males just sitting it out. Not paying. No, white people were charged up this election. They make up 70% of the electorate, right? They turned out in friggin' numbers, right? Black people either a large number went with Trump, and another large people stayed home. That's what threw the election, you know. Right there, I knew it would happen. They started trying black, and mostly it was black men who didn't vote for Kamala, stayed home, or voted for Trump. That's what those numbers came from. You know, I knew it was coming. You know, it had nothing to do with no reparations, had nothing like that. It's a fact of the matter is, you know, one is black people are because we live in the age of FBA and all this kind of stuff like that. For us, black people didn't like that fact that she was an Indian lady cosplaying as black, and then when you bring out Megan Thee Stallion, that angers black people. You know, shaking a stinking ass, you know, and Saucy Santana. When you go all these fucking black people that we know we hate, you know. In other words, black people secretly hate blacks. We like to be entertained by them, but let me tell you something. Black people, if you don't listen to nothing I say, take politics seriously. And that's a mistake they made. They thought they could bring out celebrities. And black people like, this insults our intelligence, you know? You mean to tell me that you when you talk to white people, you talk about policies and stuff like that. But it comes a black person, all you do is bring out Steve Harvey, you know, to crack jokes, you know? So, but therefore, black people say if that's the way it is, I can. If we let her win, that means we're doomed forever in this country as far as politics. That's people think that okay, all they have to do is hire a bunch of comedians and rappers to get the black vote. So black people said no, there's no way we can let this happen. That's why there was no enthusiasm for Kamala because what it
Hold on,
were.
hold on, Carla. I agree with you on that point, but isn't Steve Harvey more of a serious person than Bill
No,
Cosby?
ain't no damn sister. Yo, are you kidding
He
me?
got
Hell
he got a whole
no.
talk show.
Are
He
you
got a whole
kidding
talk
me? Are
show.
you kidding me? Steve Harvey is a
Uh,
deadly clown, man. You know, he's a big tooth clown, man. You know, You
He has
know,
a talk show. He has one of the biggest radio
hey,
shows. People call him.
look, he's an entertainer, right? And let me tell you, Principal, real black men don't give a
Steve
fuck.
Harvey was a joke, man.
No,
These
no, no.
people are
I get it. Like, I get overall, but I'm saying, like, to a certain degree, people actually call into the show for
yeah, but I
advice.
know that.
He's
Hold
more
on,
of a
listen to
serious
me,
figure than a pudding pop
but hey,
eating
but that's not
sweater
enough to tell
wearing
you a Principal.
Cosby.
That hold on, your
I
vote
mean, he got
Principal,
a
when you get in that
platform,
voting
but
booth, when you get in that voting booth, Principal, there's nobody standing on the show, nobody hiding vote when that your very soul goes on that ballot. What your values, everything right here. Comedians, entertainers do not make a difference. Like Taylor Swift, she had 1 billion followers, right? She said all her Swifties, she endorsed Kamala. Those same white girls, right? When Donald Trump brought his granddaughter out, Kai Madison, right? That basically neutralized Taylor Swift because they saw somebody look like them, a young white girl, and basically people, the Gen Zs went for, they said, oh, Donald Trump. And Donald Trump was on the social media more than any other president. He was using TikTok, he was using Facebook and all stuff like that, reaching younger people, the Gen Z agent, right? Bottom line is 1 billion followers, right? She said she gave the word out there, and the view was like, "Oh man, Donald Trump has cooked the Swifties." Remember that they're waiting for Taylor Swift's endorsement. Then she finally gave her damn endorsement. It didn't make a damn thing. 1 billion followers didn't move the needle one bit. So what that was telling is the fact that these celebrities do not have the influence. They're done. No, it's going to be interesting. Is the Democrats going to use the same thing, bringing out celebrities next election? They probably will. They haven't learned anything. The more celebrities you bring out, the more you piss people off. Because people do not like the Jimmy Kimmels every night, making disrespectful comments towards Donald Trump and everything like that. For the most part, people basically look at Donald Trump as a man. It's by everything. We remember when Donald Trump built the skyline in New York, wherever like that, and stuff like that. So no one hated him until he ran for office. Everybody like he was a toast of the town. When he ran for office, everybody was like, "Oh man, we got to stop this." So the bottom line is this, and then people, when people got to really start seeing around the internet, when he was basically endorsing Jesse Jackson, he was the one who financed Jesse Jackson's presidential campaign. You know that? He was the only one did video surfers of him back in the day talking about, I want to run for president. I would like to have Oprah as my vice president. All that stuff went out there, and millions of people like, spoiler, he might be a dickhead, but he ain't that bad, And then on contrast, Kamala never took any questions, never to dodge the media. People didn't like the fact that Joe Biden was basically a walking corpse and everything, and was tripping and falling, wobbling. This was angering people. And then people every day see the border open. They saw riots and everything like that. They saw the country spiraling out of control. And they said something got to be done. And the bottom line, when Kamala up there giggling and laughing and all that, did she really think she was going to win? Actually, I know the fucking average American, I know black people didn't like this shit. I know a lot of black people say, I don't like this bitch. I don't like this. I don't like, there's a lot of black people talking about they don't like the way the country's going, right? I remember in 2021, I went to Rhode Island, I stopped in the Bronx. I didn't even recognize the Bronx anymore. It's like a third world country up there, And a lot of black people talk about that. They say, oh, it's all dirty on the streets in New York City. Do you know how many votes Donald Trump got in New York, in liberal New York? He almost won in New York. That's an indicator right there that, I say if he could get that amount of people in New York, that means the rest of the country, you can rest assured almost every swing state's going to go his way. And I was 100% right. I was 100% right. A lot of people acting all shocked when I knew he was going to take Pennsylvania, knew he was going to take Michigan, I knew he was going to take Wisconsin, I knew he was going to take all these countries, Ohio. I knew all that stuff like that. She didn't have a chance, man. And then black people said, well, she didn't talk about reparations. If she would have mentioned that she was for reparations, she would have probably even lost California. That's the reality you're dealing with. The bottom line is, as long as black people are a minority group and white people are the vast majority, it's always going to be like this, because black people would rather deal with somebody like Trump and basically like this. Black people like This country is not worth fighting for like that. Let the white people have their fucking country back. That's what a lot of black people said. Let them have the shit back, because black people are disappointed and they saw Barack Obama's presidency as a failure. They saw a black liberal establishment like Al Shaw as a failure. So they're basically like this, man. This country is going to hell in a handbasket. We don't want to be blamed for the shit. So black people stood down. They said, look, man, we ain't gonna go for this shit, Let them take this country back to fix it right, and then maybe a generation from now we can come back. But it was the right time for someone like Donald Trump to come in. This country was spiraling out of control, It was spiraling out of control.
Plus, she was a shitty candidate, man. She just. I remember I watched her live with Oprah, and I think it was a young white couple. They asked her about her housing policy, and she just gave like a general talking point that she says everywhere she goes about, first.
I grew up middle class. What the fuck?
Yeah, she just kept saying the same shit over and over. She was not a good candidate. I think if they ran somebody more, solid, like a what's that guy name, Mike Bloomberg from New York, or somebody like that, he probably would have had a closer race. She didn't distance herself from Biden, so a lot of people are suffering from the policies of Biden and inflation. They act like nothing is wrong, so within itself angers people. So if I have to pay more for food or whatever, and you're telling me the economy is good, then that frustrates people. You know what I mean? That didn't help her. That hurt her. You know what I mean? And then she said, "Oh, she sees nothing wrong with Joe Biden's policies." That hurt her. Rather than saying, "Yeah, I agree with him for the most part, but I disagree here and here." She didn't say that. She basically implied that everything was well, which hurt her.
I would do nothing differently. The bottom line is this: you got people coming across the border, raping a girl, killing her, whatnot. But she would do it. People are like, look, that transgender shit, where men are brutalizing women and places like things like volleyball. A girl almost got killed playing with a man volleyball. You had grown ass men playing women's volleyball. Grown ass men beating a woman to death in a UFC match. So the bottom line, all this insanity, about gender, like this Kajanji, the Supreme Court, that lady's a complete buffoon, oh, we got a black woman. This is another thing what black people are tired of. They're sick and tired. People got sick and tired of black girl magic, and black women, unqualified black women getting positions because of DEI. That was big too, of what people talk about. Even black men were tired of that shit. We're tired of these fucking DEI people like Stacey Abrams. She was like, oh yeah, Donald Trump never conceded election, but she never conceded defeat with Jack Kemp. Governor Kemp in Georgia. Hillary Clinton never conceded that she lost Trump in 2016. So people look at all this hypocrisy, and they're saying, man, something, Donald Trump, he ain't not that bad, and so basically they went for Trump, man, so it is what it is, so.
You said Stacey Abrams is a DEI hire, really?
Well, I don't know. She never got elected in public office, And let me ask you a question.
Yeah,
right? Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
What exactly did she ever do, accomplish, right? Besides making a bunch of speeches and yelling. Tell me, what did she stand for?
Again, she was like a community type person, so I wouldn't know. You got to ask people from Atlanta or Georgia.
That's very vague. What specifically is she famous for, Principe?
I don't know. I don't know her. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
I tell you what she's famous for. She's a big, overweight black woman and whatnot, and white people love that.
That's why they like her. I think, like I said, I think she's. I think she's smart.
They want all black women to be obese, big, and sassy. That's what they do. Black women. It's a mammy thing, man.
I think she's smart, but she's like brainwashed by the liberal agenda that she kind of don't really serve the black community.
What is she smart as? What's smart?
I heard her speak. She speaks eloquently. She just don't like. She doesn't resonate with me logically.
People know how to speak eloquently, but saying nothing. You ever notice that, Bantu?
Yeah, that's true. That's what she is in a sense.
Eloquently, but they don't say nothing. They're not saying nothing.
And she's like illogical. She a lot on terms of logic. She don't really have too much reason, like in what she's saying. Plus, she's not married. That to me is like a red flag. So I really didn't like her. But I'm not gonna say she's a DEI hire. I think that's a stretch, man. You know, I can't say that.
But no, what I'm saying is this: there's people that white people feel like, oh, it's just time. No, I tell white people all the time, look, just don't feel guilt. People, like why white people feel, how do we get rid of guilt and shame when then next thing you know, unqualified black people elect me, and they're completely unqualified, like that lady Ketanji Jackson in the Supreme Court. She's completely unqualified to be on the Supreme Court, but white people go along with it because they think they're solving some long. You know what I hate is the black people who benefit from the crumbs white people throw out instead of having real liberation, you know, for black people.
So how I agree. I don't like her necessarily, but what makes her unqualified? I don't think she's not
You know,
qualified.
this lady didn't
What,
understand. Just about Ketanji Jackson. They asked Ted Cruz asked her, "What's the difference in male and female?" There's no difference. I can't tell you what a woman is. That's a buffoon. You know, you don't know what a woman is, menstruation, motherhood, all stuff like that. So the bottom line is this: so she was basically radicalized with this gay shit, you know, whatever like that, trans and whatnot, and say people come into office and public offices being biased and activists. You know, that's what people don't like. You have a bias with like this Judge Merchan, that he's from fucking a third world shithole country. No offense, bro. But basically, he tried to ruin Donald Trump's life and whatnot. But that's what they do in their countries. Like you got a lot of people like AOC that come from third world countries and whatnot, and that's how they used to doing, using the justice system to prosecute. This is third world shit, where you use the justice system to persecute your political. A lot of black people, I'll tell you, principally, did not like that shit. When Donald Trump got arrested for that thing, right, and he got that mugshot, everybody black started turning in his favor. You know, there were people lined up, right? Donald Trump saw that in his motorcade going to check in the freaking in Georgia. There was black people on the side of the road waving to him and whatnot. We love you, Donald Trump, and whatnot, because they felt the way he was being prosecuted. They felt like they could relate to that. You know, the way they came at him. A lot of black people felt like they could identify with being maligned, misconstrued, you know, lied on, whatnot, slandered, whatever like that. So a lot of black people, he got a lot of sympathy, and then black people are calling Trump the first gangster president and whatnot, you know, with that mugshot. So all that shit backfired, you know. All that shit backfired on them, you know. AOC is Puerto Rican, but she's from a fucking Puerto Rico's still the third world, man, you know. So they think it's all right, to basically come in. If you don't like your political opponent, use it, trump up charges against you, and prosecute. Alvin Bragg's a fucking. People look at this stuff. You can't have a fat sandwich eating Negro like Alvin Bragg, this pork chop eating nigga talking about prosecuting Donald Trump. I'm gonna go after Trump. When people look at this, man, they're like, "What the hell is going on?" You know, Stormy Daniels. It would take a black man to bring some stupid shit like this out, you know. And then it's Family Willis, whatnot, you know. She out there having an affair and use a sister gal, using money. White people will look at all this like, hell fucking no, you know? Hell no. Did y'all really think, what country, as a people, black people don't understand what country they live in, you know? They forget, you know, because I remember it wasn't too long ago, white people were fucking lynching black people in this country, you know? What makes you think that fucking these motherfuckers gonna let you roll over on one of their Trump is like their fucking knight in shining armor, you know? Of course they're gonna vote for him back. You see those large crowds, you know? Of course they're gonna vote for him. What the hell are people thinking about, you know?
Yeah, they thought they had him with all that fucking fake felonies and shit.
I know.
They
It's
thought
he's a convicted felon. There's no way a convicted felon be elected president. Oh, okay. Okay. People knew that, man. You know, that was bullshit. That whole trial was bullshit. Nobody believed. And you can't say the media was in his corner either, you know?
nah, you
Every
can't say that.
every channel was vilifying him, you know. Every channel, late night comedians all night vilifying him, you know, blah blah blah. And he still won, you know, by a landslide. So what does it tell you, man? Things are gonna change, man. You know, nothing to say. Look, I'm inspired by Donald Trump because if he could pull that off after everything he went through, come back and win the presidency and whatnot, I know we can pull this Afghanistan off. You know, I know it. You know, so it is what it is.
What happened? Whatever happened to the money that he offered the black community? Is that still on the table?
Man, we
And
fucked that up. We fucked that up. We fucked that up. It would be on the table if we would have came out and voted for him in 2020. Now we have nothing to bargain with. He don't need us anymore. You know, we let freaking people like Al Sharpton. You know, that's what black people are mad about. These people are deciding for us that they don't want a platinum plan because it might benefit Trump politically. You know, so Black America got played. You know, Ice Cube was a punk. He should have fucking backed down. He said, I stand on this and whatnot. We should do this shit. And fuck Vivica Fox and Lisa Ray and all these bitches and whatnot. You know, fuck them, you know. Because that's why I said the Afghanistan movement, right? Dude, I am not going to have no black woman in the poll or anything. Do you guys agree with that? Brad, do you agree with that?
Yeah, man. I agree.
We can't leave this a chance. When we do a poll, are you male or female? Female, the poll will end right there. Blip, sorry. You know?
It's going to be a lot of females trying to impersonate.
Yeah, they will try, but that's why we got to get so many signatures that it doesn't matter. You know?
Yeah, people like Chantel coming in and trying to vote against you.
Of course they will. Of course they will. You know? That's why we got to do too big to rig, you know? Too big to rig. You know? So we got to basically get like 5 million signatures and then half of them be legit, whatever like that, and then we got it, you know? All we go by the final numbers. How many said yes? You know? That's all we need. So with more people signing it, why not the better? The more black men signing, the better. So even though there's probably go white people up there, you know, trying to vote and everything like that, yeah, they're gonna try every trick in the book, you know. But yeah, that's gonna be key. That poll. I want to learn how to boost it out there. You know, I want to pay for it too. If I got to put it in ads and whatnot, or put it out there like the poll, how to shoot it out there. Maybe I might do an email blast, whatever like that. You know, so pay people to do email blasts of tens of thousands. We have to get to the point where it reaches like 5 million people at least. You know, and so all we need is 1 million yeses. You know, that's it. Then we have something to start with. You know, so it is what it is. All right, my brothers. I'll see y'all later. I'll have a good night. You know, I'll probably be on back tomorrow night. You know, same caller time, same caller channel. Another exciting show for the books. The winds of nationalism sweeping the globe. We made our case tonight. Time for an Afghanistan. You know, Afina Baboudier, whatever that is. Aquaba, Jumbo. You know, what up? And y'all take care. Good night. All right.
God bless. God bless.
Peace.